Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I am the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1228 of the War News Stream. It's good to see you all once again, and today we've got massive news coming out of Iran. We've heard that Iran's closed their airspace as gunfire is being reported in the capital, Tehran. Also, Iranian proxies have fired missiles at Israel yet again today, and also Ukraine launched massive drone attacks on Russia that we did see a few hours back. And it's good to see you all once again.
And, of course, we're going to be covering the past 48 hours of news from around the world as we have been able to hear of gunfire erupting inside the streets of Tehran, with not a large amount of information coming out at the moment due to the reason of the gunfire, but nevertheless incredibly odd with the certain circumstances that we are seeing surrounding this, as we are hearing that Iranian airspace has been abruptly closed once again just a few hours ago, and it also appears that Iranian internet connectivity has been throttled just several hours ago, leading some to believe that there may be a possible government struggle happening within the city of Tehran, although we are not able to get definite information on that at the moment. We have also been able to hear at the exact same time that the United States of America is continuing to move more KC-135 stratotankers into the region of the Middle East, while at the same time, we have also been able to hear of an air raid alert within the state of Israel as the Yemeni Houthis have fired more ballistic missiles towards the state of Israel over the course of the past few hours. Meanwhile, inside of the Middle East, for the larger part still, we have also been able to hear that the Russian Federation is now attempting to build up forces against Azerbaijan and is now making an impromptu military alliance once again with the Armenians, as we have been able to hear that the Russian Federation is now moving Russian forces into the area of Gyumri inside of the area of Western Armenia. It does appear at the moment that the situation between the Azerbaijanis and the Russian Federation is continuing to spiral downhill, and it does appear that the Russian Federation may be preparing to take military action against Azerbaijan, while at the same time continuing on the grinding war in Ukraine. Outside of that, we have also been able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted massively significant attacks against the Russian Federation overnight, with a significant amount of industrial concerns, being hit as far out as Tatarstan in Kazan and Nizhnekamsk, as well as the town of Cheboksary coming under direct attack last night from Ukrainian long-range drones. Meanwhile, Ukrainian drones also made their way to the Ingles airbase once again at the city of Ingles on the left bank of the Volga River, just across from Saratov. We have not been able to confirm any hits or damage at that specific airfield, but once again showing us that the rapidity and style of attacks that are currently being conducted by the Ukrainians as far as their drone forces do appear to be wildly successful. We have also been able to hear of a Ukrainian drone attack at the Borisovlesk airfield within the eastern area of the Voronezh Oblast just a short while ago, and we've also been able to confirm that a Russian convoy has been destroyed on the major Lipetsk highway, the M4 highway, which is the exact same highway that the Wagner coup made its infamous push to Moscow on in the middle part of 2023. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear that the entirety of the 155th Naval Infantry Brigade's command has been destroyed today inside of a HIMARS precision strike, with their headquarters being hit directly, and according to Ukrainian intelligence, the group has been completely wiped out. While at the same time, we've also been able to see the Ukrainian armed forces have continued their bombardment of Russian positions throughout the Kursk Oblast. Outside of that, we have been able to hear a minimal amount of Ukrainian frontline news, as we have been able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces have been attempting to hold their lines, and Russian advances to this day have been modest in most areas or negligible in many. We have also been able to hear outside of that the NATO General Secretary, Rutte, is now stating that the Russian Federation may attack NATO in conjunction with the Chinese attacking Taiwan in an attempt to divert or distract a large amount of materials and attention away from the Taiwanese conflict and into Eastern Europe. The Russian Federation responded by threatening to put Rutte in a concentration camp. We have also been able to hear some interesting news at the same time, that Taiwan is now deployed and is using their M142 HIMARS systems in the Republic of China's army for the first time. We have a major amount of significant news to be covering tonight, and of course, we are very excited to be able to cover all of this information with all of y'all. Of course, with Enforcer Matt back on air. And so moving on into our breaking news for the night, we have been able to hear of significant developments coming out of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Although we do not really have a lot of information at the moment, we have been able to hear that there is apparently gunfire breaking out within the city of Tehran inside of Iran. It is unclear what is going on, but there have been some people who are stating that something serious is currently underway within the capital city. Beyond that, we have absolutely no information on anything else happening in Tehran, rather than the fact that there's been some gunfire in the city, but that's been about it. Outside of that, we have also been able to hear, in the meantime, that there have been internet connection issues throughout the entirety of the country, as Iran's telecommunication infrastructure company says international connectivity issues have caused nationwide internet disruptions, affecting most ISPs across the country, according to Tasnim News. Outside of that, we have also been able to hear today that Khamenei did make his first appearance since the end of the 12-day war. We aren't able to show the clip. Most of that is copyrighted, but it does confirm, unlike many that were trying to make the claim that Khamenei had been dead the entire time, that Khamenei is in fact alive. It's just that he's a coward and was largely in hiding for the majority of the time that we did not see Khamenei in the public. Many people have been speaking, however, about the sounds of sporadic gunfire coming from inside the city of Tehran, and there are multiple different reasons or causes that could be made for that gunfire breaking out inside the city. It could be the fact that there is currently a gunfight that is happening between some Mossad agents and Iranian internal security services, where the Mossad has pretty much been holed up inside of a building and are now engaging in a gunfight with Iranian security personnel. It could also be the fact that there is a coup d'etat happening. It could also be that Iranian partisans or Iranian rebels have attacked some sort of a military facility inside of the city. It is a little bit unclear at the moment as to what the sounds of gunfire were and what they were coming from, because this report was made at 7:09 p.m. our time. It's now 9:15, and we've gotten no additional updates on that information at this moment, largely showing us that if anything is happening, it's either being kept on the down low or we're not getting a lot of information about it because of the lack of internet connection inside of the country. However, it is also somewhat clear, at least for the appearance of Khamenei today, that there may be some sort of significance to his appearance and a correlation between the incident happening currently inside of Tehran and the arrival or reappearance of Khamenei on national state television. It could be that Khamenei's power is actually waning due to his practical ceasing of existence throughout most of the Iranian government and his lack of communication with really any of them since the beginning of the 12-day war, and even for the weeks that have succeeded the 12-day war, which just concluded between the Israelis, the United States, and Iran. It does appear that Khamenei may have been making that appearance appearance today to try and once again show that he has control over the government and he is present in operating them. This may be showing that Khamenei may have gotten some information from his inner circles or some sort of a tip-off that there may have been some sort of an attempted coup d'etat that was building up in the background, and this may have led for him to make the public appearance that he made today. Coup d'etats are not always successful just because they're conducted. So while this is a coup d'etat, this does not mean that there is a regime change happening inside the Islamic Republic of Iran at the moment right now, and it may not even be a coup d'etat at all. It may have been something else entirely different. We were able to hear, however, that the airspace was shut down as well just a few hours ago earlier today, and once again, Flight Radar 24 is still showing that pretty much the entire country of Iran is being completely avoided by international flights passing through the area. We also were able to hear, once again, further corroboration that the airspace was empty. This Flight Radar 24 map is not really representative of the current situation, at least right now, because we were able to confirm in the other Flight 24 radar glimpse that we got that there were flights traveling through Iraq and through Turkmenistan, but it was not this sort of a picture where there literally was no flights throughout all of Africa, the Indian subcontinent, or even the southeastern regions of Anatolia. That just does not appear to be correct, at least from what we have at the moment. So this appears to be the most correct glimpse that we could get from Flight Radar 24, and to quickly bring y'all to Flight Radar 24 just to see if we can get additional corroboration. It does appear that actually at this point Iranian airspace is now reopened, so it appears to have been a very brief closure at best, because we are now seeing a decent amount of information showing us that commercial flights are still transiting over the eastern region of Iran, and not only that, there appears to be some flights inbound from the Caspian Sea heading into the city of Tehran at this moment, along with a Fly Dubai flight actually making its way from the area of Tabriz and then all the way through the western area of Iran itself, showing that the airspace closure was a temporary one at best, and that the situation has resolved itself only several hours after the airspace was temporarily shut down. It does appear...
it's really odd. Excuse me, by the way. It's really odd about this airspace closure because there was no official NOTAM put out. There was no official announcement made by the Iranian regime that they were going to close the airspace, but yet you could clearly see that the airspace was wildly empty. There were no planes within Iranian airspace, and if there was the occasional one, it was like literally right on the border of Iranian airspace. It's really strange. That's why I caught a lot of people off guard earlier today, is because there was no official pre-warning of that even happening before it happened.
It is a little interesting, but the fact that it only appears to have lasted a few hours is showing that it may have been something minor. I'm not exactly sure what would have shut down their airspace for only a few hours, because once again, the Iranian government hasn't made any statements about the situation or why they would have shut down the airspace, and it was incredibly impromptu, as no NOTAMs had been issued. The airspace was just simply closed down practically immediately, and then that was the resolution to the situation. It appears the airspace has now been reopened. So at the moment, we do not actually have any explanations or reasons as to why there was an airspace closure, even for just a brief couple of hour window, but it is an interesting one to see nevertheless. But a lot of people have been talking about the ongoing situation on the ground, or at least the reported gunfire that was coming out of Tehran, and a lot of people are wondering what is going on with that and what the likely explanation of that can be. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so we did hear reports that in addition to the airspace getting shut down inside of Iran, there was also gunfire being reported in the Iranian capital of Tehran, and also at the same time, the internet was shut down across the entire country of Tehran as well. So clearly, something was happening, and the internet was shut down, and we're really not sure what. But about 46% said it's a possible coup or civil unrest, while 33% said we need more intel first, and 13% said it's probably a Mossad or Iran confrontation within the capital city. And the part that caught my attention here was we heard the reports of gunfire in Tehran, and we also heard the internet being shut down at the same time. So usually when the internet gets shut down inside of Iran, that's because the Iranian government is trying to hide something from the public. So the combination of gunfire plus internet shutdown, that indicated to me that something was indeed happening in Tehran, and I believe right now it's still shut down, the internet is. So we're not able to hear very much off the ground, which makes me wonder what is happening right now inside the capital city. So I'm going to say it's possible civil unrest. That's my theory. I'm with the 46%. It could be a Mossad confrontation, but I think something else is brewing that could be much larger behind the scenes right at this very moment. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it is most likely some form of civil unrest. The idea of Mossad agents actually engaging in a firefight with Iranian internal security services is something that would generally be Unlikely. Mossad is incredibly low key and generally does not want to create any sort of a situation where there's a prolonged firefight, at least off of the prior examples that we've seen of Mossad agents operating inside of Iran. They usually fire off once off attacks with some sort of a guided missile, and then they immediately disappear or attempt to disappear, although sometimes it appears that they did end up failing in those attempts. Beyond that, however, the idea of Mossad getting into a firefight with Iranian security services is once again highly unlikely due to the precedent that Mossad agents have already laid out in the past. It is highly likely, however, that it could be some sort of a possible civil unrest or coup d'etat situation that's currently happening, considering that it's occurring within the capital of the country, Tehran. It is likely that it could be some sort of a Iranian insurgent group attempting to overthrow the government, or some sort of a rebel group that may also be trying to attempt that, or it may be intergovernmental officials who are currently trying to conduct their own coup d'etat, although we have not been able to hear a large amount of information out of the country due to the internet outage. This is leaving us with a lot of questions and very little answers, at least at the moment, because once again, with the lack of any kind of internet connection, any kind of clips, videos, or pictures that we can use to corroborate that information and to get a better picture of what's actually going on is completely impossible at the moment due to the complete lack of internet connection that the city of Tehran is having. This means that everyone out here in the open source intelligence world and the news reporting world is pretty much in the dark at the moment, and we're trying to piece together, based off the very limited reports that we have so far, what may actually be happening out of the city of Tehran. And for that, we'll largely just have to wait until internet connection resumes, or until we get some sort of a statement from someone inside of Iran telling us what is generally going on with the gunfire inside the city and what the end result of that was, or if the internet connection resumes at some point, what is actually happening inside Tehran, and hopefully some video and picture evidence to be able to give us a better idea of what's happening. But I would still go with the 47% that said it was most likely some form of civil unrest inside the country, because that seems that it, at least at the moment, is decently likely. And once again, we do have to remember that with the absence of the Supreme Leader Khamenei, who is pretty much the dictator of the country for several weeks, almost a month of this period, it would leave a subsequent enough power vacuum where leaders of the country have to operate independently outside of Khamenei's control, that some of them may have become a little bit opportunistic and wanted to seize power permanently in the absence of Khamenei. And that also may explain the reason why Khamenei found it necessary to make his first public appearance today, is because he's starting to understand that his control over the government may be weakening due to his prolonged absence from actually administering or running the country itself through his direct orders and commands. Outside of
that took some strength. He was so scared to come out of that bunker before. He was hiding away for well over a week, at least a week, if not a lot longer than that. And nobody could even get in touch with him. Like, they couldn't even call him on the phone. They couldn't even page him. And he didn't want to get paged either, because that was a whole problem with the security of that. But he sent runners out to every single time he needed to send a message. That guy was so terrified that he wouldn't even, probably even get up from his chair. He was so terrified. But now he's out in the public again. And I'm sure they had to do some real good convincing to even get him out there.
Yeah, it appears that he was wildly scared over the past few weeks, and it was true that from what we were able to hear, it did appear that Khamenei was using some sort of system of runners that would relay messages to the top leadership of the country, but he absolutely refused to be on any form of a radio communication system. Even a walkie-talkie was refused, as he pretty much hid in a bunker and had absolutely no contact with the outside world due to the fear that the Israelis or the United States were going to bomb him and wipe him out for good. So with that in mind, it is quite clear that at least with that kind of a strict absence and only the arrival of the occasional runner here and there, and Khamenei also not really knowing the situation outside the bunker, it does lead us to believe that a decent amount of government officials may have started to realize that the primetime opportunity to strike was right then and there if they wanted to be able to try and take control of the government. Once again, folks, this is all just speculation, and we do not know if there's any sort of a government coup or an uprising happening inside the country. But one thing is quite clear: the sort of formula or existence of the lack of the central leader within the capital to keep an eye on the central government is something that has existed in dictatorships in times prior that would lead to others attempting to overthrow the government or take control of it. For example, when Nikita Khrushchev left Moscow in the 1960s, he actually was ousted as the premier of the Soviet Union by the internal, I believe it was the Supreme Committee of the Supreme Soviet, I believe is what it was called, and they actually threw him out as the premier and replaced him with Brezhnev. We also know that in Germany, in its final days in World War II, when Hitler retreated to the Führer bunker under Berlin, there was a decent amount of leaders of the Nazi government, such as Hermann Goering, who actually attempted to try and seize power, at least a little bit, or that was what was alleged, and he was actually stripped of all of his positions and removed from the German government in his final days. Or, for example, Heinrich Himmler attempting to use the SS in some of the final days to negotiate a peace with the West so that way he'd be viewed a little bit more favorably and wouldn't be tried as a war criminal, or any of the other leaders of the Nazi Germans who also attempted to try and pretty much run the government or take control in their own way, shape, or form for their own benefit is a fairly common thing. Not only that, it's incredibly common in even other countries as well. You can see that in literally any dictatorship that existed. For example, Mao Zedong of China generally was the leader of the country because he was able to have centralized control over the entirety of the Chinese Communist government through its capital in Beijing. And also Ho Chi Minh was able to control the North Vietnamese through his direct, strict control and dictatorial-like powers through the capital of Hanoi and the centralization of the North Vietnamese government inside of the city of Hanoi. There is an endless trove of examples to where dictators have to be present and have to have centralized leadership control of their countries at pretty much all present times, and if they do not have that kind of control, there will be opportunistic backstabbers or people who have had visions of grandeur that will attempt to seize power during even a shorter absence and attempt to steer the country in a brand new direction that would benefit their interests a lot better. So once again, while I'm saying that there is no clear proof or confirmation on the ground that there is a government uprising in Tehran, the formula, or at least the historical precedent that would have existed in other historic examples, is certainly here at the moment to make something like that likely. However, we have been able to hear that Iranian proxy forces have been continuing their attacks against the state of Israel, as the Home Front Command did issue new air raid alerts as the Yemeni Houthis were firing more ballistic missiles at the state of Israel. From what we understand, most if not all of those were shot down, and all of the air raid alerts were also being issued, ironically, for the West Bank, which is considered to be a part of Palestine. So it appears that the Houthi missiles were going to be falling short, and while they were probably originally aiming for Jerusalem, Bet Shemesh, Rishon LeZion, or Tel Aviv, it appears that they were going to fall short somewhere within the area of Bethlehem, Hebron, Efrat, or any of these other smaller towns within the southern end of the West Bank. While all of this has been going on, we also were able to hear that more U.S. stratotankers are entering the region at the moment, and we were able to see on Flight Radar 24 that a U.S. Air Force KC-135R stratotanker, which had been flying the same route from Chania International Airport in Crete over the eastern Mediterranean for over a week now, has just appeared heading west over Jordan. It does appear that the stratotanker has been conducting continuous air operations for about a week at this point, pretty much on the exact same path, but he is showing us that there are some sort of flights either coming into the Middle East or going out of the Middle East that are requiring some sort of consistent refueling to keep them going, at least from this specific stratotanker. So it does appear that at this time, at this very moment, there is still some sort of a U.S. Air Force movement that is happening within the region. We've also been able to hear more statements from the President of the United States. I wasn't able to get any of the video clips of him making these statements because most of them appeared to be copyrighted, but we were able to hear statements from the President of the United States that he will not allow Iran to restart a nuclear program if the new round of talks fails. So basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be having another 6 round of talks with the Iranians about not nuclearizing, because while we did end up causing a pretty devastating blow to the Iranian nuclear weapons development program, we certainly didn't knock it out once and for all, and it does appear that, at least for now, the Iranians will have an ability to restart their nuclear weapons program and get up to about the level of nuclearization they were at just a while ago in about 2 years. And this is leading us to know that there will be further action inevitably against the Iranians to stop them from nuclearizing. And it also appears that the president's statements today may have been hinting at further hostile actions against the Iranians with the casus belli of denuclearization here within the very near future, or at least possibly within the near future. And a lot of people have been putting in their thoughts and opinions on this. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so there is a brand new round of talks, believe it or not, coming up between the Iranian officials and the U.S. officials. And this new round of talks is allegedly supposed to be the groundbreaking talks that changes the entire face of the Middle East. But I really doubt it's going to be the case. The Iranians are still saying they're going to continue developing their nuke program and continue enriching uranium, and there's no signs they're going to stop. So the U.S. officials, specifically the United States president, said he will not allow Iran to restart the nuke program again. And if these talks do not succeed, then Iran's going to be in for a new rude awakening. awakening. So 67% of the audience said new U.S. strikes are imminent because the talks are going to fail, while 15% said Israel will probably be told to do it and there won't be U.S. strikes, and 9% said that the U.S. won't strike again and that's going to be the end of the story. So it looks like the majority of people, 67%, believe the U.S. is going to strike imminently, and it looks like a whole bunch of other analysts also believe that as well. And considering the fact that talks are most likely going to fail, I would say U.S. strikes are very imminent, and that the current stratotankers and other assets we're seeing in the Middle East are likely early preparations for a new round of strikes on Iran. And also, all this funny business happening in Tehran is probably softening operations by Israel, in my personal speculation. So I think we're seeing the early stages of it right now, and the talks are pretty much expected to fail, but it's buying us some time to get ready to strike Iran for a second round. So I think it is coming up. I think the B-2s, the Doritos, will be paying another visit to Tehran, or at least Iran. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, I do believe that U.S. strikes are inevitable once again at this point. Whether they happen within several years from now or whether they happen within a couple of weeks, the United States was not able to completely finish the job that we started with the U.S. involvement in the Israel-Iran war, or the 12-day war, as it's now being called. From what we can tell, the U.S. was able to deal a pretty devastating blow to the Iranian nuclear weapons research and development program, but it was not as devastating a blow as a lot of people would have hoped. It does appear that the Iranians are still on track to continue their nuclearization of the country, and within the next 2 years, they will be able to field a usable nuclear weapon if they are not stopped completely. And so with that in mind, it does appear that the United States is once again forced with the idea of either having a nuclearized Iran on the world stage that can not only threaten our interests in the Middle East, but will eventually threaten our interests inside of Europe, East Asia, and the continental United States itself, or we can once again take military action against the Islamic Republic of Iran to try and denuclearize them once and for all. At least off of the options that we have right now, it is quite clear that the United States will not let the Islamic Republic of Iran nuclearize and actually field nuclear weapons in any sort of a circumstance. That is an incredibly dangerous situation, not only for our interest within the very vicinity of the Middle East, but the Iranians are also working on ballistic missile programs as well, meaning that within a few years after the creation of a nuclear weapon and their guaranteed security against future U.S. attacks, they will be able to develop an intercontinental ballistic missile with the requisite range to be able to reach and directly threaten the United States of America itself. They have the exact same programs in terms of ballistic missilery and nuclear programs that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea had before they tested their first nuclear weapon back in the late 2000s. With all of that put together, it's pressingly clear that the United States cannot allow the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon, because not only would they be threatening us in the Middle East, they would be threatening us here in the United States. So for this reason, the United States is forced to take military action against Iran. I have a feeling that the United States may be a lot more involved with its military actions the next go-around, because once again, the time and true statement of the current decade, at least at this point, is that airstrikes are not the be-all, end-all of every single situation in the world, and there is a large reason to be on the ground and to actually take control of the locations where you're having issues, and then to clear them out on the actual ground. We did see that with the Houthis, U.S. airstrikes proved to not really be that successful, and it doesn't really appear that any Israeli airstrikes also appeared that successful in stopping hostile actions from the Houthis. Israeli airstrikes on the Iranians did prove successful in killing top government officials and destroying a large part of the Iranian Air Force and Iranian radar air defense forces, but were not successful, along with the U.S. airstrikes, in actually completely destroying the Iranian nuclear research weapons programs. With that in mind, the only answer at this point, at least with dealing with the Iranian nuclear weapons program, is to not only conduct airstrikes onto these facilities, but to possibly involve specific insert missions, or more so infiltration missions, to these specific facilities, and to actually destroy them on the ground. So that way we can ensure that the facility has been thoroughly destroyed from the inside out, or is being occupied by U.S. Special Forces or some form of U.S. forces that will be able to take the facility under their control and eventually dismantle it, most likely with continuous U.S. and Israeli air support in the entire time that they would be conducting that form of an operation, to be able to make sure to take the pressure off of those ground forces and allow them to focus on the priority mission, which is to actually destroy these nuclear facilities. It may also be likely that in the future, considering that this current Islamic Republic inside of Iran is quite adamant on the production of nuclear weapons and appears to be uncompromising on that assassination attempts against top Iranian officials, including Khamenei, will most likely be the order of the day in the next round of attacks that the United States will be conducting as well, as it does appear that regime change may be the only fruitful outcome to stopping the Islamic Republic of Iran from producing or attempting to produce nuclear weapons throughout the remainder of their history. In ushering in of a new government could see that this government is a lot more lenient, and while still being an Islamic Republic, it may not attempt to pursue a nuclear weaponization path like the current Islamic Republic is attempting to pursue. So with all of this in mind, I would have to say that I'm with the 66%. The talks will fail, and that the United States is going to be striking the Islamic Republic of Iran guaranteed within the next 2 years. Again, I would actually say that, at least with how things are going right now, it may actually be within just this remainder of the year that we have right now, probably within the next half year at this point, because if the U.S. is going to see the talks fail now, what's the point in waiting until the 13th hour again on the Iranian nuclear program instead of trying to deal with the situation at this very moment? And it's also incredibly clear. Go ahead.
Isn't it funny how like both Iran and Russia right now are taking a hardline stance against the West? Like, notice that Russia is now saying they're not going to stop under any circumstance by invading Ukraine. They're going to keep going all the way, and nothing the U.S. says is going to stop Putin from his territorial ambitions inside of Ukraine. Iran started off by being the first one to do that by telling the U.S. basically to take a hike. They're not going to stop enriching uranium, and they're still holding true to that right now. It's really gotten to a point where the talking has come to a close. Like, there's no talking left with Putin. Even if the U.S. president wanted to keep talking, he can't, because Putin's basically created a dead wall here, a brick wall that you really can't get past in talks. The Iranians are doing the same thing. The Ayatollah is sitting there saying, we're not going to stop enriching uranium. And if you want to talk, we will, but we're not going to stop, which tells you the talks are useless. And I think it's the U.S. actually buying time this time. We're trying to get preparations in place to be able to strike a little bit harder this time, is my personal speculation. And that's why we're still participating in these talks. It's not because we necessarily believe the Iranians are going to come to the table in good faith. It's just because we're trying to buy some extra time for our military to get ready.
I would have to say that that's probably the case, but I would also have to say that the United States should be acting as quickly as possible. And I generally say the reason why a lot of these countries are flat out ignoring the United States and aren't even putting up a front anymore, like the Iranians once were with the attempted talks and the Russians once were with attempted talks, is that so far, I would have to say that in my personal opinion and on my analysis, the United States has shown a raw weakness that cannot really be overcome at this point from the current administration and the prior administration combined. Both of them have shown a complete lack of follow-through or the kind of aggressiveness that these enemy countries actually do respect, because so far the Iranians, the Russians, and the Chinese have seen that the United States will largely sit back, attempt to not do what's necessary in a dangerous or a do-or-die kind of a situation. And not only that, there is usually now, at least from what I've seen what I will call 2 weekisms, which are just the statement, in 2 weeks something will happen, 2 weeks pass, and then the statement's made again. It's literally a line in the sand sort of a deal where they just keep crossing the 2-week line, and then we draw another 2-week line, and then we say, well, this time it's really going to happen, and then nothing happens. It keeps presenting a sort of weakness that isn't inside of the U.S., it's not inside the U.S. itself, it's within the decision-making in the U.S. government. It is something that is starting to show our adversaries that pretty much most threats issued by the United States, like these 2-week ultimatums, are never followed through. And even if they are, the kind of damage implemented or the kind of response is decent. I mean, we can't deny that Operation Midnight Hammer was pretty decent in what it was able to do to the Iranian nuclear program, but it wasn't so severe that it's made the Russians or the Chinese think twice about doing anything else, either against the Taiwanese or in the South China Sea or with the Russian Federation in Eastern Europe. As a matter of fact, it's showing them they might actually be able to push the envelope a little bit farther, because if they can do this inside the Islamic Republic of Iran, they can do this practically anywhere. And
it's proven, and that the point you're making is kind of being proven by the fact that Putin made his statements about not stopping his war in Ukraine after Midnight Hammer. That's when his comments came on that. So Midnight Hammer, it obviously appeared to be very strong. We sent in B-2s, one of our most capable stealth bombers, to strike Iran. They did a good job. Like, they went in there and struck them. Right now, there's still debates on whether or not the nuclear sites are completely destroyed or not. It's kind of up for sort of debate at this point. But it was a strong operation, but it did not achieve all the objectives. And the U.S. did not double down by going back a second time, pretty much right after the first strikes. We didn't. We basically said, okay, let's start talking again. And of course, maybe that's a good idea. Maybe we need time to prepare for a second round of strikes, but it seems like we'd already had those queued up just in case the first ones didn't really achieve the objectives properly. It seems like a second round would have already been basically queued up at this point. But I think Putin did interpret that as some form of not necessarily appeasement, but kind of weakness by not finishing the job right off the bat.
And I see some people saying some things in the chat about I disagree, and maybe you would, but the thing is, and I want to say this, and I'm not saying this to like just completely discredit what people are saying here, but we cover this as a living. Some people might just look at this occasionally and not really get the full story. Two weekisms have been the thing, but it was if the Iranians don't agree to our demands during these rounds of talks, something's going to happen. They would pretty much tell us to kiss their ass, and then we'd start a new round of talks literally right after that. And then we would get nowhere in that one. They would tell us to kiss our ass again, and then we'd go into a third round of talks. We had 6 rounds of talks with the Iranians before we ended up conducting Operation Midnight Hammer, and all of them failed. And it was incredibly clear that even by the first go around, the Iranians were not going to be operating in good faith in those negotiations, because we literally didn't even make it off of square one. We didn't even make it off of the grounds of saying, okay, so let's talk about enrichment. They said, to hell with you people, we're not even going to talk about enrichment, or how far we will be able or be allowed to enrich uranium. We won't even talk about it. So they already told us to get bent, and in the first round of negotiations, we had another 5 after that. With the Russians, we had multiple rounds of talks with the Russian Federation. They did the exact same thing. They stonewalled every single negotiation. They said, get bent, we're not talking about anything. In fact, they started to up the demands that they had for a ceasefire every single time we would talk to them. The first time it was, okay, well, Ukraine has to give us the remainder of the oblasts we're currently in right now. By the last round of talks, they literally said something along the lines of, Ukraine has to demilitarize, the Ukrainian government that's there has to go, we also want to have pretty much a puppet state in Ukraine, and we also want the Ukrainians to completely demilitarize. So not only were they stonewalling us, they were making the demands even more insane. I believe in the last round of talks, the Russians even entertained the idea of U.S. forces withdrawing out of all Baltic countries that have any border with the Russian Federation, including Finland, the Baltic states, and Poland. That's just
crazy. They did propose that, by the way. Like, I remember specifically seeing the article that Putin was asking, or not, maybe not even Putin directly, but he got his underlings to ask the West to pull their troops away from the Baltic states and pull them basically well out of Europe, so that way Russia wouldn't feel threatened whatsoever. The fact that Russia even feels emboldened to ask something that crazy, knowing that they're hostile toward the West right now, shows that they're not negotiating in good faith, and they have no intention whatsoever to play fair with the West at all.
I would have to agree. Now, of course, folks, we have to play the cards we're dealt with here. And right now, I would have to say that at least in foreign policy, we've seen a couple of slip-ups here. But I would have to say that in my personal opinion, and once again, this is my opinion, so take it or leave it, there needs to be a change in the current administration's foreign policy stance for us to see successes in Eastern Europe and the Middle East. More particularly, I think that we should use the Islamic Republic of Iran to set an example for the rest of the world. Salt the fields, burn the crops. We've got to go in there and we've got to show the world, the Chinese and the Russians more particularly, that the United States is not a country to be trifled with, and that threats are followed through on eventually. The Iranians, as far as the 3 goes, are the weak link. They are not nuclear armed, and the Russians nor the Chinese have any kind of strategic abilities to support the Iranians in a conflict with the United States. So with that in mind, the United States should not only go in and bomb the Iranian nuclear facilities a second time around, but if necessary, we should get special forces teams or infantry units to be dropped into Iran at these key nuclear sites and occupy them for several days or weeks with continuous rounds of air support, helping them to support their positions as well as in-air resupplies to actually ensure that these facilities are thoroughly destroyed. They're not just destroyed by the airstrikes, they're also destroyed by special forces, special operations forces on the ground that will systematically go through the remains or remnants of the building and destroy anything that's left that may have any kind of value. That's what would be a great example to show for the rest of the world, because it's not doing anything against the Russians and it's not doing anything directly against the Chinese, but we're taking the weakest of the 3 and we're making an example out of them, so that way we can go, if you look at the military abilities that we just exhibited here, this will happen to both of y'all if y'all don't start to behave properly. So y'all better think with reason here instead of the stupidity that is currently being exhibited on the global stage and is being exacerbated at this point, and then we'll hopefully see that the Russians start to actually treat the Ukraine war seriously, or at least our position in the Ukraine war seriously, and that the Chinese take a second look at dealing with the Taiwanese. That is the only approach that we can have at this point that will work, because bombing them a second time around is not going to do anything. Bombing them a second time around, at least in Iran, is maybe going to set back the nuclear program a couple of more months. So unless we want to sit around and just keep bombing the Iranians as a weekend pastime, we've got to go in there and we actually have to deal with this seriously. That's really the only option we have left to make sure that the Iranians do not get a nuclear weapon. If we want the Russians to take us seriously, we have to actually show a position of strength somewhere. If we keep on the current path that we're going on right now, it is quite clear, even by the President of the United States' own words at the NATO conference that just occurred a week ago, the Russians are eyeballing Eastern Europe. And if we continue to be weak, we are going to be embroiled, us Americans and our European allies, in an actual ground conflict spanning the entire continent of Europe. And then eventually we're also going to see that many Americans will end up fighting and possibly having to die to try and protect the island of Taiwan, because the Chinese are going to be largely compelled to attempt an invasion of Taiwan off of the perceived weakness of American foreign policy right now, because we are not putting our foot down anywhere. And the answer is always, even when it's quite clear no one wants to talk to us and there is no ground to be made in talks, that we're just going to talk because we like to bump our gums. And there's a time to talk and there's a time to not. As Teddy Roosevelt said, speak softly and carry a big stick, and I think it's about time that we start speaking a little bit more softly and carry that big stick that we need to at the moment. And so with that,
well, at least the good news is Zelensky did meet with Putin yesterday or the other day, and I think you're going to get to that later in the news, but he did meet with him, and so far the feedback has been, it sounds like the U.S. is pretty much wanting to arm Ukraine with whatever they want. It hasn't happened yet for like a definitive, like an answer yet, but the talk behind the scenes is Ukraine's about to get what it needs, because Putin's created this brand new brick wall by saying that he's not going to stop in Ukraine under any circumstance. And right now, Ukraine's facing a shortage of Patriot missiles, which are defensive missiles to shoot down incoming Russian munitions that are heading toward Kyiv. So, of course, it should have never been stopped. That's a very obvious thing right there. It should have never been stopped. We're being told that the Secretary of Defense was the one to actually order the stop. So it looks like that'll be reversed, most likely, at least by what we're hearing from Zelensky, which is a good sign. But they need more than that, though. Ukraine needs more than just simply defensive missiles. They need more weapons to finish the job, because Russia's not stopping. Putin literally said that directly for one of the first times ever just a couple of days ago. And if that's not the cue to like jump to action for the United States, I'm not sure whatever will.
and it's incredibly clear that that is definitely the case at this point. We're actually going to jump into that right now. The president of the United States was on a phone call with Putin several days ago, and the president of the Russian Federation made it incredibly clear, directly, word to word, to the president of the United States, even according to the president's own statements from the aftermath of the phone call, that the Russian Federation has no intention of stopping the conflict, and they are going to continue the conflict until the Russians see the resolution they're happy with. In diplomatic speak, that means they're not talking to the United States about ending the war anymore. That's a pipe dream. The war is going to keep going until the Russians are happy with a resolution, until they win, is pretty much what Putin told the president of the United States. Right after that, we were able to hear just today that the president did get on a phone call with Zelensky, and Zelensky stated that his recent call with the president of the United States was, and I quote, the most productive so far, noting the president's readiness to help with air defense. The Patriot is the key to protection from ballistic missiles, a statement directly from Zelensky. And that is entirely true. Patriot air defense systems are pretty much the lifeline of the Ukrainian air defense network as they exist in the current day. Dealing with Russian Shahed 136, or the license-produced variant, the Geron 2 drones, is an incredibly easy affair for the Ukrainian armed forces to deal with. Those can generally be shot down directly by heavy machine gun fire mounted onto the back of technicals and guided in by tracers and also by spotlights that are able to pretty much silhouette the aircraft in the night sky. However, ballistic missiles are a much more difficult sort of a weapon to largely shoot down. They do require the use of the Patriot missile systems, and so far in prior Russian attacks, we've seen that pretty much the only ordnance that the Russians are flinging at the Ukrainians that is getting through in any larger percentages are their ballistic missiles, as the Ukrainians have practically run out of Patriot interceptors, and these missiles have pretty much no natural predators in Ukraine's skies, and for that reason, reason, they're able to fly all the way to their targets and hit them directly, meaning that the Russians are now able to, at least for this limited period of time right now, target and destroy key Ukrainian military facilities, factories, and also energy infrastructure pretty much without any attempt to stop them, because the Ukrainians do not have any proper defense to be able to stop those systems with. It's become a little bit more clear, at least from another statement that was made today, that the president was incredibly disappointed with the call with the Russian president. We were able to hear that the president stated that he was very disappointed following a call with Putin earlier this week, and that there is no evidence that Russia intends to end the war with Ukraine. Once again, showing us that as far as the ball in the park goes, the ball's in the Russians' park. The Russian Federation has made it quite clear that if it's down to them, the war is not going to end in Ukraine. The war will continue, and no matter how the United States tries to empathize with Russians or understand them or even try and negotiate some sort of a common ground resolutions, the Russians have made it clear that no level of appeasement except for total appeasement, which is a total victory in Ukraine, is what they're willing to accept. And they're not even willing to talk to the United States about it anymore. They pretty much told the US president recently, directly through Putin, we are not ending this war until we win. So don't even try and approach us with another round of talks, because it's going to be completely pointless and it's not going to get anywhere, because we don't even want to talk about ending this conflict. So it is, once again, incredibly clear. I want to make it wildly clear. It is pressingly clear. The war in Ukraine is not continuing because of the Ukrainians. It's not continuing because of the United States. It's continuing because of the Russians. So this is the actual situation we have right now. Either we let the Russians win because we like the Russians or some other sort of an explanation like that, or we stop the Russians from winning because they're a direct threat to the West and our interests in Europe. That is the actual sort of a situation we have right now. So from this point on, I think it's quite clear. If you say that the Russians should win, you pretty much are saying that you are an enemy of the United States or a sympathizer to an enemy state of the United States of America. Because it's incredibly clear at this point that Russia has an open distaste and disliking for the United States, no matter who's in charge. I remember it wasn't too long ago that a lot of people were trying to come up with the excuse that Russia doesn't respect the United States because we don't have a strong leader in the office. And if we get a strong leader, then this will be fixed. The truth of the situation, folks, is that the Russians do not like America no matter who's in charge. It doesn't matter who's in charge of the country, whether it be a supposedly strong leader or a weak leader. They just hate America. They hate Americans in general. That's the running theory or the running policy of the Russians in Eastern Europe. They're not a friend of ours, and we're not a friend of theirs. And we need to understand that and be clear with that when we're making decisions in this region, because there's no sort of a common ground or a common approach that we can have with the Russians, and there's no attempt at that, because when we start to show that we have compassion or sympathy for the Russians, and we go, oh, we might understand where you're coming from, the Russians don't perceive that as a softening of the tensions in a friendship. They actually view that as a weakness to be exploited. Culturally in Russia, that's how they would view it. That's how they viewed Gorbachev. And many of y'all know, Gorbachev was one of the biggest elements in the collapse of the Soviet Union because he brought forward policies called glasnost and perestroika, which in short meant that you could criticize the Russian government, and the Soviet government, the correction there, actually would have the sympathy to allow you to criticize them. And Gorbachev, to this day, is not looked at as a liberal leader of the Russian Federation that actually allowed for democratic ideas like the freedom of speech to truly be recognized. He is recognized, even in the modern Russian Federation, as a weak fool, because only a weak fool would be so stupid and weak to let other people criticize him and have some kind of understanding for it. That's how the Russians culturally work. They do not understand on a cultural level any kind of compassion or sympathy. The only thing the Russians understand is strength. Nixon had it right, Kennedy had it right, Eisenhower had it right. Every other leader that ever was a president of the United States during the Cold War had the understanding down to a T. No matter who they were or what political party they were in, everyone understood the baseline message that the Russians do not understand compassion or sympathy. The only thing they understand is a message of strength. And through that strength, you can then negotiate something down to something reasonable, like everyone else did in the past, like with the Cuban Missile Crisis, or the first nuclear limitation treaties, the SALT I and the SALT II treaties, or any other sort of a dialogue that we had with the Soviets, it was built off a position of strength, not a position of sympathy, not a position of weakness. We have to operate with the Russians from a position of strength. If we do not, we are going to end up seeing that they're going to run over us like they're trying to run over us right now.
Although I will say this, Enforcer, I think it goes deeper than that at this point. That would have been a good position to take before the war started. Like, we would have had that position as the United States before it got started by Putin, then we'd have been in good shape. But the catch is, once Putin decided to pull the trigger and he went into Ukraine, I think it goes much deeper than that. At this point, even if Putin decided tomorrow he's going to become suddenly rational, he's going to start negotiating in good faith, he really can't stop, because like we've said for a long time, the Russian economy is now basically on a crux. It has to have the war industry to keep the economy functioning. If the war industry comes to a stop tomorrow, then Russia comes to a stop tomorrow. So even if Putin wanted to stop, he can't, because he's made such a stupid decision by invading Ukraine and getting way deep into this quagmire that if he pulls out of it, he's going to have a way worse problem at that point. And he'll probably get overthrown, knocked off, or something like that. It's not going to be a good end for Putin if he stops the war. So at this point, he is full steam ahead. And at this point, he's getting so full steam ahead, he's saying it directly out of his own mouth. He can't even stop himself from saying the truth, because previously he tried to cover it up. He tried to say, oh, look, if we keep talking, if we keep yapping, maybe there will be some hope here and there. But now he's not even keeping up that facade. And that means we've entered very dangerous territory. And Putin's getting even more desperate. That's what that indicates. And I don't think there's any turning back at this point. We're too deep into it. And all the U.S. can do is try to go more forceful on it to stop it. But, you know, if this thing's going to turn into a world conflict over Ukraine, it's going to go there because we can't just back off and let them take it. If we do that, they're going to get even more emboldened. So Putin started basically a really bad situation, and it's up to the United States and the West to bring a stop to it.
I would have to agree, and I just saw someone say earlier don't generalize all Russians in the chat. Well, the thing is though, here's the issue with that sort of a statement. Saying we're not generalizing all Russians, or that we're generalizing them by making that statement, is a little bit it's not really understanding the worldview correctly, because I hope you do understand there are significant differences between cultural groups in the world and how they view things, or how they go about things, or how they'll understand them. Like, for example, in the United States, just to list off one cultural thing that's more so an aesthetic thing, but just to give you an idea of how this works. In the United States, it's generally conventionally attractive to be tan. In Japan, on the other hand, it's conventionally attractive to be as white as you can possibly be. And the people will go over there and actually, like, Japanese people will try and make themselves as white as possible because that's considered to be conventionally attractive, while people in America will hit the beaches to try and get as tan as they can be because that's considered more attractive here in America. So saying we're generalizing an entire group of people because they actually have a difference culturally that it resonates amongst the majority of their population is a little bit odd, and it would be a little bit silly to pretend like the Russians' thought processes and analysis is the exact same as ours, because it certainly is not. If the Russians had the exact same analysis cycles as we do, they would have understood that an invasion of Ukraine was suicidal for their country, and they would have never conducted that invasion in the first place. The issue, however, is that they did invade Ukraine because their thought processes and how they analyze and interpret things, even through their cultural understanding, is completely different than ours. That's why we're not finding any common ground with them, because if the Russians were comparable or relatable to Americans, then the diplomats that have talked in Ankara and Istanbul endlessly now would have found some common ground with the Russians, and yet they did not. And so there is a very considerable issue with those sorts of deals, at least at the moment. There's no common ground to be found in the Russian government. And if you're trying to make the analysis by saying, well, some of the Russian people who live in Krasnodar say this or that, well, unfortunately, I hate to tell you this, but that random villager in Krasnodar who has A, B, or C opinion is not leading the Russian government right now, nor would they ever, because they have that kind of a mindset, and it's not the prevailing mindset in the Russian Federation. The prevailing mindset, even by the polling that's been done by Western groups like Radio Free Europe, is that the majority of Russians actually are in support of this war. That's a reality that a lot of people need to understand. The Russian Federation's public is not just reluctantly behind this conflict. A lot of them are full behind it. A lot of them love the war. They think it's a great thing. They think that it's finally projecting the Ruski Mir into where they believe it should be. It's kind of like saying as well, just to also say this, a little bit of a touchy thing, but still true nonetheless, that a lot of Germans in the 1930s and 40s didn't agree with Hitler. If they didn't, how in the world did he get democratically elected? A lot of people agree with what he he said back then. And when you deal with these countries, you have to understand that whoever's the leader in charge, they're there not because they're running the country with an iron fist. It's because at some point somewhere, that ideology actually was a prevailing theory or a believed great answer by the country that they're from. Like, for example, in the United States, the president of the United States right now, whether you like him or not, is representing the majority interest of most Americans. Most Americans voted for the guy. Like, and that's how it was for the last president and the president before him. And I know a lot of people are going to talk about the electoral college thing. That's complicated. It still represents the public's interest. It's trying to represent the whole population, whether they vote or not. But that's how it works. That when you look at the leader of a country, you look at the actions of a country, that is representing the whole of that nation and all of the people inside of it. If the people disagree with it, they have the option to overthrow the government, or they have the option in a democratic society like ours to vote that person out. You don't get these kinds of results and these kinds of actions if it wasn't for the country, whichever country it is, being behind that leader in this current present time and state. But beyond that, a lot of people have been talking about the aggressiveness of the Russian Federation and the statements they made so far to the President of the United States. And what are people thinking about it, Matthew? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so the big question on the poll is, due to the recent strikes on Iran by the United States, do you believe that situation emboldened Russia to be more aggressive and defiant against the West? So it looks like the poll is almost evenly split between two different halves. 42% said no, Putin was aggressive anyway and would have done this regardless, while 39% said yes, Putin sensed weakness from the United States and decided to get more aggressive as a result of that, and about 9% said somewhat, but not really. And honestly, on this one, I'm actually going to be on the side of the people that say that Putin was going to be aggressive anyway, because even though the recent strikes in Iran weren't exactly what you'd call all the way tough by the United States, it was like a good start, but they really didn't follow through, in my opinion at least. It was still a good attempt by the United States. We could have done nothing. That could have been the alternative, and that would have been very weak. So I'm still in favor of what we did. I think it was a good move, but we should have gone even further than that, which we might do ultimately in the end, but it's still going to take some time to start the round two of strikes. But I will say, regardless of what happens in Iran, Putin was going to get more aggressive anyway. Like, he was going that direction, and he has no choice, like I just said a minute ago. He was going to get more aggressive, and this might have sped it up, the situation in Iran, but it didn't change the ultimate outcome, which means Putin's going to go berserk. He's going to try to take the entire country of Ukraine, and he'll probably move on beyond Ukraine and start attacking Baltic states if he really feels like he's put into a corner. So I'm with the 42%. This was going to happen anyway. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, I do believe that the recent actions by the United States did make Putin more emboldened. It showed, although the strike, what you could generally summarize as a shock and awe strike, it was quite impressive. The issue is that it also showed how limited of an involvement that the U.S. wants. We got involved in that conflict once we hit Iranian airspace for maybe about an hour and a half, and then we left. And it's showing that while the United States did try and achieve what we wanted to, which was a denuclearization of Iran, that we do not want to get involved long-term anywhere, because that might be viewed negatively by the public or whatever else is being considered by the government. And this is starting to show a sign of weakness, because it's showing that if the Russians keep pushing farther in Ukraine, that the United States may just realize, oh, well, this is too much for us to deal with. We don't want this on our plate. Let's just back off and leave it alone. That's the kind of message that was sent to the Russians. We have to be more aggressive, either with the Iranians, with the Russians, with whoever, because if we keep operating this way, we're not going to be making it that much longer out here in the foreign policy sphere. A lot of things are going to start falling apart. And no, the answer is not give it over to the Europeans, give it over to the Japanese. That is not the answer. The answer is that we have to be out there, because we're the largest country here in the sphere. We are called the leader of the Western world for a reason, and that's because we have the most money and the most guns, so we can generally spend our way into bombing anyone into oblivion that really gets in our way, or the West's way as a whole. So it's our job to do it. If y'all didn't want that, like, just to people who are detracting on that, if you didn't want that, then we can make America poor, and we can give all the money to the Chinese, and we'll let them call all the shots around the world instead, if that's what people would want. But we're in that position right now, and we've got to be able to go out there and do what we have to do to protect our interests in our sphere of influence. Otherwise, y'all can well, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
Otherwise, y'all, the people who are saying this sort of stuff, that we shouldn't be doing this sort of thing, y'all can be poor like the Russians and not have indoor plumbing or anything else that is generally a creature comfort, like air conditioning in this country, because we'd be too poor to afford it, but another country would have the money to be able to afford it. That's really the kind of options that we have here. But go ahead, Matthew.
So also I saw Jam Fan WP Dad saying the live, Jay said at this point what's more important is where Putin's going to attack next, not if. And he's already said he plans to attack beyond Ukraine. That's the smart way to plan it. Like if I was in charge of the United States right now, which I'm not, but if I was in charge of it, I would start planning immediately about Putin expanding the war beyond Ukraine. Now, I'm sure they're already doing that because of course the United States has to plan for every contingency, but I would probably bank on the fact that it's probably what's going to happen. And at least if Putin does not attack beyond Ukraine and does not attack the Baltic states, at least we're already prepared for that when he does eventually pull that off. That's the smart way to go about it. Right now, at least publicly speaking, the United States is trying to pretend like Ukraine is where it's going to stay isolated to, and that's going to be the end of it. Now, hopefully behind the scenes, they're planning for everything, but we really don't know in the public. That's something they keep private in the Pentagon and all these intel groups. So it's hard to say exactly what they're doing, but hopefully they are planning like you're talking about, Jam Fan, because that would be the smart way to go about it.
And also, I just saw someone say, this is the old try and true question. Are you two willing to go and fight? Yes, I am, because at this point, we have no choice. I mean, this isn't something that we have a choice on anymore, people. That's what you don't understand. It doesn't matter if you like war or not. I personally don't really like war too much. It just happens to be that it's happening a lot these days, so it's something we get to talk about every day. But I personally don't like war. I've talked to plenty of veterans. I know war is hell. A lot of people don't really sleep well at night as a result of what they've seen overseas. But if you have to do something, you have to do it. And right now, with what we're seeing, it's either we do it now, and hopefully it's small and we can get it over with quick and get the situation under control, or we let this snowball build as it keeps growing down the hill, and then we have to eventually get bodied by a damn 20-foot tall snowball and get killed in the process of trying to fix the situation. Those are the real options we have right now. We don't have the option of just pretending like everything's like it was back in the 90s and the 2000s when we didn't have any existent threats on the global stage. That time is gone and done with. We're living in the 2020s now. We're living in a dangerous world. It's an uncertain world, and it's one that we have to get out there and we've got to go take care of business. If it's nasty business, it's nasty business. It's what you have to do. You can't sit there because you're scared of what might be coming around the corner and go, oh, I'm scared. You know, if I go outside and I try and fix my house that's riddled with termites, I might cut my finger. Well, if you don't deal with those termites, they're going to eat the foundation out from under your house, and your house is going to smack down and the walls are going to come out. You've got a couple of options here, and one's maybe uncomfortable, but it's a lot better than the alternative if we do nothing. So yes, the answer that I would give you is that if we had to go to war and a draft was called, I'd be more than willing to go and deal with this problem, because that's all we can do at this point. It's the only option we have left. But with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. But before we get on into the rest of the news that we have for tonight, we've got to make sure to get a couple of questions from the chat, because we've had a lot of people throwing in a great deal of questions. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so our first one goes to Rye Guy SR, another channel legend, and he throws in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Rye Guy, for that generous support, and we appreciate that very much. And also, by the way, it's good to be back to actually talking on the stream, by the way, because it was actually excruciating not to be able to talk on the stream while I was gone on that trip. And also, if you want to hear about the trip, I'll talk about it in the question segment at the very end, because I see a ton of people asking about it, so I can't wait to tell you all about it. But jumping back into Rye Guy's $50 super chat, he said, for Enforcer Matt's B-Day, and also, by the way, it's not my birthday yet, just to make that perfectly clear, but thank you, Rod Guy, for that support. And he said, happy birthday to you, and happy birthday to you. And I hope it's a good one, man, and LLT LSA. And also, I do hope it's a good one. It's coming up in a few weeks, actually, so not quite here yet, but I do appreciate all the early birthday wishes, and thank you very much, Rod Guy, as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Rye Guy SR. You're a channel legend, and I also got to thank you for welcoming the return of Enforcer Matt. He was gone for several days on an Enforcer, Lee Spring Army special operation, but he finally was able to return. It was a very interesting trip for him, and he learned a good bit. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling, because folks like you make this channel possible and help us to keep putting the news out here each and every day. And it's a huge honor that we get to do it, because there are a lot of people who get to talk about this kind of stuff, or really anyone can talk about it, but having a large group of people listening to it is something that a lot of people do not get. And so I got to thank you incredibly for enjoying this channel and supporting it and helping it to keep running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be on air, and we wouldn't be able to get to say the kind of stuff that we get to say. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Howard Mendelson. He actually threw in 2 super chats, 2 $50 donations, and to get the first one, and first off, thank you very much, Howard, for that support as well. He said, next threat scheduled for 2 weeks from tomorrow.
And I thank you for the support, Howard Mendelson. And the way things are going in the world these days, that's not far from the truth. It's endless strife out there. It's getting worse, honestly, with each passing year. Since when we first started covering this, the world was generally stable. Like, that's actually crazy to think about. The war in Ukraine was the only thing that was happening. And now, in the present day, we have conflicts in the Middle East. We have an ongoing near conflict in East Asia. I mean, hell, there's actually people down there that are getting into significant skirmishes with the Chinese Coast Guard in the South China Sea nearly endlessly, so much so to the point that we can't even really cover all of the skirmishes that are going on everywhere. We've seen that the war in Ukraine is quite clear at this point. It'll eventually expand into the rest of Eastern Europe. It's a very crazy time. So I'd actually have to say, while that might be a joke, that's almost dead on the nail at this point with what's really going on out there. It's an unstable kind of a situation. But still, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you supporting this channel and helping it to keep running, we wouldn't be able to make it possible. And so with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the night's news.
All right. So our next one here, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and read off Howard's next super chat and also grab Danny's super chat, because I said I had two from Howard, but Danny's just came in as well. That's also in the order as well. But the next one here goes to Howard Mendelson. He puts in another 50. He said Ukraine will be fully armed in 2 weeks.
And hopefully so. I think that might also be a bit of a joke, because everything's always being done on a 2-week cycle, and the 2 weeks just gets pushed into another 2 weeks, and then another 2, and then another 2. Hopefully we'll see that this time it's legitimate, and we see that the Ukrainian state is actually being supported and armed properly, so that way they can continue to deal with the problem that we're seeing in Eastern Europe right now. And so a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it rolling and keep covering the news each and every single day. So a massive thanks to you greatly once again. And also, Matthew, are we going to get Danny B's, or was that counting as the third one right there from Howard Mendelson?
I'll go ahead and grab Danny B's as well. It's actually counted Howard's as 1. So we'll take Danny's as the third that just came in right now. And Danny B put in a $75 donation. And thank you very much, Danny, for that support. And it's good to see you once again. He said, "Good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And our 4th barbecue was amazing. And good friends, good people, and of course, good food, and a lot of fireworks in LSA."
Hey, and great to hear from the chef of the LSA, Danny B. And a good evening to you, by the way. I'm glad to hear that your 4th of July barbecue went good. Generally on the 4th of July over here, Enforcer Matt was returning from his special operation, and I generally was just sitting around all day. Didn't really get to do much of anything that day. I just kind of hung out and did nothing, kind of just sat on the computer most of the day. But beyond that, I do thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep on running, Danny B. And it's great to hear that you had a great 4th of July. That sounds like a really fun time. And we always love to hear that the chef of the LSA is not only working hard, but playing hard and having a good time as well. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, the best we can, because if it wasn't for folks like you, Danny B, not only will we be able to say that we have an official chef of the LSA, but we also wouldn't be able to keep this channel running as well. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, it's actually time for us to move on into the rest of the news that we have for the night. And moving on into the rest of our news, starting off in East Asia really quickly, we actually were able to hear that Taiwan has deployed the M142 HIMARS for the first time in the Republic of China's Army's history. This is actually an impressive move. You can actually see them right there. And apparently they have ordered 29 HIMARS to become a part of the Republic of China's army. So hopefully we'll be able to see all of these being implemented in their units here soon, as rocket artillery would assist greatly in the defense of Taiwan in the event of an amphibious invasion, as these HIMARS would be able to fire onto the beachheads and also into the footholds that the Chinese could possibly make if they were able to conduct a successful amphibious landing, causing significant damage to the landing forces at their onset. Outside of that, we also were able to hear, while we're in Eastern Asia, that a gas pipeline near to Vladivostok did explode, which apparently supplies part of the Russia's 155th Naval Infantry Brigade with their fuel to be able to operate their military facilities within this far eastern region of Russia. Outside of that, we also were able to hear of ongoing tensions and developments between Azerbaijan and Russia, as we are now hearing that Russia is beginning to move forces into Armenia, at least according to the Ukrainian Defense Intelligence Agency. Moscow is accelerating its deployment at its bases in Gyumri, Armenia, aiming to increase military political pressure on South Caucasus states. Troops are reportedly being recruited from Rostov, Volgograd, and occupied Crimea. So it does appear that at the moment, the Russians are now teaming up with the Armenians, which, by the way, still do not like the Russians, because the Russians Russians teamed up with Azerbaijan to screw Armenia over just a few years ago, to actually try and put political and military pressure onto the Azerbaijanis to give in to the Russian demands and pretty much strong-arm them into forgetting that the Russians just tortured several Azerbaijani citizens inside of Russia that were being pretty much illegally detained within the Russian Federation. We have also been able to hear, as another development out of the NATO General Secretary's office, that he is stating that the Axis could work together. In the event of a Chinese attack on Taiwan, the Chinese could distract the West by provoking Russia to attack NATO. That was at least according to a statement by the Secretary General Root today, which made this statement. We were able to hear that apparently he said that the Russians are producing a far greater amount of munitions than the entirety of Europe is, which is once again an alarmist statement meant to ramp up arms production throughout the entirety of Europe in preparation for dealing with the Russian Federation and the Russian armed forces. We have also been able to hear in the meantime that there was a direct response to Root's statements today from Medvedev, who made this statement directly on Twitter. Secretary General Root has clearly gorged on too many of the magic mushrooms beloved by the Dutch. He sees collusion between China and Russia over Taiwan, and then a Russian attack on Europe. But he's right about one thing: he should learn Russian. It might come in handy in a Siberian camp. Literally stating,
Wait a minute. Is Medvedev literally admitting that Russia's running camps in Siberia? I mean, did he
Yes.
literally admit to that?
Yeah, he did. He's admitted that
What
they're running
the?
gulags.
That is crazy, actually, right there. Like, obviously, most people know, like, if you know anything about Russia, obviously they run gulags, like that's obvious. But the way he worded that, though, you know, considering the history of the Russians and the prior German government that used to exist, a little bit wild wordage on that one for sure.
That is pretty wild wordage. And considering that Root is incredibly close to The Hague, he ought to he should have shot back with a tweet saying, people who say statements like this usually end up somewhere at a trial, and they end up getting subject to execution by jury, like a jury ruling. I think that would have been a proper response, because this is downright criminal, suggesting to put the Secretary General of NATO into a gulag or a concentration camp for the large part because of a analytical statement he made today about the Russians. Honestly, I got to say that as far as a target for war crimes trials, if we ever dealt with the Russians and somehow beat them without getting nuked in return, I would say that Medvedev needs to be on the very top list of war criminals. They need to be tried and most likely dealt the most severe punishment possible because of the kind of insane statements that this guy makes. I mean, I would say that this is pretty much downright terroristic at this point, the kind of statements that this idiot makes. And I would feel like the West should deal with this guy accordingly whenever we get the chance. But moving on,
it's kind of wild. It's kind of wild they still let him have a Twitter page. Actually, the fact that he's like tweeting stuff out like that, because obviously, like, people have freedom of speech. At least, you know, on America's side of things, we let people have freedom of speech. But to say something like that seems almost ban-worthy off of Twitter. It's kind of shocking they let him stay.
Yeah, it's really shocking because this is quite truly saying that they're going to try and put, or at least Medvedev would want to put, the Secretary of General in a concentration camp. Like, that's literally what this is saying. A gulag is, in other words, a concentration camp, or a death camp for the large part. That's what he said in this tweet. I mean, that's just absolutely crazy. And I saw Vernon Week say, Medvedev always says crazy things. I would say, yes, he guaranteed does. But for that reason, much like Lord Haw Haw of Nazi Germany, this guy, if he ever is able to be held on any kind of a trial, should be held on trial for apparently suggesting that the Russians run gulags. We would assume that they were running while he was the president of Russia for a short while, so try him on crimes against humanity and also war crimes as well, considering that he has also been a large part of the Russian government in the war in Ukraine, and the Russians have conducted quite many a war crime in this conflict so far. So I would say try him on both. But anyways, with that, I hope that addresses that the best I can, but a crazy statement out of a head advisor of the Russian government, at least today. Outside of that, we were able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces gave the Russians a good beating last night in the terms of drone attacks. We were able to see several drone attacks reaching several hundred miles into the Russian Federation, near to the area of Nizhnekamsk, as well as Cheboksary, hitting key targets and military factories within both cities. Inside the city of Nizhnekamsk, we were able to confirm that a military facility producing synthetic rubbers and plastics vital to the war effort was hit and destroyed by a Ukrainian drone attack.
Filmed from a loaf, I guess.
Filmed from a Massey Ferguson, I'd assume. That engine
Oh,
was quite beat sounding, but we can see the fire as well. This was once again on the rubber and some sort of other plant. It is not. They are not affiliated with Trojan, by the way. This is rubber materials for the war effort. But beyond that, it does appear that they were burning up some rubbers today, and boy howdy, were they having a fun time with it. The Ukrainians, at least. And I guess you could say the Russians are going to be lacking some rubbers here very soon. But outside of that, and in Cheboksary, we also were able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces were able to hit another major industrial concern within this area. We were able to see an Antonov 196 drone, actually produced by the famous Antonov company, striking and hitting this facility in Cheboksary. There it comes, flying on in, and a direct hit.
Oh my God. That thing flew in so gracefully too, like the way it just came down like that. Let's see that one more time at the beginning. That was crazy.
It was like an Olympic diver taking a dive off of like the high board, into the water, like a tiny little splash. It was kind of like that.
Look at that, it's nice right there. And those things carry a hell of a lot of explosives. That's a huge hit.
Oh yeah, Antonov is really starting to up their game in drone production. If y'all don't know it, folks, actually Antonov, I believe as a company, hasn't really produced a large amount of aircraft since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Pretty much what they've generally been doing for the past 30 years is producing spare parts for their aircraft that they once made, like the Antonov 225 and all of the other types. But recently, the Ukrainians have actually pretty much shifted over Antonov to wartime production, and they're mass producing drones like these. But we were also able to see another clip of the attack, and apparently this factory produces the Kometa antennas designed to protect Russian aerial targets from electronic warfare. But here it comes again.
That guy said it's coming this way, and he's literally in an opposite building on the other side of the facility. He said it's coming this way.
Dude, this guy, honestly, man, reminds me of Player 100 in Squid Game.
Player 100? Oh, yeah, I think so.
The guy, man, at the end who said, "We're packing a lunchbox." Like, that guy.
Oh, yeah. I guess this guy right here, he's the lunchbox.
Dude, he's about to come out and say, "Oh, is there something wrong, sir? Are you not happy with this?" Like, he's about to come out and say that in a second. But that thing was cooking. You could see it from across the city of Cheboksary. It appears the Ukrainians were able to land a couple of good, juicy hits deep within Russia. This is actually farther than Moscow, mind you all. This is about 600 to 700 miles into Russia. Moscow is only about 300 miles into the Russian Federation. So these were actually some very deep hits that the Ukrainians were able to land today. Outside of those deep hits, we also were able to see that apparently the Ukrainians made this a Black Saturday for the Russian Air Force again, as they attacked the Ingles Air Base with drones today, and they also attacked another air base, the first of its type, the Borisovglevsk Air Base, which is also right here as well. And you can actually see was operating some Russian aviation wings out of the air base when the satellite picture was taken. We can also see what appears to be some L-39 trainer aircraft here as well. Or those don't really, or are they? No, those have to be L-39s. They do not look like an Su-25 at all. I think they are. No, those are L-39s. What the hell are these? Oh, these are the Yak 139s. You know what? I completely forgot about those. Let me show those to y'all really quickly. The Yak 130. They're training aircraft. But they have a decent amount of these at the airbase as well. But we were able to confirm that both of those airbases did come under attack today. We were able to get a clip showing a drone flying over Ingles on its way to the airbase. We were not able to confirm any hits at Ingles, however.
Coming in fast on that one. Damn, look at that thing go.
Kind of flying around like an RC plane, honestly. Kind of like flew a big loop and then went on its way.
It's pathetic that they have no air defense, like at all. This thing's just flying around like it's just a normal day or something, like it's just a pleasure flight.
Man, where the air defense at? It's nowhere.
That's crazy. Honestly, I know we say that about everything we watch and when we see these flying around the Russian skies, but that is just insane to me that they're able to do that. That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, think about it, man. If a drone flew into the United States, like some kind of a giant balloon or something like that, I'm sure we would shoot that down, like, on the spot, Like, I feel like that generally would be the case. It's just crazy to think.
I mean, with the balloon, like, I do, like, obviously the balloon thing wasn't anything to be proud about. Like, we let the balloon fly over our skies and over sensitive sites, and we didn't shoot it down until, I think, like, maybe the second or the third one, or I can't remember what we did. It was really late, whatever we did with it. But It's a lot different, in my opinion, if you have like a literal, like a big aircraft, like a small aircraft, like a Cessna style thing flying around with like no like adversity whatsoever. That's wild. Like if, for example, if China flew in like a drone from China over to the United States and started flying it across our skies, and we just let the thing fly over like it was just a normal Cessna flying across the sky, we would be shocked. Like we'd be like, what the hell is going on? The Russians don't even bother with it anymore. They just look up and like, oh, look, it's another Ukrainian Cessna flying over the skies. I guess we'll just have to let that go.
You know, in Russia, the drones fly over, nothing happens. If a drone flew over, I can promise y'all that this was happening in the southeast of the United States, the gunfire would be so immense from the ground trying to take down that drone that the local sheriff's departments would have to start telling people they will have to deputize specific shooters within certain areas to be able to shoot at the drones, and everyone else would just have to hold it off because of the amount of ground fire. Like, hell, man, you wouldn't even need air defense in the United States for a lot of those drones. You would just have a whole bunch of folks down here, like in Alabama, like rednecks with rifles, just taking pot shots at them as they flew all the way over. It would go down eventually. I can promise you that.
Probably so. And the Russians don't even have like the money or the ability to get like a big enough guns to be able to shoot stuff down, so they're definitely not doing it.
Oh, absolutely not. But moving on over into the area of Borisovsk, we also were able to see the attack on this airfield as well. It appears that this one was actually conducted as some sort of a Ukrainian SOF operation, and they were able to target and destroy a storage unit for glide bombs that were being housed at the airbase. That's at least what we've heard so far, and we were able to get some more confirmation of that in this clip as well, showing us the attack that happened at Borisovsk.
Those damn bees! I tell you what, those bees in Russia, it's a bad thing. At least they don't have like the honeybee swarms. They got swarms of different type.
Honeybee swarms are specifically a Chinese doctrinal tactic brought forward by none other than Winnie the Pooh himself, Xi Jinping. Oh, there was the impact.
Oh, another one.
Well, appears that Borisovsk didn't have a good night. But moving on out of Borisovsk and on up to Lipetsk, we also got to see that a Russian military convoy apparently got targeted and hit within the Lipetsk region by Ukrainian drones. We could actually see one of the trucks on fire right there on the highway, and it appears to be burning hot enough it's probably going to start melting the asphalt below it. Well, that's the end of the clip right there. Never seen anything like that before. That's actually a first. And meanwhile, we also got to hear inside the Kursk Oblast that the entirety of the 155th Russian Separate Marine Brigade, or the Naval Infantry for the large parts, command was killed today in a HIMARS strike. We were not able to confirm exactly where the specific area of the headquarters was, but the Ukrainian intelligence forces did state that the entirety of the 155th Brigade's command has been killed today in a HIMARS strike. So we were able to confirm that another top round of key commanders, at least within that front, have been killed by the Ukrainian drone strikes. And so with that, we are, well, actually HIMARS strikes, to clarify that. Moving on from that, though, we were also able to see the drones flying over Kursk as well. These are the ones that would end up hitting deeper into Russia, several hundred miles away. Yes, boss. Boy. Охуеть, блядь.
Дожились, блядь.
And there he went. He said, "Believe finally." They got to say it. That's the end of that clip. But we all know where those drones ended up and what they started to damage deeper into Russia, so it's no mystery what those drones were doing and what they were up to. But with that, it is time for us to finally move on into the state of Ukraine itself. And we do not have an incredibly large amount of combat footage from today. Today was a fairly sparse day for combat footage, actually. I tried to find as much of it as we could. There wasn't really a lot of it, but I will be showing y'all what we were able to find so far. Moving into our location unknowns, we were able to see this old man that just got put into a Russian army unit, and he was also being made fun of by the soldiers in the unit for being too old. Apparently, he was conscripted into the unit, from what we understand.
Вот, товарищ танцор, цвет нации, элита Красной Армии. Будет, блин, 137-й гвардейский полк ВДВ просто вздрогнет от таких бойцов. Давай, давай, уж слишком быстро идешь, не торопись, не торопись.
It's a little interesting
That's
to see.
Lovely right there.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see, man, and not only did they get this old guy in the unit, but once again, folks, to show you a little bit of the cultural difference here, the Russians in this unit are so compassionate to see that the Russian government has conscripted and forced an old man into the military that they're going to make fun of the guy instead of feeling sympathy for his plight of being in this kind of a position. Once again,
Yeah,
showing a little bit of the cultural difference.
That's quite bad right there, honestly. When I see this right here, I think, oh, that is like really sad. Like, actually, they're putting this old guy out here in the battle. But the fact the Russians are reacting like that and they're saying, oh, look at this goofball out here. He's like trying to come out here and fight. It's like, well, obviously he didn't choose to be out there and fight. The old guy's literally trying to say that he got nabbed off the street, like at the very beginning. So it's like, that's crazy. That shows you what Ukraine's going up against. It's just like a mindless hive of people, pretty much. Not all the Russians, by the way. There are Russians that don't want to fight, but a lot of them that are in the military are like just mindless and they just go do exactly what they're told. The old saying, following orders. The Russians love to do that. At least a good portion of them, they love to do that.
But, Mr. Senator, I'm Singaporean. But with that, Matthew, look, Matthew, you can't help that the orders that were issued were bad. They are what they are. Just come up with any excuse you can. Why is the Chinese government using TikTok as a soft propaganda machine? Mr. Senator, I'm Singaporean. That's the answer, man. When you ask the Russians, they're going to sit there and say, but Mr. American, Russia. And then you're going to, okay, well, that's still a war crime. It's like, it's still a crime.
But Mr. Senator, I'm Siberian. We don't have camps in Siberia. I've never heard of such. But let Medvedev come out, though. He'll tell you about them.
No, man. Like Medvedev, if you ask Medvedev, so you admitted that there's gulags in Siberia, but Mr. Medikinsky, Muscovich, please. It's like, well, it doesn't matter if you're from Moscow or not. That's a crime, and you're going to be punished for that one pretty severely. So,
what's crazy? What's crazy about what Medvedev said? It was like his like subtle admission that there's concentration camps basically in Russia and Siberia. It's like the criminal that, like, for example, is like, let's say just a speeder on the road. The cop walks up to their window after pulling the speeder over and says, "Sir, do you know how fast you were going? I was only going 100." And the cop's like, "Well, the speed limit's 70." But I was only going like 100. It's like, well, you're still speeding though. It's like you just admitted to a crime. Like, nonetheless, they think if they like lie about the like severity of the crime, it makes it any better. It's like, I don't even understand why the hell Medvedev said that. Like, unless he's really like, he must have been drunk like usual or something to say that, because that's just wild. And also the fact that Putin lets him just go out there and say whatever he wants like that, knowing that it's clearly going to inflame the situation. Putin doesn't give a damn. Like, he just lets him go out and say whatever he wants on Twitter. It's really just a dangerous thing for him to keep yapping like that.
But Matthew, let me tell you, you're wrong there for a minute, because I got to tell you how that really would go in Russia. Excuse me, sir. Do you realize how fast you're going? I was going 140. You're going 140 in the 70s, sir. Why the hell would you do that? Here's $50 as a gift. Oh, I understand. Carry on. Like, that's how it really would go into.
That's just bad eyesight. The Russians, if they get paid like a good 50, and USD, of course, because 50 rubles is like 10 cents or something these days. But once they get the little 50, all of a sudden the Russians realize they need to see the eye doctor again. Like, oh, I forgot my eyesight's like terrible. I can't see. In fact, I'm legally blind. I might need a stick. Oh man, it's awful. Like, the corruption in Russia everybody knows is off the charts. Like, with the police, it's really bad.
Oh yeah, it really is. Also, let's see here. I see some people. Someone said the rifle he's carrying is in pretty tough shape. Yeah, it really was. It was very tough shape. And I also saw someone say, let's see here. Matt's correct. Yeah, he is for the large part. That's generally how it would go. Let's see here. I see a lot of people talking about how the old guy was treated. Yeah, once again, just to put that out there, a lot of Russians are like that, like it's not something to say that all Russians are like that, but a lot of them have those kinds of mindsets in their culture. Like, the old guy's weak, he's feeble, he's a target. Like, he's not someone to be sympathized with like we would have in America. In America, we generally have a lot of compassion for people who are down on their luck in bad situations like that. In Russia, however, those kind of people are the ones to be picked on because they're weak, they're easy to, target. Like, hell, look at if y'all ever want to look into this is a really dark side of things that we don't even bring up a lot on the show. Go look into how Ukrainian children that have been abducted from Ukraine and brought into Russia are treated by their classmates, their teachers, and everyone else. everyone treats them like shit because they're one, a Ukrainian, and two, they're in a foreign country, so they're an easy to pick on target. They're weak, they're helpless, everyone goes for them. Those kids, like I've seen a lot of clips coming out of Russia where these kids have their hair ripped out, they have their teeth knocked out, the teachers beat them in front of the class. I mean, it's absolutely insane how the Russians will treat people, and it's a cultural sort of a phenomenon over there that if you're ever considered to be in a position of weakness, you're to be taken advantage of to the fullest extent. There's no compassion or sympathy for any of those kind of people. That's how they treat most folks. But with that, we also have a little poll at the moment because Germany did state today, I didn't include this in our news tonight, but Germany did say that Russia is already attacking us today, talking about the sabotage attacks that are being conducted by the Russian FSB across Europe. And all trails do lead back to Putin. And a lot of people have been putting in their thoughts. So Matthew, what are people thinking about it? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so we did hear today from the new German Chancellor Merz. He said that Russia is already attacking Germany through hybrid attacks, and all the trails lead back to Vladimir Putin. So what are your thoughts about that statement from Germany today? And about 55% said Russia is already at war with NATO, while 31% said Russia truly hasn't attacked NATO just yet, and 5% said it's just some random people. And there's a new theory that's coming out, and a lot of people here on the channel have been saying this for a long time, but it appears to be gaining some mainstream momentum that World War III has basically already started, meaning a war between Russia and NATO is already here, but it's not a traditional war in the traditional sense. It is a hybrid war where Russia sends out FSB operatives into Europe. They attack things and basically attack just the way they would in a war, using on-the-ground assets, secret FSB officers and things like that, to destroy targets inside of NATO countries without formally declaring war. And that's something we've also been saying here on the channel for a long time. This new hybrid warfare that Russia is using, which Iran and also Israel are also using in the Middle East now, it's been going on for quite some time. We've seen attacks in Poland, we've seen them in Germany, and now the German Chancellor is even saying out of his own mouth that we have evidence that Putin is the one ordering these attacks inside of Germany, and it's not up for debate, it's not random speculation or conspiracy, it's a real deal. Like, Germany's actually getting attacked by Russian agents that's being ordered from the top, Putin himself. So I would say this is the new version of warfare that we're seeing, at least temporarily. It could turn into a hot war, like a real traditional war, at some point in the very near future. If Putin really gets desperate to attack Baltic states, like directly, and actually declare war on them, it could get much worse. But I believe we're currently already at war with Russia, meaning NATO versus Russia. I think it's already here. And the reason why Russia would do it this way is because, obviously, NATO's nuclear armed, Russia's nuclear armed. Nobody really wants to start a nuclear war, but at the same time, though, Russia does want to get revenge on NATO by doing these attacks in a secret, little sneaky way. So I'm with the 55%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm with the 55% as well. Russia's already at war with the West. It's pretty much just a silent war of espionage and intelligence and counterintelligence gathering. But it's quite clear at this point that the Russians are pretty much in a cold state of war, or Cold War once again with the West. That's incredibly clear at this point. So with that, I hope that does address that well in my opinion. And moving on from that and into the rest of our location unknowns, we also got to see a Bradley in Ukraine. Apparently, that's a bad request. We'll just move on from that then, and we'll go to the Russian casualty report. And apparently, this was also a bad request. I don't know what's going on with that, so really quickly, let me go see if I can go pull it up instead on the side page and go find it, because apparently the links are rotten and have been spoiled to the core. And so, let me go and grab this really quickly. And there we are. Incredible. We have it right here. This is the Russian casualty report, and it is quite a good one. Ms. D-Sick here with the record stated that 306 drones is a new record for the highest daily loss, and as a result of the massive attack on Kyiv, notably shortly after the president spoke to Putin. Troop losses dip below 7-day average, but other categories are at or above. 149 vehicles is the 21st highest daily loss of the war. And moving on into the casualty report, we were able to hear that 1,050 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 7 APCs, 149 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 56 artillery pieces, and 306 drones, and 3 cruise missiles. It was actually a pretty decent day, and if we were to scroll down a little bit further to go grab the other casualty report for yesterday, just to make sure that we're covering them all and hitting all of the bases, we were able to see that on the 4th of July, 3 Bobcat skid steers were actually lost. pretty impressive.
Very nice. I love to see it. I tell you what, on the 4th of July, they was having some fireworks, some Bobcats burning to the ground. You gotta love it.
It's a wonderful thing, an incredible thing. And according to Miss DC, keeper of the records, 205 drones is the 12th highest daily loss, and other categories are above the 7-day average. And outside of that, we were able to hear that 1,120 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours on the 4th of July, along with 10 APCs, 112 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 50 artillery pieces, 205 drones, and 1 MLRS. In general, the losses were pretty good, and it is great to see that the armed forces of Ukraine have been holding the Russians at bay the best they can. Moving us on down through all of the active front lines, as we were not really able to get a lot of video and picture evidence from them, and straight into the area of Kardzisk. I'm actually going to show you all what's left. I don't know what's happening with that. Hopefully, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so apparently it's just bad requests.
Let's see. Refresh your map real quick. It should like give it a new little thing here. Let's try that real quick. Yeah, now try clicking the link.
Let's see what happened over here with this. They've changed the interface.
Aha, that's what they did. They tried to push an update apparently while you were sitting on the map.
Let's see here. What the hell? It's still not.
Oh
working.
no, they actually didn't. It's still not working. That's weird.
Hold up, folks. Let me close this thing. Let me go get a new map up really quickly, folks, because hopefully this is just a glitch or an issue with this one, and we're not gonna have this. Okay, hold up. Hang on. Now I see what's going on. Now I see what's going on, Matthew. Let's see here. So it seems like we've run into a small issue that I'll have to fix off air. But moving on from that and on into our next clip, we were able to see inside the Pokrovsk area that a Mista S was destroyed. That link is not working as well. Nothing is working at this point because, folks, turns out that I have been logged out of the account by the computer automatically for the map. So I'm not able to access any of it at the moment because I don't have an account to access it with. That's great. So we'll have to try and fix that here later on after the stream. So there was a Mista S that was hit by counter battery. Hopefully I'll be able to fix this during the speech. Can't really fix it live because they have to try and filibuster. There also was satellite photography showing what was left of Kardzisk, and also around the Zaporizhzhia area, the emergency power was turned on because the nuclear reactor has been cut off from all external power. With that in mind, I'm really going to quickly grab y'all the speech from the President Volodymyr Zelensky for the 5th of July, and in the meantime, while he makes this speech, I'm going to try and get the map back up and running, so that way we can hopefully show y'all all of this stuff once the speech is over. So really quickly, let me make sure to get our subtitles in English, and without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці і українки. Важливо відзначити, що вдалося нам зробити за цей тиждень разом з друзями України. Данія є нові домовленості про спільне виробництво зброї. Укладена угода. Вчора її підписали Мінстратегпром України і Міністерство промисловості Данії. Ми будемо працювати на території Данії. І це наш спільний проєкт. Це перші суттєві можливості нашого українського виробництва за кордоном. Це ще не все. Будуть ще такі домовленості. Данська модель інвестицій у власне українське виробництво тут, у нас, на нашій землі довела свою ефективність. Спільна робота на території Данії і згодом в інших країнах, які є ключовими партнерами, дає ще більший масштаб. Це стосується і дронів, і стосується багатьох інших необхідних видів зброї. Щодо дронів, також ми домовилися з американською стороною про значне збільшення спільної роботи. На тижні укладена угода між нашим Міністерством оборони України та однією з провідних американських компаній. Це дасть Україні ще сотні тисяч дронів вже цього року. На спеціальних умовах і ще значно більше дронів наступного року. В тому числі дронів-перехоплювачів. Це очевидний наш пріоритет. Завдання для всієї нашої держави, для Сил оборони України, для всіх бізнесів, які працюють саме за цим напрямком, буквально щотижня давати більше результатів. Більше результатів щодо дронів, передусім перехоплювачів. Це і більше виробляти таких дронів, і більше тренувати операторів дронів і набагато більше ефективності в застосуванні перехоплювачів. Відповідальність за цей безпековий напрямок персональна для кожного, хто ухвалює і хто впроваджує відповідні рішення. Перехоплювачі повинні працювати. По розмові з президентом Сполучених Штатів Америки, яка була напередодні, напевно, це була найкраща розмова за весь цей час, максимально продуктивна. Ми обговорили і тематику ППО, і я вдячний за готовність допомагати. Саме Петріоти – ключ до захисту від балістики. Обговорили ще кілька важливих питань, які детально пропрацюють наші команди вже на зустрічах найближчим часом. Була сьогодні доповідь міністра закордонних справ України Андрія Сибії. По його комунікації з нашими європейськими партнерами. У нас є перелік абсолютно чітких цілей в підготовці до наступного опалювального сезону. Є речі, про які я говорив на найвищому політичному рівні з лідерами Європи. І зараз на рівні Міністерства закордонних справ, також Міністерства енергетики та Нафтогазу наші домовленості готуються до реалізації. Розраховуємо, що вже наступного тижня в рамках конференції з відновлення України, яка відбудеться в Італії, наші урядовці зможуть підписати відповідні угоди з нашими партнерами, щоб забезпечувати Україну енергоресурсами. Продовжимо цю роботу. Я дякую всім нашим партнерам, хто нам постійно допомагає та хто готовий масштабувати підтримку в галузі енергетики. Енергетична стійкість – це фундамент стійкості всієї країни. Хочу відзначити також сьогодні Швецію. Є рішення про новий пакет оборонної підтримки. Дякую, Швеція. Активно працюємо з Німеччиною, щоб прискорити рішення щодо ППО. Є рішення Латвії про надання нового оборонного пакету. Дякую вам за це. Дякую всім, хто з нами, хто з нашим народом, хто з Україною, всім, хто з нашими людьми. Я пишаюся нашими людьми. Світ допомагає Україні, бо вірить в нас, вірить в українців. І наші люди дійсно заслуговують на цю довіру світу. Також готуємо вже зараз нові наші кроки, які будуть змушувати Росію дійсно відчувати, що за війну Росія буде платити. Відповідальність агресора має буде цілком справедливою і буде дуже відчутною. Слава Україні!
Героям слава.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on day 1,228 of the war. And alas, the situation has been resolved, everyone. We actually were able to get everything fixed. And so I will actually be showing y'all the remainder of the news that we have, at least at this moment. And so I'm going to make sure to get y'all through the little bits of news that we were not able to get until we got to the speech, which was a brief intervention so that we could try and fix this problem. We were able to see satellite proof of what was left of the Kartzisk ammo facility, which was hit and had that near nuclear style explosion that happened a couple of days ago. This was the facility before the explosion, and this is the facility after the explosion.
Oh, wow, that's a big hit.
That thing is gone. Cooked, even. We also were able to see near the Pokrovsk area that a Mista-S was destroyed in counter-battery action by a Ukrainian drone brigade, Aeronavdi, born to fly. And they were born to fly, and this Russian Mista-S crew, whether they know it or not, is about to be dying to fly. We see the Mista-S getting hit and smoking.
They were dying to live, living to die.
You know, they always say, folks, that smoking is bad for your health. And for the Russians, they found out that that's true, especially when the vehicles start smoking. Then things get serious. You can see it cooking out there as the sounds of intermittent gunfire come from outside of our place. It's actually fireworks. It's the post-4th of July celebrations.
In other words, so people didn't have the chance to show off all their fireworks last night, so they got to waste them today.
Yeah, they have to waste them today. There are fireworks. We have to waste them today. But moving on from that, we also were able to hear that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant was completely cut off from external power following Russian strikes today. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant lost all external electricity supply and has switched to emergency generators. This happened after a strike damaged a power line connecting the plant to Ukraine's energy grid. The Ukrainian energy minister called the incident another act of nuclear terrorism, which I'd largely agree with today because that appears to be what it is summing up to be at this point. But with that is actually all of our news that we had today over the past 48 hours, and we are going to be moving on to the second segment of the stream where we get to talk to all of y'all. But before we do, we have another big question to ask y'all. What do we got, Matthew?
All right, so there's a big poll running right this second, and the question says, Ukraine launched a new major drone attacks on Russian targets today that we did see in our clips, and is this Ukraine's primary hope at this point in the war? So about 42% said yes, Ukraine is stalemated on the battlefield, and the drone attacks are their main way to really get even and get back at Russia, while 33% said no, Ukraine frontline progress is possible, and 13% said it really seems like it, that drone attacks are pretty much Ukraine's only method of attack that really makes any progress right now. So I would generally say I'm actually with a 33%. Believe it or not, it has been a stalemate on the Ukraine front line for a pretty long time. But Ukraine recently has been making some pretty decent gains in certain areas of the front lines and retaking certain villages here and there. So I think that is indicative that Ukraine has the possibility of making frontline progress. But make no mistake, though, I'm not saying the war is going to be won on the front lines because, in my opinion, that is not the easiest way at all to win this war. The easiest way to win the war is to make the Russian economy come to its knees. So if Ukraine can use these drone attacks to attack economic strategic sites, like, for example, oil refineries and oil depots of that nature, they can bring the Russian economy to its knees, and that has a much higher chance of ending this war early than compared to a battlefield win. So that's my assessment. But Enforcer, what say you?
I generally have to say that the battlefields have turned into a complete stalemate. It has been that way for years. Neither side is really able to make any significant advances or gain any large amount of ground without significant loss. And so I'd have to say that it's been a stalemate for a pretty good while. And I don't really think there's ground for any new offensives to be conducted by either side that will see a great deal of success. The Russians have proven that in Sumy. The Ukrainians proved that in the Zaporizhzhia plain in the middle part of 2024 last year. I mean, there's an endless amount of examples where both sides' offensives have completely failed at this point. And the only battles that are victories are the defensive battles. So that is the definition of a stalemate at that point, is when everyone's victories are now defensive victories. That is a stalemate. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, it is time for us to get on into those juicy questions. And I understand that we have quite a many of them. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so it's now time for the final question segment of the night. And for the first time in about 5 or 6 days, I can actually lead us through the question segment tonight, which is a fantastic thing because previously I would sit there and start talking while I was in my hotel room, and then I would realize, oh, wait a minute, I'm not even live on the stream. I can't even say anything because my mic's not hooked up and the Wi-Fi is not working. So honestly, that was, like I said before, excruciating. I was sitting there like wanting to say something so bad, but I couldn't because the Wi-Fi and the hotspot did not work worth a crap where I was. And I'll get into that in a little bit about where I was as we go through the questions here. But jumping into our first one, this one goes to BC Skyman, who's a channel legend, and he put in a $150 donation. And thank you very much, BC, for that absolutely massive support tonight, by far the largest, and we appreciate that very much. I do not see a comment attached, but he did leave some super stickers of the YouTube lemon creature throwing around a Kirby. We also see one of the Game Boy controller, I think, maybe Game Boy controller, jumping around saying super effective. We also had another super chat of the YouTube creature flipping out of his office chair and becoming a robot. But Enforcer, what say you?
And it does appear that we have quite a many super stickers from BC Skyman, but more importantly, we have the return of a channel legend, BC Skyman. I gotta thank you massively for the support, BC Skyman, and helping this channel to keep running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this channel possible and keep it running, and folks like you are a huge reason why this channel is able to keep running and that we're able to keep reporting the news each and every single day. So a huge thanks to you so much once again for your support and the continuous kind words that you're always throwing in the live chat, because you are an integral member of the Lee Spring Army and the amazing community that we've all been able to foster over years. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next support here goes to another channel legend. It is Rye Guy SR once again. He throws in his second support of the night, and he puts in a 20 this time. He said, as always, guys, keep up the great work. And Matt, I hope your LSA mission went smoothly. And thoughts on the stance of the new German chancellor and his government towards Russia. And I heard they just sent 3 Patriot systems to Ukraine and LLT LSA.
And long live the Lee Spring Army. And I got to say that the German stance on the 3 Patriot systems is actually a pretty good one. As far as what we're seeing, the Germans have been providing equipment at a trickle since the beginning of the war. The new chancellor is kind of continuing that on. But we have been able to hear rumors, apparently, from the Bundestag, which is the German parliament for the large part, that apparently they're going to be preparing to raise multiple new divisions, I believe, division-sized units in the German army, and hopefully we'll see that there will be a rapid expansion of the German war industry as a result of that. Enough so that not only are they able to build up their own stocks and build out new divisions, but they're also able to build up the Ukrainian armed forces equipment supply chain, at least coming from Europe itself. So I hope that that's a good sign. I hope that that's a positive improvement on the Ukrainian supply side situation and also on defense preparedness across Europe. But with that in mind, it is time for Enforcer Matt to actually tell you all about what he was doing on a special operation here in the United States. I can tell you all that now he's returned. And Matthew, would you like to tell them a little bit about what was up, where you went, and what you did?
Yes. So Rye Guy SR said, I hope your LSA mission went smoothly. And I can say it assuredly, it went very smoothly and it was a good recon trip. So basically, I'll just tell y'all where I went just right off the bat. I went to Utah. I went to Salt Lake City, Utah to do a recon of a potential location for Enforcer HQ 3.0. So that was where I went. And I literally went everywhere I possibly could in Salt Lake City. I went all the way out to Park City, which is off to the right side of Salt Lake toward the east, and literally drove everywhere from up to Ogden, which is up north, down south, to getting close to Provo, but not quite all the way down there to Provo. So flew in there from Alabama, took a flight from Birmingham to Dallas into Salt Lake, got off the airport at Salt Lake and used the track system, which is the train system they have there in Salt Lake City. It's like a light rail system to go into downtown. That was pretty cool. Actually, like really well, like clean, like public transport system in Salt Lake. Very impressive. And the downtown was super clean too. I was really shocked by that. It was very nice, very clean. Not a super large city like the downtown part of Salt Lake, but it was very clean, which was impressive. And the people were extremely friendly. I was also shocked by how friendly people were out there in Salt Lake. It was honestly, and I'm not just like saying this just to crap on Alabama. There's nice people in Alabama, but as a whole, though, the majority of people were very nice in Salt Lake. Everybody seemed very friendly, very talkative. I met a lot of good people out there. Also got some people to watch the channel that I ran across as well. Didn't run across any viewers though. So if you're from Salt Lake and you're like a viewer, sadly, I didn't run across anybody that was on the channel already, but got some people to start watching anyway. So the one thing that was really cool is I like the suburbs of Salt Lake. I like the mountain area. Park City was really cool. And it's just like very diverse. They have like the desert part of it. There's a mountainous part of it. There's a city part, and then there's a suburb part. So just very cool overall. I thought it was a very cool place. And just very impressed. The plane rides were pretty neat coming in too, getting to see the mountains. So I got to give it a 10 out of 10, honestly. One of the coolest cities I've actually ever been to. But I think the Enforcer and me might make that Enforcer HQ 3.0. We're not really sure just yet, but it's on the top of the list right now.
It might not be, but there's a really high certainty that it will be because we kind of have like a limited amount of times that we can go and look at places, and also we kind of had to figure out something very soon. So this is pretty much it. It's almost a guaranteed certainty at this point. But one thing that is interesting that Matthew did get to ride the track system. But what's more interesting is that they actually have a railroad that's run, I believe, by the Utah Transportation Authority, which is the UTA. And you can actually see their front runner trains right here. It's a really neat kind of a train. It's like any other intercity sort of a commuter style train. I believe it uses like an MP36 PHI, I believe, if I'm saying that correctly. It's the baby bullet, as it's been called by a lot of people. But it's a really interesting one because it actually runs all the way from Ogden, I believe North Ogden actually, and all the way down to Provo. And I believe right now they're involved in an expansion from Provo to Payson. So pretty much literally anywhere in Salt Lake City, it's accessible by some form of public transportation, whether it be the bus. The bus then connects to the light rail, and then the light rail connects to the actual rail that goes all the way from one end of the metropolitan area to the other. So it's actually a pretty cool.
I was highly impressed with their public transport, by the way. Like, I will say this, I'm not a train person. As y'all know, I'm not a train person. The Enforcer is very much a train person. The light rail system ran extremely perfect. Like the thing was on time every time, super clean. It felt safe, and I can't say that about many other places with their public transport. Salt Lake City is a anomaly when it comes to the way their public transport works. It's one of the only American cities I've ever been to where you can actually ride the public transport and with it feeling clean and safe. Like I'm actually super impressed with that. I saw the front runner going along the main route from like Ogden to Provo. I did see that along the interstate. The bus system also seemed like it was very well done as well. UTA does a fantastic job. And also, I mean, look at the place. I mean, it looks clean. It really looked that clean in person too. In fact, I think that might be one of the train stations I got off at right there at one point. I can't remember. Yeah, I think that's the Temple train station. I think I got off at one of these. Yeah, that's the one I got on in the morning to head to the airport. Actually, it was this one. I didn't stay. I stayed not too far away from this arena station right here. So it was neat. And also like I got out of the hotel like at 4 a.m. in the morning to go get to the train to get to the airport to catch an early flight. Felt totally safe. Like it was dark outside. I didn't know where I was at honestly because I'm not very familiar with Salt Lake City, but didn't feel unsafe walking to the train station. Felt clean. I was just impressed. Like I was really impressed. This is a very nice American city for many people that don't know about it.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty interesting one. I've only been through it once before, and it was kind of at a glance. I remember it as the road trip from hell for a lot of reasons, but one of the main reasons is that we were literally on the road 20 hours a day. And some of y'all would be like, who would come up with a crazy idea of being on the road 20 hours a day? Beats me. But we were on the road 20 hours a day. Really didn't have a choice in it, and we literally drove through Salt Lake City without stopping. That's how we did everything. So you saw a lot of nothing on that trip. It was like 8 days long of 20 hours a day driving, and it was a horrendous trip. But we took a trip around the whole of the United States, and I only saw Salt Lake City once. It seemed really nice just from the passing glance I got from the interstate, but beyond that, I've never been able to go and look at it in depth. But it is a really cool city. There's a lot of interesting things to do there.
Indeed.
And say what?
I said indeed. One thing I will say this. I was now obviously everybody knows Salt Lake City is like on a near a mountain range. It's obviously there's a huge mountain range off to the right of it. Super nice views. Like the only place in America I've seen that can compare to the views in the mountains that Salt Lake City has right next adjacent to the city is Seattle and also Mount Rainier and that mountain range. Those are extremely nice. I would rate Seattle as a higher like scenic value for certain. But as a really close runner up, Salt Lake City with the mountain range right next to it, super nice. I drove through Immigration Canyon, which goes through the mountains over there on the right. I also drove through the main highway heading up to Park City, which was extremely nice. And I drove down some area that goes to an area called Solitude in the mountains and drives down into Draper. If I'm sure people that live in Salt Lake are like you're probably butchering like where you're talking about, but there's also a place called Suncrest as well that's like has a bunch of neighborhoods off of it that drives up into the mountains. Just the drives out there are just look at that. I mean, it was literally that crazy looking in person right there. And it was literally you could go from like an urban environment in the city to 15 or 20 minutes away, you'd be in this, like in this really scenic mountain view right here. Like I really liked it. Like I was impressed with how diverse it was, like on a environmental like perspective.
And Matthew actually, while he was driving up Sunkarst Drive, he was really close to right hand Fork Hog Holla. So he was very close to that. We all know that that's a tried and true classic of the Salt Lake City area is going to the Hog Holla. I hear that there's a lot of hogs hollering down there. Pretty cool place. And then you also have White Baldy. I never heard of this one before, but that's actually pretty impressive looking. That's impressive for a white baldy. Oh, look at that dog.
Oh man, I thought it was a bear for a minute. The way it looked, I was like, "What the hell? Is that a bear or something?"
Honestly, I thought it was too for a second. That's why I had to go look at the picture. And then when I clicked on it, I was like, oh, that's a dog. There's some really.
Oh,
Go ahead.
also, by the way, I see people talking about one thing. First of all, I want to say this: I have nothing against the Mormons. Like, obviously, there's a heavy Mormon presence in Salt Lake City, and also the surrounding areas. Especially Provo is extremely Mormon. I spoke to a couple of people that actually were Mormon there. The one thing I was concerned about was, do the Mormons reject people that are non-Mormon? That was the part I was worried about. I actually spoke to a lot of people there and asked them that question. Obviously, not in an offensive way. I just asked, sort of like, generally speaking. I said, "Is there a problem? Is there any like conflict between Mormons and non-Mormons?" Because I'm not not personally a Mormon, so I was like, I don't want to move somewhere where people are going to be treating you as an outcast if you're not of their religion. So generally speaking, Salt Lake City, the downtown, doesn't have that problem. Any of the suburbs around Salt Lake City don't have that problem either. If you're looking at like Draper, Sandy, or someplace like that to the south of Salt Lake, it's not going to be an issue. Ogden, which is to the north of Salt Lake, not an issue. The part where it starts becoming a bit of a problem, where there is a little bit of not necessarily discrimination, but there is a little bit of a pushback toward non-Mormons, from what I was told at least, is when you get toward Provo. Provo is extremely heavily Mormon, and also the surrounding area of Lehigh is as well. So I heard some people saying a little bit of a negative reaction as a non-Mormon going to those areas, but for the most part, like the actual city part of Salt Lake, that's not an issue at all. So I was glad to hear that, because I was a little bit worried going there, thinking, okay, hopefully I don't get here and everybody's like hostile because I'm not a Mormon, and once they realize that, they get hostile. But that wasn't the case, so that was a pretty good thing.
And also, another interesting thing to actually share with you all here really quickly is this really cool mountain that Chris's mom named called Gobbler's Knob. And it's really pretty,
Oh,
actually, out there. Take a look at that. I mean, it's almost like the
I actually went there,
Swiss
actually.
Alps. Yeah, it's really cool, actually.
Yeah, that's actually pretty neat. The drives to, like, Immigration Canyon and all these other drives like that, it's just super scenic. Like, and also, by the way, the altitude out there is a thing. Like, I heard some people saying altitude sickness is the thing. If you stay up there in those mountains and you're not used to it, you will get winded extremely quick. If you try to get out and do any type of physical activity like running or walking or something, you'll get winded quick, like you've never exercised in your life. So that was pretty crazy. Like, I didn't really expect how bad that was going to be, but I felt a little bit lightheaded at certain points going up these mountains and trying to get out and walk. So I was like, I didn't think that was going to be a real problem, but it was somewhat. But I heard you adjust to it though after a few weeks. Like, you get used to it.
I would suppose that you eventually have to get used to it. But something else that's interesting, also to share this with y'all, considering that I'm a big railroad person, I thought I'd share with y'all something that's really cool. There actually is this thing, and I wanna show it to y'all because it's really really neat as far as like a geographical area. There's this place called the Wasatch Grade, which is near the Juanita. I can't pronounce the first part. The Wasatch Cache National Forest. It's around there in the Wasatch Mountain State Park. But what it's called is the Wasatch Grade, which is actually a Union Pacific main line that runs through this area around the mountains, and then I believe it runs into Provo and then up the other side and then around, or it runs up here and then across through the Salt Lake. But beyond that, it's really cool because there's these giant canyons that it travels through. And you actually saw this before, Matthew, on our first road trip out there when we like pulled off on the side of the road for like the 5-minute rest break that we had out of the 20 hours of driving done that day. And we got to see it for just a little bit because it's right by the interstate. I think I can actually find that little rest stop maybe somewhere around here because it is really unique and it's neat to see. And dang, man, where the hell would it have been? So, oh, hold up. This is it, actually, right here. This is where we were. And I think this is where yeah, you can actually see it. There's part of the Wasatch Grade right here, actually.
Yeah, and also, where is this on the map, by the way? Because I don't recall where this was.
This was, like, north of Salt Lake City, near Emory and Echo.
Okay, yeah, I didn't drive all the way up there. That's pretty far out. Is that where we drove in before or drove out?
Yeah, this is where we drove in before. Remember, we drove through Wyoming, Utah, and then Idaho and Montana all in a singular day.
Okay,
Like,
yeah, I was trying to drive to the area that we drove in the last time because I wanted to see it again, but I couldn't figure out where it was. So I drove up toward Ogden, thinking that was where we came in. But I looked at Ogden, I was like, this is definitely not where we came in at all. Like, I'll be honest, Ogden was not really it for me. Like, Ogden is to the north of Salt Lake, and it was a little bit. It wasn't quite my thing. I just didn't care for it too much. It wasn't that great. But to the north of Salt Lake by a couple of miles, it was fine. But once you got farther, it wasn't really my deal. Like, honestly, it's hard to describe it. You just had to see it.
you would have to just see it. And also, y'all would have noticed me looking at some marmots. Speaking of Alan the Marmot, there were a lot of marmots around here near this Wasatch Grade area. But that is just super cool looking at these canyons. And these are actually massive, by the way. You know, if you've ever seen one of these in real life, a locomotive is like 80 feet long. So put that into scale. That thing is about 80 feet long right there. And these autoracks are about 89 feet long. And that's how large they are compared to the canyons near the Wasatch Grade. It's a really impressive kind of a thing to see.
Also,
But
also, by the way, some people are saying Ogden is rough. Ogden has gangs. Somebody even called Ogden a shitbox in their own words. Let me tell you something. Ogden was still 5 times nicer than most towns in Alabama. Like that's going to blow some people away. I've grown up in Alabama. Me and the Enforcer have our entire life. There's some pictures of Ogden right there. This is 5 times nicer than the city which was closest to where I grew up. And most people in Utah consider Ogden to be like the hood or something. It's not even close to like being a legit hood. Like it's still high end compared to where we've lived and where we're from. Like that's how crazy. Like it depends on your perspective. If you've grown up and lived in Utah, you think that Ogden was like the lowest of the low. But if you're from another state like we are, you think, oh, that's not too bad. It's just, not even where I would choose to live, but it's nice though. It's still not bad, but it's just wild. Like some people, like in the chat I'm seeing right now, are just going off on Ogden about how bad they think it is.
And you know, it's also a little bit interesting if y'all know anything about Mormonism. You can actually see that the Mormon influence it was strong in this area because you can see some towns have actually been named after things in the Mormon faith, like Nephi, which is named after the book of Nephi, or, for example, Lehi, which I believe is also another book in the Mormon Bible. But it's a little bit interesting with that because, as many of y'all may know, the Mormons were some of the first people to, I guess you could say, settle as far as the westward expansion of the United States within this area of Utah. So they are actually pretty much responsible for the founding or the creation of most of this area originally, which is a really interesting kind of a thing. And you can actually still see that in a lot of their city and town names, which were named after things that were particularly important to the Mormon faith. But still, also, look, it's Soldier Summit. Man, a lot of famous railroading stuff is around here, actually. Like, some of these grades around here, like Soldier Summit and the Wasatch grade, are actually, like, nationally famous in the railroading world for the kind of scenery that's on those routes. Amtrak actually runs through this area, by the way, if y'all didn't know. Let me see if I can show it to y'all, because some of the scenery around here is unbelievable, and one of the best ways to see it is by train, because it travels through it. So let me see if I can show y'all some of the scenery you would see on the California Zephyr, which is the one that passes through here. Scenery. Let's see. Here we go. Here's some.
Oh, go ahead.
Here's some scenery that you would see on the train. It goes through some of the most scenic places around here. It is really impressive stuff.
It is really cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. This is actually a train that I would want to travel on someday, because the scenery is just unbelievable. Most of the, I got to say this though, a little bit of a caveat. The California Zephyr goes all the way from Chicago to, I believe it's Sacramento, and that's where it stops. But I would not want to ride that train from Chicago all the way to Denver, because that's like I've ridden through there on a car, and that's literally just the flatlands. It's the flattest land you've ever seen, flatter than Taylor Swift even. It's insanely flat all the way from Chicago to Denver. So you will literally see nothing through that whole tract. It's nothing. The only part that's worth seeing is really everything from Denver to Sacramento and back. All that's actually pretty cool. Rest of it, it's kind of like, it's not really worth seeing too much. But still, the California Zephyr is as famous as the Empire Builder, at least in like American history.
Also, by the way, I see some people saying LDS has nothing to do with the majority of Utah. The Mormons, which are known as the LDS, I went everywhere downtown. Like obviously, I saw like I believe some Mormons walking around because I think they wear like the white shirts. I think there's like a certain uniform that some of them wear.
White shirts,
The
black
catch is-
pants, dress shoes.
yeah, something like that. You can kind of just tell it like with the way they're dressed a little bit. So I was like, oh, like, the ones I ran across, they were friendly. Like I couldn't say they didn't have bad attitudes or anything like that. So I mean, I understand the fact that some people were like put off by the fact that they asked some people to convert to Mormonism. To me, I'm like, it's whatever. Like if somebody wants to ask something, I just simply say no. That's just the end of it, and there's nothing like bad about that to me, at least. But downtown Salt Lake, you really didn't see it everywhere. I noticed a lot of people that appeared to be, or at least according to what I was told, transplants that moved to the area from other countries, other parts of the country. Even the guys I was talking to at the rental car place where I rented the car from to be able to drive around the entire place, they were from other places. They weren't from Salt Lake City, and they had moved there because they were just like me. They had went there, saw how clean it was, how nice it was, and they decided to move there to it. And they said a part of the reason why a lot of people have a negative view about Salt Lake is they've never been there. They don't know how nice it is, and they also don't understand that the LDS is not as prevalent there as they used to be back in the day. So a lot of people believe in their minds, I'm not going to move to Salt Lake City because I'm going to get harassed or get treated badly by Mormons. But that's not the case. You move to Salt Lake City, and there's a ton of people there that are transplants from all over the country. And there's a huge tech industry that's moving into the southern part of Salt Lake City, and they call it the Silicon Slopes. It's like Adobe, Microsoft, all these big companies are moving in, and it's causing a ton of people to move in from pretty much everywhere. So it's really changing quite a bit, actually.
It is an interesting place. That is quite for sure. And there are also some really interesting places around Salt Lake City too, at least as far as the natural beauty goes. Like for example, Flat Top Mountain, which you can see right here. Take a gander at
Flat
that.
Top Mountain.
It
Where
doesn't
was this?
really.
Where was this on the map?
This is just south west of Salt Lake City. It's near to the Dugway Proving Grounds, which is over here. So it's getting a little bit closer to that. So that way you can get onto the mountain, you can waft in the biological warfare. They also have Deseret Peak, which is also a little bit closer and also equally gorgeous. It's a really beautiful place. And look at those dugs. They got
Man, I'll
dugs.
tell you, one place I wanted to drive out to the salt flats so bad. It was a 2 hour drive to get out there and a 2 hour drive back. I didn't have time to do that, and also it would have been kind of a waste of time because I was trying to look at areas to actually live in Salt Lake. So I drove all over the suburbs, pretty much everywhere. But I wanted to go out to the salt flats really bad because I was told by some people in Salt Lake City that the salt flats are like going out to like a different universe or something. It's like you're on a different planet. So can you put the man down out there on the salt flats, like just to see it real quick?
I can put the man down, but I can't guarantee his health or security. It's hot out there and there's no one living there, but we can drop it down. I think on like, you want to drop it down on a side road or the interstate?
Yeah, drop it down the interstate, kind of closer to the Nevada.
Actually, really quickly. Okay, so this is actually a side road through the Salt Flat.
Yeah, I want to drive it here so bad. Like that is so cool. One day, if this is the place where we end up moving for Enforcer HQ 3.0, one day I'll drive out there. But it was just like I'd heard people talking about it. I was like, I really would like to go out there and see that, but it was just too long of a drive. I just couldn't justify it. But yeah, I want to see it so bad. Also, I did want to go down to Provo, even though I wouldn't live in Provo, just because I'm not a Mormon and I don't want to get excluded or anything because I don't want people that are non-Mormon living down there or whatever. At least that's what I've heard. I'm not trying to like prejudge or anything, but I wanted to see Provo because it's got the university down there. It's like really clean and really nice and stuff too. But I didn't have time to drive down there either, so there's a lot I didn't get to see. But it was just so cool all the way around. Like I'll also say this: if you want to live near Salt Lake City and you don't want to be in the city itself, Park City, extremely nice. Like it's a ski town up there. It's like over the mountain range. The only thing about it though is Park City was expensive as hell. Like I did a quick Zillow search to like see what the prices were around Park City. You got to be pretty well off to live there. And I saw a bunch of like Mercedes G wagons driving around. I saw some Ferraris. I was like, okay, this is off the list. Sadly, up here, it was nice, but it was obviously way too expensive. And also during the winter, I think it's almost impossible to get around up there because it starts snowing like crazy, and the roads might ice up or something. So that was another thing. But it was very nice though. Park City is extremely nice.
And where is Park City at?
It's off to the right over the mountain range. Like pull over behind the mountains here and zoom in a
Oh,
bit.
right here.
Yeah, there's Park City. A very nice place here. It's just like up in the mountains, and it's like a ski resort town, like what you'd see on a movie or something.
Yeah, you see they have like the street clocks that are made by Rolex.
Rolex.
I'm assuming that this might be a little bit beyond our pay grade. I'm not gonna lie. A
Yeah,
Rolex
it
street
definitely is.
a street clock, that's very telling. And also they have an oil dreg in the middle of the town as well, right here. Telling me
It felt like
they
Jackson Hole.
really.
Yeah, I mean the people that I'll say this though, the people in Jackson Hole, like arrogant as hell. Like I've never seen arrogance quite like that. Jackson Hole, Wyoming, it's like it's known as billionaires like hangout or something. So obviously it's going to be a little bit different. Let's see, Park City didn't feel like that. The people seemed nice in Park City, but you have Ferraris and all kinds of like Lambos and stuff driving around. So it's like pretty expensive. To stay in a hotel in Park City was also extremely expensive too. So it's like a vacation spot. You wouldn't want to live there full time, you'd probably go broke. But it was pretty neat to at least see it.
Look at this. They're so rich, they're making fun of all of us plebes. They made a restaurant called Playday, or Payday, I mean, sorry. Man, they're really starting to rub it in, these folks are. But it does look pretty nice, I will admit. It's pretty cool. And they got little farms in the mountains, and they got this guy who's fishing. That's it. That's an attraction, by the way, just some guy fishing. They also got, like, the toboggan slide thing. That actually would be pretty fun. I can't wait to break my neck on that thing. That'd be really fun. Also, they have this little lake with these boards, the waterboard things. Not waterboarding, like not the one that you get down at, a place like Guantanamo Bay. This is a real waterboarding, the fun one. Let's see, that is actually an old press mill, actually, right there. Do you know about those, Matthew?
Yes, I've seen them vaguely.
Yeah, those are actually pretty neat. But that looks like an old abandoned one, but all of them are abandoned. But that's still really neat to see that they even have them anymore. That's pretty cool. And then they have these mountains. It looks like the Alps around here a little bit. Really nice place.
Yeah, it seems like I was talking to some people in Salt Lake City, and they said that pretty much what you do is if you live in downtown Salt Lake, you can take like a weekend vacation to Park City and just kind of just like hang out there or whatever, and go skiing like during the winter. That's mainly when people go there, is obviously during the winter because it's a ski town. But most people just make it like a day trip up there or something, just to like get away from the city. They'll go to Park City, which is like 30 minutes or 40 minutes away, and then they go back to Salt Lake City and get back to their normal life. We don't really have that in Alabama. Like there's one type of environment here, and if you drive like 30 or 40 minutes outside of like even where we are in Birmingham, it's the same thing 30 or 40 minutes out. There's nothing different. There are state parks, but it's nothing spectacular. Like obviously nothing like Utah, but it was wild to me. You can drive out to the left of Salt Lake City and be in like in a desert environment. You can drive to the right and be in like these otherworldly mountains, or you can be right in the middle of the city, or drive south and be in the suburbs. It was just like the diversity of it was what was the coolest thing to me. You can get a little bit of everything in one little small area.
It is pretty neat. And let's see. Someone said you need to check out Park City. I could say this though. We make a comfortable living running this channel, but we do not make that kind of living to live
No,
in Park City.
no.
We don't make that kind. So this is unfortunately out of the picture for us to live in. But we will see. We will see where we will end up around here. And of course, we can't be directly upfront about where we are for operational security and all that sort of stuff. Kind of like we are here. We aren't really upfront with where we are exactly in Birmingham. We're in Birmingham, but where that's a little bit more so up to figure out. But beyond
Yeah,
that,
that's why I didn't get specific about the neighborhoods I was looking at either. I sadly can't go into that much detail, but I can tell you generally about the area. But I did a lot more closer level looking than I'm even describing right now. Like I did a really close looking at certain parts of the area, but I can't go into that though, because we don't want to get into OPSEC and start messing that up. Because if people have too close of an idea of where we might be, then that might be bad overall. So very cool. Also, by the way, another thing I want to mention, and then I'll get off the rabbit hole. When I flew in to the place, you fly in from the mountains, you fly past that body of water down there on the bottom, near the south, whatever that is. What is that called again?
Utah Lake.
Utah Lake. I'm not sure what the salt content is in Utah Lake, but that was the most beautiful, like blue color I've ever seen on water, like anywhere in the country. Like I'm not sure why it makes that weird color, but it was very beautiful though. Like everybody on the plane like looked out the window at that specific lake to see it because it was so beautiful looking.
There's Utah Lake, and then here's Utah Lake, and then
Look at
there's
that. And the water from the sky, like it looks completely different. Like it's like a greenish blue kind of look. It looks like water. If you imagine in your head like what perfect water would look like, it would look like that lake.
also here's the divide between the north side of Salt Lake and the south side of Salt Lake.
Oh damn, it's red. I didn't see any red water.
Yeah, interestingly enough, this is a little bit interesting. This railway berm right here that this main line runs on, this thing divides the toxic north side of Salt Lake City. Oh, not Salt Lake City, but the Great Salt Lake from the non-toxic south side. They actually were thinking about digging up this whole berm that this main line runs on and replacing it with something else. But then I think it was in the late 80s, something happened on the north side that created a toxic shock. It killed everything in that part of the lake. And I think it was the Environmental Protection Agency actually ordered, I think Union Pacific that owns that main line, to hole up any of the water egresses in that berm to protect the south side from becoming toxic and killing everything in the lake. So the north side is literally untouchable. It's pretty much a giant toxic lake at this point. The south side is actually safe. It's like it's an algal bloom or something like, I think some people are saying in the chat, it's some sort of like a red algae bloom, and it's taken over the whole north side of the lake and killed everything in there. So it's been like that for decades now.
That was huge. The Great Salt Lake was massive. Like it looked like a sea. It was so large. It was huge.
Yeah, I mean it's a crazy kind of a lake. Even with the smaller size it has now, it's still 70 miles across at its longest.
Yeah, it was really wild to see. I didn't really get close to it. I saw it from the plane though, like taking off and landing. Massive body of water. Like obviously they could fit the entire like area of Salt Lake in the lake. That's how big it is.
Yeah, I think all the way from Provo to Ogden actually in a straight line. Yeah, exactly. It's actually the same length as Ogden to Provo.
Yeah, that's crazy. Also, where's the chemical testing site again? Like the U.S. Army site out here?
Right
It's down
down
toward
here.
okay, it's this part. Okay, Dugway's down there. So, yeah, I was wondering while I was driving around there, I was thinking about in the back of my head, I remember learning about Dugway before I went there, and I was like, where in relation to Salt Lake was Dugway? So it's sort of like down to the southwest a little bit. I thought it was out to the just directly west, but it's actually southwest. So it's kind of weird. It's actually not too close to Salt Lake after I actually went there and saw it. It's actually a pretty decent ways away from it.
Yeah, it's a long ways away from it. Like here, I'll show you. From here to I forgot the Bingham Canyon mine, it's 40 miles. From there to downtown Salt Lake, it's about 60. So it's a good ways away. It's really really long ways away. And
Yeah.
then I saw someone in the chat saying more EPA regulations. Look, I'm not gonna lie. This might be a hot take. It's not even a political one. I'm just gonna be honest. The EPA is probably one of the best organizations that has been brought forward by the government. And a lot of people say, oh, it's a profit killer. But what's worse, having arsenic in your drinking water, which was a fairly common issue up until the EPA existed, or having the EPA make things a little bit more expensive to operate, but you do not have arsenic in your drinking water. I personally would go with the idea of not having toxic drinking water, because companies are able to just dump the industrial waste into the nearest water supply, because that's actually what used to happen back in the day. I don't know if a lot of people know that. Maybe a lot of people are just kind of spoiled with living in the kind of world we live in, where the EPA and a whole bunch of other organizations like that exist. But back in the day, when there were no environmental regulations, companies would do this really cool thing, which is take toxic industrial waste and dump it in the lake. And that was a very common thing everyone did everywhere back in the day. It would end up putting lead in the fish. It would end up putting arsenic in the water. I mean, that's something that the EPA is still having to deal with today from a lot of industrial concerns that shut down before the EPA became a thing, is that a lot of those are still leaching arsenic into their water supplies to this day. It's literal poison. Arsenic can kill you. And they're sitting out there in the middle of nowhere right now in places like Montana and Idaho, having to spend tens of millions of dollars of stopping this arsenic from getting into people's water that they're drinking. It's kind of like the same thing, for example, with the issue of fracking, how fracking can actually lead to some of the petroleum distillate from below the surface bubbling up into the water table, and then people around there end up getting flammable water or water that's no longer drinkable. Like those kinds of things. Like I know a lot of people don't really understand the implications behind the EPA, but environmental protection agencies and other sorts of things like that. It's not about hugging a tree. It's about stopping you from drinking toxic distillates in your water supply or your food supplies or anything like that. It's a very important kind of a government organization. It's as important as the national parks or the forestry service or any of the other important natural management agencies that we have.
Also, by the way, I see some people like I think I drove by a lot of viewers' houses actually. Like I see one viewer said where he lived. I actually probably drove by your house actually because I drove straight through that area you're talking about. So very interesting. I checked out pretty much every neighborhood in the area, by the way. Like I drove through everywhere. So if you live in Salt Lake, the odds of me driving through your area is probably very high because I probably did at some point. Because I could like at some point I might show maybe like the well, I can't do that. That would violate OPSEC. But I have like literally on Google Maps, it shows everywhere where I drove. I drove literally everywhere in the whole place. Someone said they worked at the Texas Instruments place out there. I drove straight by the entrance of that too. I remember driving by that. So yeah, pretty much everywhere. So if somebody's asking, did you drive by here? I can guarantee you 99% chance I probably did.
Yeah, he was everywhere, literally. It was interesting to hear, like anywhere, literally everywhere. I mean, he went through all of the neighborhoods of Salt Lake City, and then he went down to nearly Provo, and then he went all the way up to Ogden. So everything in between there, he probably was actually quite close to a lot of our viewers who are from around there. But that's it was an interesting place that can be said. And also. Oh, so oh, someone said we're drinking fluoride. Like I gotta say, folks, my goodness, like I hope y'all do read, because the fluoride's important. Like it's put in the water supply deliberately because fluoride, like there like back in the day. I'll explain some of this because a lot of people might not know the history behind this stuff, but there's reasons why all these things are done. Back in the day, back in World War II, the Army did a test of all of the people that were getting drafted, and it turned out that everyone's teeth were rotten. Like, almost everyone's. So it was like 70% of the population's teeth were almost rotted through. And they were like, damn, this is rough. Like, how in the world can we fix this? And then a lot of people were also vitamin deficient. So through the orders of the Congress, or largely through the passing of acts by the Congress, they actually pushed forward that the federal government was actually going to make a fund to put fluoride into the water supply, because fluoride actually helps to boost your enamel and help your teeth to be strengthened. So it allows your teeth to be a little bit stronger. And then also there was also another congressional act that the Food and Drug Administration still enforces, that any kind of artificially produced bread, which is literally all the bread that y'all mostly consume in this country, it's the loaves that you get from the supermarkets. All of them are fortified with all kinds of vitamins and minerals which are not naturally found in bread, like thiamine and all bunches of sorts of other things. So that way, even if you are eating a terrible diet, or a diet that most average Americans even back then were eating, you still were going to be getting a decent or minimal amount of vitamins and minerals necessary for good health through the drinking of the water or the eating of normal grocery store bread. It's something that was put up by the law. It's something that is there to actually help you out. I mean, if you don't believe me, I mean, the current the current Minister of Health, Secretary of Health, I believe, said that the fluoride is not going to be removed from the water because it actually is good for your health. And that guy generally has, I'm going to be honest, some kind of crazy health ideas and concepts, and even he says that the fluoride is generally good for you. And I don't know if you also know this, but gum and tooth infections are some of the easiest ways to end up getting killed. Like, if any infection is going to kill you, a gum or tooth infection is going to kill you the quickest. So generally, I'm not against the fluoride. And also, the thing I find funny, I just got to say this for the people who are against the fluoride, the fluoride makes it easy for you to be manipulated and controlled by the government, and you are also drinking the fluoride water, the same with me. Why in the world are you not being easily manipulated by the government, although you're drinking the same water? It makes no sense. The argument doesn't even stand up to logic. Because if it made you a mindless sheep, you're still drinking something that's water-based. Even if you drink sodas, it still has fluoride in it, because it's the same water they have the access to that you're drinking from. So it doesn't even make any sense, that kind of a conspiracy theory, because you're also drinking the fluoride, but apparently you're sensible enough to not be controlled by the government. Are you like magic or something? Because if it works on everyone, why isn't it working on you? That would be my question. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. But I always find that conspiracy theory to be goofy. It's kind of like the one with the cloud seeding, Matthew. You know, that one where they say they're putting chemicals in the jet engines and they shoot them out while they're in flight, and everyone's in on it, but no one says anything about it. It's like, if they were doing that, and it was to control the country as well, because they're just putting control drugs into the air, you're breathing the same air as me. How the hell are you not being controlled by it? And how do you know about it? And how do you know to rebel against the system? It's like, all those conspiracy theories make no sense, because it falls apart when you say, well, do you drink the same water and breathe the same air as I do? The answer is always yes. So then it's like, well, that defeats the purpose, because if you know about it to break away from the system, apparently it doesn't work, and it's not controlling you good enough, so it doesn't exist, or it's not even a problem.
And also, whatever chemical or whatever substance that people are talking about is doing damage, I guarantee you that if they eliminate that one, whatever company was producing that nasty chemical to begin with will have to find an alternative. And usually it's an equally bad one that is come up with that takes another 10 years for people to find out about. So it's not like you can totally eliminate it, because, there's all kinds of toxic stuff in the water and stuff like that. I'm not saying to let the water standards go. Like, obviously we need regulation, but you can't eliminate all contaminants from the water. It's impossible.
Yeah, you can't. Like, it's impossible. But hey, I do want to tell y'all this today. This was actually pretty cool. Did you know, Matthew, that today was the first time in 100 years that the Seine River going through Paris was declared clean enough to allow for public swimming for the first time in 100 years?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, they actually finally opened it up. It was supposed to be open for the Paris Olympics, but it ended up falling behind schedule. But they still kept pushing forward the project, and as of today, it was the first time ever. It's not just in the first 100 years; it's really the first time ever over 1,000 years that the Seine has been declared swimmable, because the water is clean enough. So I was like, that is actually crazy. Like, that's a huge leap forward, because usually rivers going through any city are toxic. Even when they try and clean them up, they're still so toxic you cannot swim in them. So really crazy to hear that. Like, honestly, folks, that's actually a major scientific leap forward, because toxic rivers is nothing new. Toxic rivers are as old as cities are. The city of Rome's river, the Tiber River, was so toxic in ancient Rome during the time of the Roman Republic that the Senate actually voted to ban swimming in the Tiber River and fishing in the Tiber River, because there was so much sludge, sewage, stuff like that getting put in the river, that if you got a drop of it on you, you ended up dying from cholera or some other sort of disease. And if you drank any fish from the river, they were tainted so badly you would end up getting sick and also dying from that as well. So that's a problem as old as time, and it sounds like the French have been the first to kind of beat it, actually, at least from what I've heard. So that's actually pretty impressive for them, kind of a national prestige sort of a thing, at least from
Yeah.
their perspective.
That's interesting. Also, by the way, I don't want to jump right back off topic again, but real quick, Uncle Grandpa on the live chat is a longtime channel viewer. He actually lives in Utah. I'm not going to say where he lives, though. He mentioned where it was, and I probably drove by his house at some point. Nice area, by the way, that you're in. Like a very nice part of Salt Lake City. Probably one of my favorite parts, actually. But not that we'd move to that specific part. But he said Utah is a great fit for the Enforcer Brothers. He said he's lived in Michigan, Florida, Texas, and Arizona, and Utah. And Utah is by far the best. I'll tell you, Uncle Grandpa, I've been to a lot of places. I've been to let's see, Los Angeles. I've been to Washington D.C. I've been to Atlanta. I've lived in Alabama my whole life. Been to Tennessee. I've been to Florida, Seattle, pretty much. Let's see, Montana, Wyoming. I've been to pretty much a lot of states in the country, and I've seen a lot of cities. Utah, like I'm not exaggerating. Utah actually is like in the Salt Lake City area, one of the nicest places I've seen in the entire country, and it's very unusual. It seems very orderly. It seems very clean. Like they like take pride in keeping the place up, which seems to be unfortunately something that a lot of American cities aren't doing anymore. They seem to be letting most other cities go sort of by the wayside. So whatever they're doing in Salt Lake City, they're doing it right because they're keeping the place pretty nice. Now, that's not to say that there isn't problems there. It's not perfect. I did see a pretty good amount of the homeless population sort of near the airport. But at the same time, though, that's everywhere. That's just something that everywhere has. It's unfortunately a nationwide problem at this point. So it is what it is. It's just there. But now I would say the roughest part of Salt Lake that I saw was probably toward the airport, but airport property values are never really high. It's always kind of a little bit lower toward the airport because nobody wants the noise from the airplanes and things like that. So it's kind of normal. Also, Ogden is where Hill Air Force Base is. So, anywhere near an Air Force base typically is not the best place to live, whatever reason. I don't know why, but I did notice that up there toward that area. The Hill Air Force Base was something. Also, someone mentioned in the chat, they said if you want to live near the Air Force Base, make sure you have good insulation. I personally wouldn't live up toward that part of Utah. I just didn't really like it that much. It just wasn't really my thing. But it's going to be a tough decision, like where to actually move in the place. If that's where we decide on, it's going to be a tough one because there's a lot of nice places in it.
Yeah, there was some really nice sounding places. I didn't get to see it personally, of course. I have to always say that, but it does sound like there's some really interesting stuff around there, and hopefully we'll be able to get out there and set up the HQ in this area. Although once again, we're not going to be seeing, huh?
I'm going to get some of these pictures off the phone real quick. I'm going to send them to you over Discord so you can show them to people. Nothing that's OPSEC violating, but I'll let some people see what I took pictures of.
All right, and so we'll be waiting for those to come through. And let's see.
In the meantime, we can grab another super chat. I gotta get them real quick.
Oh yeah. So in the meantime, let's grab another super chat. What do we got, Matthew?
All right. So our next super chat here goes to Shoshana Grog, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Shoshana, for that $20 support. And it said, thanks for giving us real-time updates on the news and world events, just as it is, and no BS, but proudly American.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Shoshana Greg. And I gotta say, thank you for enjoying our updates on real-time events. I gotta thank you greatly, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing the way it is. Y'all folks pretty much pay us to be able to say what we say on air. We're pretty much one of the only people, or the only kinds of personalities on YouTube that talk our way and do our sort of a thing. Most others do it differently, or don't do it like us at all. And I gotta thank you incredibly for enjoying it enough, and enjoying our patriotism and supporting it, so that we can make sure to keep this channel running and make this thing possible. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make it possible. We would have never been able to keep it rolling, and we wouldn't be able to be here tonight. And so with that, Matthew, have you been able to send those pictures over?
I'm trying to grab them right this second, so I'll send them over in probably another 2 minutes.
All right, and so we have another $20 super chat from Keymaster, who didn't throw in a comment, but the support is massively appreciated. Folks like you make the channel reality. And moving on from that, we also have a 20 from 404 Not Found Me. And 404 Not Found Me said, thanks for doing the work you do. I appreciate the fact that there is no political bias in your reporting. And I thank you so much for enjoying that. We try our best, 404 Not Found Me, on keeping this thing as non-politically biased as possible. And our analysis usually is whatever we see is right or wrong. We generally have a running framework here of what is in America's interest and isn't, and it doesn't really matter who the person is. If they're doing the right thing, they're doing the right thing. If they're doing the wrong thing, they're wrong. I'm not really an apologist or a supporter of either political group, and so I just make sure to keep things real here as far as our analysis goes on air, and Enforcer Matt does as well. And so I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and the kind words as well, because we pride ourselves on keeping it that way and making sure that the Leaf Spring Army stays to its core tenements. And so with that, we are on to the... Oh, we got them?
I do have the pictures for you, by the way. They're sent over.
All right, and so let's take a little gander at them. So we have several. First off, we have the Union Pacific Union Station in Salt Lake City. I can actually geolocate that one for y'all, show y'all where it is. That
was 4 a.m. in the morning, by the way. That was yesterday morning at 4 a.m. was when I took that photo. That was the day I was leaving out and getting on the TRAX train to the airport. And that's how clean and deserted it was at 4 a.m. in the morning.
It was clean. It was deserted. It is what it is. But this picture,
just the way I like it.
Just the way, I like it. But this is where the picture was taken, right there. Same one, it's just at night. Then we also have another picture. This is from the area of Park City, I would assume, out there in the hills, the mountains. We also have another picture from the rental car, the Nissan, showing off Matthew's legs, as well as the car, and the outside scenery. We also have another picture of the Utah State Capitol building. It's a very impressive building.
That was super impressive, by the way. Like that is, I think it's rated one of the top capitals in the country, like for the beauty of the Capitol building. This thing was impressive. Like I'd seen it before when we drove out there, but this time I looked at it at night and like you can see the pictures are wild, like off the thing. Like this is a very nice Capitol building.
It is very nice. We also have a wider shot of it, and then we also have a picture of the rental car and the mountains around. Matthew, where is this picture taken, by the way?
That one was taken from Solitude, I believe it is. It's one of the ski towns. If you drive up the road into the mountains, this was literally in the mountains, so that's why it looks like that.
You know, Matthew, I actually heard that the Army built a fort here. They called it the Fortress of Solitude, and then later on Superman decided to live in it. Pretty impressive stuff. We also have this picture here. It tells you to take a look, and we sure as hell are. Mind your own business, you damn sign. But we can take a look here and see all the mountains off in the distance. And we can see that there's Freedom Peak. There's Mount Nero, Cascade Mountain, just out there. They're right out there. And then you have a whole bunch of others out there in the distance. And then in the next picture, we have another picture of the tram system. This is a different system than the public transportation system used at Gobbler's Knob. That one's called the Front Runner, and that's the one that runs the trains, usually on Chris's mom. And we can also see the inside of the tram as well, which is quite clean and very nice. Very impressive stuff, I will have to say. But those are all the pictures.
Isn't it nice?
It is.
That is so nice. Like honestly, look at even the platform, like where you get on the little TRAX train like the whole thing, just so clean. Like I will say this, I'm not trying to bash other American cities, but when you went to for example, take Los Angeles, and Los Angeles had nice places, but if you looked at their light rail, it was not this clean by any means. It was a little bit different than this. And also there was no chaos going around around these light rail stations. There was nobody acting crazy or anything like that near them. It was just calm, peaceful, and clean.
Now, I will tell y'all that outside of LA Union Station, there was quite a many junkies looking for a hit, a fent, or something. I don't know. But there was a million of them. Like, when we got there in the morning, we were like, Jesus. I was actually planning on taking a picture from across the street of the Union Station from about over here. Although there are so many damn palm trees, there wouldn't have even been a good line of sight from it here. But there were so many, I'm not even kidding, folks. Matthew can remember it. There were so many junkies. They literally, filled the whole park. If you walked over there, you were scared, because everyone in LA was like, oh, yeah, they're violent, by the way, so, don't get near them. You felt like if you went over there, you were going to be like Steve Irwin and go, wow, look, it's a junkie. I'm going to punch it and see what happens. You felt like you had to do that. So I was like, I'm not even going over there. I'm just going straight into the station. But let me see.
Man, going into that station felt sketchy. It felt very sketchy. I remember when we got dropped off at that station, I was walking to the front door thinking, if we can make it in this front door without getting stabbed or something like that, I think we'll be in good shape.
And it was a beautiful station too. It actually was pretty cool. But it sure, the people in the LA Union Station, I'm not gonna lie, not to diss on them, but a lot of them were really seedy. They had the bourbon bottle out at 7 in the morning, right by them open. I was like,
What's wrong with that?
Look, man, I've never seen anyone drinking at 7 in the morning. They got some issues if they're drinking at 7 in the morning. I'm just gonna be honest.
Listen,
Like,
if I walked into this train station every day through the front doors with those people standing outside, the sketchy folks that look like they might stab somebody, I'd be drinking at 7 a.m. in the morning too if I had to do that every day.
man, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm telling y'all, when you'll see some people drinking at 7 in the morning, like if you drink at 7 in the morning, I'm not judging you or anything. But when I see that in a public place and like a train station, I'm like, damn, these people are having a rough time of it, and they got to be pissed. Like, they got to be pissed, or they got to have some issues because nobody drinks until like most everyone in America drinks in the evening. People in Wisconsin drink about after noon. And then people who are having some really bad problems drink at 7 in the morning. And I was like, oof, I was like, there's something bad going on for some of these folks around here. I'll just be honest. But beyond that, I actually cannot speak to the quality of the inside of a Metrolink. We didn't get to see the inside of them. So I can't really say if it was clean or not. I can tell you that the platforms at Union Station were clean. Like the actual platforms were. Let me see if I can show it to y'all. Yeah, these actually, dude, like they had been painted. Like they didn't look like that when we were there. They had been painted. It was clean. Like actually, damn, look at this. Yeah, this thing was gunked up.
It's just a different world. Although I will say this though, Los Angeles has a lot more traffic and a lot more people using the system than Salt Lake does. So it's probably a little bit harder to keep the Los Angeles system looking clean, even if they wanted to, just because of how often it's used and how heavily it's traveled on. Salt Lake City was not that heavily traveled on, so I think it's a little bit easier time to keep it, up to spec. But it was definitely cleaner in Utah.
Yeah, I would like that, dude. That did not look like it was when we went there. I think they got like repainted and refurbished the platforms because it was fairly clean. But I also had to put out the clarification that this station was built and the platforms were built in 1936. So this thing is getting up to 90 years old next year. So it's a very old station. Classic, I will say. It's got like that Spanish revival style and everything to it, the missionary style. But it's old. It's very old. But um, yeah, not as clean, not as clean. One station though that I will say was really clean was the one in Seattle though. Like that one, the King Street station, right here. This one was really clean.
Yeah, now I will say the only place that is comparable to Salt Lake City that was like one-upping Salt Lake in a few ways was Seattle. Seattle was really nice from a like upscale infrastructure perspective, but it was a different feel. It was like a big city, and Salt Lake City is really not like a big city. It's more of like a mid-range to like larger city. Seattle's like a different ball game. Like Seattle's much larger. It's much more metropolitan than Salt Lake City, in my opinion. So you have a different like thing going on here. Between the two of them, if I had a choice and I didn't have to worry about money, like Seattle's obviously more expensive, so I had to rule it out for that reason. But if I had like no, if money wasn't an issue and I had to choose between Seattle or Salt Lake, I would still choose Salt Lake City over the two.
I don't know, man. There were some really cool places around Seattle. Like like I would say, like naturally, as far as the beauty went, it's more beautiful up near Seattle than it is at Salt Lake City. At least from what I remember going through there. But yeah, Salt Lake City did sound pretty nice. But I will show y'all some of the stations that they do have at Salt Lake City. None of the old ones survived, by the way. All of theirs are brand new because the old ones. Let me see if I can find them for y'all. This one here is actually an old one. They rebuilt it. Well, actually, they ripped up all the tracks and then they made it into like a community center. But that was one of their old stations. But they also have
That's a hotel
another.
now.
Yeah, yeah. It's like here. I'll actually show y'all. This is what the inside looks like. Actually, I think
I
that's a
wanted to stay
concept.
here until I saw the price on it, and I was like, "Well, hell no! I'll just stay in a normal hotel instead of this. This is insanely expensive." But it was cool though. Like I walked past it. I was going to walk in it, but I didn't have time to do that. But yeah, there's like a whole shopping center behind it now. They built like a whole outdoor mall behind the Union Pacific station.
So here's another cool one, actually. They have another station down the way that was actually run by the Denver and Rio Grande, and this has been repurposed into like a community arts center. But this was
Hmm.
actually the Rio Grande's train station for the. I love their logo, by the way, the Rio Grande, and they also had a cool paint job. Denver and Rio Grande. I want to show y'all this one because this one's worth it. It's really cool. Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. This is their paint job, which I thought was sick.
They had a lot of that logo out there, like on different buildings and stuff. I don't know if are they still an active company?
No, they got merged with Union Pacific, so the only thing left of
Oh,
the Rio Grande is this really sick looking heritage unit, but that's it.
Well, for some reason, people really like that company out there for some reason, because that logo is plastered in a bunch of different places, like all over the city for some reason. I guess it's like really like historic for most people or nostalgic for like people that live there or something. It was everywhere.
Yeah, I think actually like there's like I don't the railroading people will know this a little bit better than me, but I think there's a running joke that the Union Pacific isn't the Union Pacific, it's actually the Denver and Rio Grande, because I think in like the company merger that happened in 1989 with the Rio Grande, which was like the Union Pacific super merger that turned them into the railroad they are today. I think the management of the Rio Grande is what survived, and the original Union Pacific management got wiped out. So technically, I think by like the company merger charter, I think the Rio Grande is actually the Union Pacific now. It's just still called the Union Pacific and kept the Union Pacific paint job. But this railroad's famous. Like the lettering's famous. Everyone uses it everywhere. It was such a cool railroad. They had a cool paint job, really cool history, and even their older paint jobs were pretty cool too. This was their older paint job.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty neat. Like, I'll say, like, the train, like, the train areas out there, like, I also saw the train yard, that was outside of Salt Lake City. It's surprisingly clean out there as well. Like, it puts, like, everything that you're used to shame, like, when it comes to the train yards and train areas, like, out there in Salt Lake.
Well, where was it? I'm interested now.
I don't know. I saw it driving around. I didn't really, like, make a mental note of it. It's somewhere off to the west, though, like, West Salt Lake City, I think. That might be it right there, actually.
This is in the north of Salt Lake City. Uh, this one?
Maybe I saw it from, like, a highway, so this might be it. I'm not really sure. I think this is,
Oh,
like, for UTA or something.
look, it's the Union Pacific deadline. That's crazy. That's actually in our intro, believe it or not, for Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean. That's actually one of the stock footage clips that I used. Um,
Hmm.
but let's see, rail yards in.
Also, by the way, while you're looking for it, Jacob said new time zone equals new airtime. We would keep the time that the show starts the exact same. But for us, though, since we're in a new location, and if we were in Salt Lake City, we'd be starting the show an hour earlier than we would to keep up with the same time difference because we would be an hour ahead out there, I think.
We would be
An hour back.
an hour back. Yeah, so we would start on. Currently, we start our show at 9 o'clock local time, which is 10 p.m. Eastern time. The show would still start at 10 p.m. Eastern time, which means we would have to get on air and start working on air live at 8 o'clock Mountain time, which is what Salt Lake City is in as far as the
It
time
was
zone.
better. It
Uh,
was much nicer to do that.
yeah, technically that's better actually for us because we don't have to be up anymore till 12:30 in the morning. We'll be up till 11:30 in the morning or 12 at the latest, and that means that we can actually get a little bit more of a normal schedule for our sleep, and that actually would help us out a little bit. So that's kind of like a big motivator of moving further west is that we actually could run the show at a little bit of more of a reasonable time, at least for that time zone. So not the main reason why we're doing that, but it's one that I've been thinking of. I'm like, moving as far west as possible allows us to start the stream earlier in that time zone, and it still runs at the exact same time for everyone out there in the world. So that's a neat sort of effect. There appears to be a lot of rail yards. I unfortunately do not know which one you're talking about, man, because I found one here in the south. I found one over here. This is an intermodal facility for loading and unloading containers. And also piggybacks, because you can actually see those flat cars right there for the piggyback like truck trailer thing. Um, but I can't find any other rail yards rather than those three. This big one, this one, and then this one.
Well, you may not be able to find the rail yard, but I just remembered something I did not send you that I need you to show the audience real quick. They did have something out there in Salt Lake City. I'm just sending it to you on Discord, by the way. And let me know what's on the screen so I can't see it.
Let's see here. Oh, In-N-Out Burger. Yeah, we see it.
Yes. Yes, they had In-N-Out Burger out there in Utah and Salt Lake City. And I saw it and I forgot they were out there because I thought they were just in California. There was some in Texas, but I didn't know they were in Utah. So I was driving down the street and I saw the In-N-Out sign. I was like, what? I was like, no way. I'm like, they got In-N-Out out here. So I had to like pull in there and go grab a hamburger. So I got two of those double hamburgers. Like I've been dying to get back into that restaurant. And I had no idea I was going to run across them out there. But I was like, they're everywhere. Like they were literally everywhere out there across Salt Lake City. So I had to get it and I got some right there.
And it looked really good. I didn't get to have any, so I was a little sad about that. I didn't get to have squat, folks. I didn't get to get squat because I was here working and I was stuck here. So hopefully I'll be able to go out and do something here soon, probably within the next few months before we move the HQs. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, at least the best we can, about the adventures of Enforcer Matt on a special operation. But he was in Salt Lake City the whole time. Anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on into the rest of our super chats because I do believe that we have about 30 or so left. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Octavian Timarasanu, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Octavian, for that support as well. He said, "You two have done more for Ukraine than 99% of people. And with U.S. aid cut off and the U.S. government seemingly cooperating with Russia, how do you personally process your country's shift away from the values that you both stand for?"
I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Octavian Timarasanu. And that is the kind of question I wouldn't expect from you, Octavian. I thought you were a friend. And you're going to throw us a hardball? I'm just kidding with you, by the way. I think it's a good thing to ask a hardball question. But as far as a hardball question goes, here's just kind of the truth of it, Octavian. As far as I look at it, I'm an American, and I always will be. I will never forsake the country, and I'll never stop believing and having faith in the United States, because the United States isn't about the government. It isn't about the president of the United States, and it isn't about the representatives or the senators in the Congress or the chief justices in the Supreme Court. The United States is the people of the country, the hundreds of millions of them, and I've run into quite a many of them. Many of them come here every single night, and I have a lot of pride in what they do and the people that they are. With that being in mind, I'm very disappointed in the apprehensions and lack of action that the current administration and the prior administration have had for supporting Ukraine. However, that's just the way it works in the United States. The folks voted, they voted in their leaders. That this current leader is making these actions, and while I find them to not be within the best interest of this country, they are the actions that have to fly for now. Does that mean I agree with him? Absolutely not. But does that mean I accept that that's the actions that we'll be taking for the moment? Yes, because as an American, I have to understand that as a part of our democratic process, people can vote to bring in a president that might do actions or wishes that are not necessarily, in my own personal belief, the best actions to be made. But as an American, you just, at least in my opinion, you have to have the stoicism and the stiff upper lip to accept that sometimes that's just the way things are in this country, and within the next 4 years, or maybe even within this current presidency, things might rapidly change. Maybe this president will come around and see the things the way I'm seeing them. Maybe he won't, and maybe we'll see in 4 years that either this sort of path is continued for the betterment or the worse of the country, or a new leader is picked, and maybe even a new Congress is pretty much elected in full that will carry out the sorts of ideas and ambitions that I would have. But as an American citizen, while I can be disappointed, I'll never say that I'm heavily dissuaded or forsake my country, because this is just the democratic process that we have, and sometimes it produces results I like, and sometimes it produces results that I don't like. But it's just a part of being a part of the United States and a part of the great democratic system that we've had, is that sometimes it may not come up with the greatest results. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make it possible. But I hope that that was a good answer to the question. I feel like that's about the best American answer that I could give to it. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And I'd have to say that whether the U.S. government is operating at the speed and efficiency that we would like for them to support Ukraine, I know that I myself and this channel is still making all of the strides and efforts that we can to support the state of Ukraine. And at this point, that's all we can do. And that makes me still proud to know that even if the U.S. government isn't doing exactly what I'd like it to do in this particular foreign policy situation, or really any of the others, this channel and the folks on here that are Americans and from the rest of the world, and myself and Matthew as well, we're doing everything that we still can to support what we believe is within the country's best interests. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, like Hoodoo Texas said in the live chat, he said he believes that Ukraine's getting massive intelligence aid from the United States, so some aid has to be stealthy. I believe you're onto something there, Hoodoo. A lot of the stuff that we send to Ukraine is not advertised, and that's something that people kind of really don't believe. But you know, Germany is now doing it. Germany's keeping their shipments to Ukraine stealthy. They've actually made it a law in Germany that they're not going to tell people what they're sending to Ukraine, because it's for OPSEC reasons. And honestly, it's a long time overdue. We shouldn't advertise every single thing we send to Ukraine, because it only emboldens Putin to act even crazier. And you know, not everybody doesn't need to know everything. Like I know people like to be in the know about things, but some things are better to keep under the radar or on the low. And that's some of it. So the aid to Ukraine's never stopped, by the way. Like, I know some people are seeing these headlines that say, oh, the U.S. isn't giving Patriot missiles to Ukraine. And that may be true to some regard, but the aid is still going there. Like, there are still daily shipments of aid to Ukraine. It's just not certain systems that are going to Ukraine, which obviously is going to cause a problem in the long run. But I think that'll change here very soon. I think Patriots will start going back to Ukraine once again. But anyways, moving on to our next super chat here. This one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Andrew, for that support. He said, I've yet to hear anyone adequately explain my concrete war aims aside from bland rhetoric and, for example, cultural and political differences, and oftentimes casus belli is couched within so-called legitimate issues, bellum si ipsum alet.
I think it was support Andrew Honeycutt, and let's see. And I got to say, Andrew Honeycutt, that there are greater ambitions in Eastern Europe for both sides involved. No one really explains it well, and sometimes I cut it down to be short, and even when it's short, it's a little bit lengthy. But I'll try and lay out the proper justifications for our involvement in the conflict. And also, there are technically proper justifications for the Russians in this conflict, at least from their strategic outset. Are we ever going to agree with them? Hell no. But they've, at least in their own government, they have the reasons for doing this war. The reason why the whole war started is because Ukraine tried to join NATO. The whole reason why the Russians started the war and invaded Ukraine because of that is because that's threatening the concept of the Russian world, or Ruski Mir, as it's called in Russian. The Ruski Mir is a concept, just to say it more so in English than trying to do that Russian accent and everything every time. The Ruski Mir is a concept that the Russian Federation or the Russian people are the center of a Russian world. Most countries around them are indebted to them, the cultures and peoples of those countries, to the Russian people because of the Russian people's sacrifices over the centuries to pretty much subjugate these people in different times in history. And for that reason, that's why they see Ukraine's ascension to NATO back in 2020 and 2021 to be an existential threat to the Ruski Mir concept. While we view it as a massive benefit for our sphere if Ukraine joins NATO, because if they join NATO, they get security protections from the Russians, which is a plus for Ukraine and a plus for us, because security assurances result in economic partnerships, and economic partnerships result in more money. It results in more resources, raw materials or minerals from Ukraine. That employs a lot of Ukrainian citizens and gets them well-paying jobs, and in turn that gets us access to cheap minerals and resources that we can use to turn into cheaper products for Americans to buy here at home, which makes our quality of life better, and it stretches out your dollar to mean a little bit more, and it also does that for everyone in Europe as well. So for us, we have good reasons for supporting Ukraine. For the Russians, they have good reasons for invading Ukraine off of their ideological concept. The issue is that at the end of this entire war, one side has to win and one side has to lose. We're either going to win and we're going to get our cake and eat it, or the Russians are going to win and then they're going to get their cake and then they're going to have a little bit of the rest of the cake, which will be the rest of Eastern Europe. Because once again, Eastern Europe falls into a part of the Ruski Mir. Outside of all of the cultures and outside of all of the bland rhetoric, that is really what the most basic elements boil down to as to why the Russians are doing what they're doing and we're doing what we're doing. And the Ruski Mir concept also has a lot of emphasis not just on the cultural aspect or the superiority aspect of the Russians as a people or a race, if you would want to call them that. It has more so to do with the economic incentive. If Russia controls more land, they control more resources, and they control more people. More resources and more people ends up creating a more successful economic outlook for the Russians. And it allows them to have access to the wide, broad, ranging amount of materials that allow for the Soviet Union to be semi-successful, but for the modern Russian Federation. And considering that they're operating with a largely semi-capitalist sort of economy, it would allow for them to have the same kind of economic success that other countries have, like China or the United States. But still, at the same time, they threaten the security of the United States by trying, and also a whole bunch of European states, by trying to push this forward. But that is probably the best answer that I could give beyond bland rhetoric as to why the conflict is actually happening. If you really look at it that way, it's more so a pitched battle between two different spheres of influence. Whether we're going to win here in the West, or whether the Russians are going to win and start to expand the Ruski Mir into a real breathing concept. And as far as I'm concerned, of course, as an American, I look out for my interest and the interest of my people here in the United States. So I generally say that the Russians' Ruski Mir concept is a threat to ours, and that we have to put it down at all possible costs. So we have have to go in and give the Ukrainians what they need to blast the Russians and stop them from even looking at expanding further westwards into the rest of Eastern Europe. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And also, really quickly, I want to say this to Octavian Timorosano. I did not, I was joking at the beginning of your super chat, Octavian. I don't want you to think I was serious about that, like where I was offended. It was a good hardball question. Like, I appreciate hardballed questions. I'm not the kind of person, just to make this clear, Octavian, that you usually find in America, where hardball questions are generally considered an offense. A hardball question is the real questions that should be asked. Like, how do we as Americans view that? It's a tough question. But I hope I was able to answer it well, and I don't think that folks should ever stray away from a tough question like that, because if you're straying away from it, it shows that you have an ineptitude to answer it in any kind of a meaningful way, or you don't really have a good answer for it, and then that shows a weakness in your logical thesis or position in a conversation. So I think the question was great. By the way, Octavian, I don't want you to think I ever took offense to it at all. I was kidding around. That was actually a marvelous question, and I wish there were a lot more questions like that from time to time that really made me think about what the answer would be. But still, I hope that does address your question, Andrew Honeycutt, really well. Another horrible question, and I also hope that addresses Octavian Timorosano very well, because both of y'all had great questions tonight. And so with that, a big thanks to you for both for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and throwing in some really good questions, because I thought that those were great. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to David Reutenberg, and he puts in a $28 donation, and thank you very much, David, for that 28 Canadian, and we do appreciate that. He said, keep up the good work, and what do you think the chances are of a ceasefire in Gaza?
A ceasefire in Gaza, if you want to force it, if you want to force a ceasefire, you can always have a ceasefire, but a ceasefire that will last in the Gaza Strip is impossible at this point. I don't think that's going to happen. Hamas is hell-bent on keeping some sort of a conflict going, and the Israelis also are, so you once again run into the issue that you have with the war in Ukraine. Both sides are raring to go, and you can try and stop them, and they could agree to stop, but they're still raring to go at each other. They're not going to stop themselves for a long period of time. It'll break down. So the chances of a ceasefire in Gaza are high, but the chances of that ceasefire holding is incredibly low. I would say that it probably would only hold for maybe a couple of weeks or maybe 2 months at the longest, and then it'll most likely collapse again by that point. We already had a ceasefire at the beginning of the current administration here in the United States, and it's already collapsed, and that's why we see ourselves negotiating a second ceasefire. As a matter of fact, I think since the president was the president-elect, there had been 2 ceasefires, if I remember correctly. One was negotiated while he was the president-elect. That one failed. And then one was negotiated while he was the president. That one also failed. And now we're pretty much into our third round of ceasefire talks, which, based off of the past 2 examples, this one's bound to fail. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least off of the info that we have currently. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running and asking a really good question, David. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, we got a big shout out to Jose Diaz, who put in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Jose, for being a long-time channel legend as well, and also continuing to help to keep the channel running. We do sincerely appreciate it. We also have a 14 from Verna Weeks, as well as a $10 super chat from SD NSO Group Unit 46. And thank you to all 3 of you, Jose, Verna, and SD NSO Unit, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank all 3 of y'all for the support. Y'all didn't throw in comments, but the support is massively appreciated, and it helps us to keep this channel rolling every single day. So a massive thanks to all 3 of y'all once again, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Andrew Barbro, and he said, why is it so difficult for people to understand normality these days? A clinical assessment would be appreciated. Haha.
Thank you for the support, Andrew, and that's a great question. I would say a lot of people are very neurotic these days. That's probably the best way to put it. Like, a lot of people are really over emotional, over dramatic. In my personal experience, I've been burnt out of really being too emotional about a lot of things, save for a very small amount, because that kind of emotional energy expended day by day is just too much. It's too much to bear. I don't know how a lot of people really do it, because a lot of people are really more so compelled by their emotions than they are by sense or reasonableness, and it's something that really starts to show, especially whenever this stream gets really big and we get exposed to a massive audience. either they're bots or there's a lot of really neurotic people out there who do not really think with their heads screwed on straight about most everything.
Is it really their fault though? Like I've thought about that myself, Andrew. Also, I'm not like trying to pretend like, oh, I have it all figured out and everybody else is crazy. I don't think that, like, not even for a second. But there are like a group of people out there though that are like on the fringe, and the group seems to be growing these days. Like the fringe group of people that are like berserk crazy acting and stuff, and they have like they're violent against people that don't agree with them, like those type people like that. Um, is it really their fault? Because our society these days is highly politically polarized. If you're on one side, you have to hate the other. Like that's just by default. You have to do that. The media tells you to do that. The politicians tell you to do it, and other members of society tell you to do it as well. And then social media exacerbates it. It makes it worse because then you watch these reels all day long and all these like content on social media that tells you and reinforces that bad belief of you should hate the other side, and you should attack the other side. So you know, in my opinion, yes, it's somewhat weak-minded people that fall for that kind of junk. But at the same time, though, it's apparently working on people because the group seems to be growing that's fringe. So I think it might be more of a societal problem and a more institutional problem than it necessarily is a people problem, because people are going to be people everywhere you go. If you indoctrinate large groups of people, you're naturally going to have results just like this. So I think that's probably more of the problem, actually.
I would say possibly so, but I think if we trace back the history of this, it isn't like I want to make this clear. Actually, the mainstream media is not the trendsetter. The mainstream media follows trendsetters. There are trendsetters out there that don't really grow to be incredibly large, but the mainstream media will see that they're starting to grow traction, and then they'll follow what they're doing. And I would have to generally say, in my opinion, Matthew, people like Alex Jones, which I'm not saying it like there's nuts like him. Let's see, what's another one, Matthew? What's a nut that's not on the political affiliation of Alex Jones, but the opposite side? What, Nick Fuentes or something like that?
Maybe. Like, I'm not sure what that guy really is, to be honest with you.
He's just a
Tucker
nut job.
Carlson. Tucker Carlson's not really on either political side at this point, at least in my opinion. I know some people are gonna be like, "Oh, he's this side for sure." I don't think he's on either side.
I
At this
think
point.
he's
I
a
don't know what the
traitor of
hell
the
he's for.
Republic. That's what I would think
Yeah, I
he
don't know
is.
what the hell. Like I heard something that he was doing a interview with the Iranian president. So if the Iranian president's willing to agree to an interview with somebody, like that should tell you something, because that guy's not going to
I,
like meet with a so-called pro-Western journalist,
I
at least in my opinion.
I see a lot of people coming up with another name, Hassan Piker. People like Alex Jones and Hassan Piker are trendsetters. They don't get large followings, but they grow large enough that a lot of people start to go, "Hey, wait a minute, maybe we can start to like dilute that a little bit and then put it onto the mainstream, because if they're successful at this niche level, they can be successful at a national level with a different concept, a different presentation, and some dilution." I actually don't think that it's the institutions of the media, like the larger ones, that started this sort of a thing. I actually would say that I think that it really was the people themselves, like these neurotic, crazy kind of people who started this whole thing, and then some people who were opportunistic and looking to turn an extra dollar when, well, these people are actually having a little bit of success. They're starting to grow. What if we imitate their format but dilute it a little bit? We can get pretty successful off this. Because think about it, man. When Alex Jones was entering the scene back in the late 90s and the early 2000s, CNN and Fox News were nowhere close to being what they are today. Not even a drop close. Like, CNN was actually still prided a lot for their journalism at the time, and Fox News was generally prided for their journalism at the time as well. Like, they were actually doing not that bad. Like, there was a political spin here and there on both of the channels, either to the left or the right, but it wasn't so openly obvious that it was the butt of jokes yet. But then around the late 2000s, really, I would say probably around the 2008 election, that's when you started to see that there was that shift where CNN started to go far left and Fox started to go far right. Well, it wasn't even really far left or right yet. It was really more so that CNN just got embedded into the left, Fox started to get embedded in the right, and then I'd say that around 2016 or so, that's when Fox and CNN both went far left and then far right. Like, that was clearly when that started to happen. But
Yeah.
I really think it's more so that the media is trying to follow the trend in society more so than the media setting the trend in society. Because they're
It's
because
it's it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both. You're right on the one aspect. The people might have sparked the change in the media to start appealing to one side or the other. This binary form of thinking that's become prevalent, but that also created a social proof that, oh, see, it's okay to hate the other side. When CNN tells you to hate the other side and Fox tells you to hate the other one, the opposite side, it tells people that are kind of weak-minded, it tells them, oh, it's okay to hate the other side. If you want to be vile toward the other people, that's fine. Like, we're giving you the permission to do that. That's basically what it's telling these people. So it may have started the way you're talking about, but it turned into something much larger and basically a machine to tell people psychologically, feel free to go right ahead and start hating your neighbors over their opinions.
Yeah, I would say so, but also at the same time, because I remember this. This is something that stuck out to me a while ago, because I saw this years ago, and this is something that actually was happening a lot in the 2008 election. And this was something that I always found really interesting. That was the first election. I don't know if you ever saw these clips, Matthew, but people would get up and they would ask both of the candidates. It was both Obama and McCain. People would get up at these question segments, you know, that they would have at these rallies or town halls, and they would just start throwing shit at whoever they weren't talking about. They'd be like, McCain, is Obama like a war criminal? And then people would get up at Obama's and be like, is McCain a bastard? Like, and people were just starting to do that. And then remember, I think it was McCain who got booed, and he was like, no, look, I disagree with him, but you know, he's a nice guy, I'm sure. And then everyone started booing him, and I feel that it isn't really because back then, man, because we were alive back then, we were really small kids, but I remember that the political atmosphere back then on most news channels was more so that, hey, it's an election, this is really cool. You know, it didn't feel like a pitched battle to the death between the parties. Those people out there in society started picking up on these fringe voices and started following along with them, and then the news was like, hey, we ought to pick up on this trend and follow along with the trend so that way we can capitalize on this and improve the ratings and, you know, sell our ad slots at higher dollar values. Like, I feel like that's really what started to happen, because since then, since 2008, because I've been alive since, you know, 2002, folks. I'm fairly young, but I was around to see all of this myself. It feels like from when I was born, like I remember very faintly when Bush was president, and things just seemed kind of like people made jokes and political satire and stuff, but it wasn't ever really like absolutely mean. It actually usually was actually fairly funny, no matter who they were doing. And then around 2008, it started to get a little bit more angry. Like, it was getting jaded at that point. And then by 2016, the gloves were off and everyone is acting like they got to be in a pitch battle to the death with anyone who doesn't agree with them politically. And I feel like that was really when the shift happened. And then since then, it's been like that since 2016 for the large part. Every single election feels like an election that, like, the life or death of the country is going to be decided on. It doesn't matter who wins, by the way. Like, when the current guy won back in 2016, everyone acted like half of the country was going to be in concentration camps. And then when the other guy won in 2020, everyone acted like half the country was going to be in concentration camps. And then this guy won again, and then half the country is going to be in concentration camps again. And it's just like that every single time now. It's like, there isn't any, oh, it's just going to be bad policies. It's that I'm literally going to die because the election didn't go the way I wanted it to every single time now.
But at the same time, though, it's also a little bit indicative of where the country's at as well. And once again, when I say this, I'm not criticizing the country to say, oh, the United States sucks. The United States, and I will always repeat this because people will still fight me over it even right now. The United States is still the best country on the planet. Nobody will tell me any different than that. It is that way. Because if you look, it's all about perspective. It's kind of like, for example, our commentary on Salt Lake City. If you're from Salt Lake, you might think Ogden looks like shit. But if you're from Alabama and you go to Ogden, you might think it looks 5 times nicer. It's all about perspective. So if an American goes over to a foreign country that's typically considered not that great, you'll think, oh my God, this is horrible. Like, this is terrible. If you go overseas, like, for example, like rural Russia, it's awful. And it really is objectively awful. If you're from the United States, it's much lower standards than we're used to by a long shot. The United States is still the best. But the problem is, though, things are on a slight decline, at least politically speaking and also institutionally speaking. And people are getting frustrated. They're getting pissed off because things aren't working the way people think they should work. There's problems with healthcare, there's problems with everything. I'm not going to get into all that because it's political, but people start getting susceptible to people that are very binary in thought and very hostile toward the other side because they get frustrated, they get angry, and some people come along and they realize the society in America is angry. I can capitalize on that, appeal to that anger, and I can get elected. And those people are typically grifters, is what those people typically are, and they're very manipulative, and they know people are. Yeah, and they know people are pissed off, and they're like, okay, I'm going to appeal to that intentionally just to manipulate people to vote for me, get elected. I'm not going to change shit, but I'm just going to get elected. I'm going to embed myself here, embed my cronies here, and we're all going to benefit, and we're all going to be corrupt on the system. That's what happens, and that's what happens when people get desperate. When people get desperate, people like really bad people in history, I won't name them off directly, they get elected, they win elections, and then the entire society starts following these crazy people, and they get inducted into a cult, and then it starts going really sideways. So, I mean, it's dangerous when people get desperate. That's why we shouldn't let the country get to that point, because bad things start happening when people start getting desperate.
But man, I gotta get some laughs here, folks, because it's been hilarious. I just saw someone say a really political statement in the chat, like, yeah, like the last guy did. Look, man, like Cascade, you haven't been around for a while. Then if you're saying something like that, because if you've never heard me talk before, you'll know if you've been around for a couple of weeks that I'm not really a big fan of any of them. I'm not a big fan of people, because I want to make this a little bit clear. I like to believe in the old concept that I'm not trying to be friends with the president. I'm hiring and firing presidents with my vote. That's what I'm doing. I'm not becoming their friend. I'm not voting for them because I like them, because I like their family, or I like that the guy eats ice cream and rides bicycles around Delaware, or that the guy lives in a mansion in some damn skyscraper in New York. I don't care about that, really. What I care about is, are they going to be good at the job or not? And a lot of people don't really analyze it that way anymore, because you're not trying to be their friend. When you hire someone at a company, you're not trying to be their friend. You're hiring them because you're trying to make money. And when I vote for people in the government, I'm trying to run the country a little bit better from my vote, from however my vote will impact that. That's what I'm working for. And if I think that that guy is not doing a good job, I'm not personally attached to him. I'll vote for someone else next election. And you see, here's the thing, folks. If you think that way, it's really smart, because you actually make it to where they talk to you. They want to talk to you. They don't want to talk to the people who are guaranteed to vote for him. If you were someone who said, I'm going to vote dead blue or red in this last election, the people that you were voting for didn't give a damn about you. Like, they didn't care about any of y'all. Like, if you walked up to Kamala or Trump, and you say, I'm voting for you, they would say, whatever, I don't even care about you. Let me go to that independent person out there who isn't really decided yet, and they'll vote for whoever they think is going to do a good job. I've got to get their vote, because they are the ones who are actually going to decide this election. I think nowadays there's only about 10% of the country that's like that. If you truly are flexible with your vote, and you will vote for different people, and you're not a straight ticket voter every single election, that's actually what makes you an important person in this country, in the democratic system, is because you are willing to actually treat it like it's supposed to be treated. You're treating it like you're hiring and firing people. It doesn't matter whether they're Republican or Democrat. If they did a good job, they get voted again. If they did a bad job, you vote for someone else. Those are the people who actually decide the elections. And it's better to think that way, because then you actually make sure that your vote has far more value than the suckers out there who are voting straight ticket every single year, the same party every single time. And people back then used to understand that.
Straight ticket voters. Like, no offense, if you've done straight ticket voting, I'm not saying you're a bad person or that you're stupid or something. But typically speaking, on the regular, if you vote straight ticket, that means you're not examining each candidate, which is not a good thing. You're also not doing much research into those candidates either. That's my guess. That's the logical assumption, and that creates stagnation in voters. They don't do much research, and they start making it a habit. And when something becomes a habit, you just naturally do it by default. So, that's just not a good thing. Like, I knew several people as I was growing up that did straight ticket voting, and I would ask them every single time. I'd say, well, you didn't know that this person was doing this or that, and they'd be shocked. They'd be like, wait a minute, what? I was like, yeah, that person's policy is this. And they'd be like, wait a minute, are you serious? I'd be like, yeah. I'm like, but you just did a straight ticket vote, and you just voted for the person that you just didn't even know what they were doing. It's typically, that's the way straight ticket voters work.
Yeah, like for example, like if you were someone this last election who said, I like the current guy who's in right now because he says he's going to do A, B, and C and D, and then he backtracks on all of those. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not saying whether you're right or wrong, but if he backtracks on those hypothetically, then you ought to say, you shouldn't be sitting there and trying to justify why he's doing different now. You should say, I voted for him to do these things, and I still think that those are good things right now, and he's not doing them. I'm not voting that way again next time. I'm going to vote for someone else. That's how you actually make people beholden to the political system. Then it doesn't matter how many lobbyists there are or the super PACs and their funding for the campaigns. It doesn't matter because you're not a little sheep. You're a legitimate free-thinking person. And then you sit there and go, I don't care if they run a nice political ad, and I don't care how much crap they fling at the other person. They didn't do what I wanted to the last time I elected for them. I'm not voting for them or that party the next election. I'm going to make them pay. And then you make them pay, and then they learn their lesson, and then they say, look, folks, that was a mistake. We're going to do it right this time. And then if you want to vote for them again, you can. But that's how you work the system. Like that. Like if you actually think with your brain and you vote differently if you don't like what someone did. Like if you said I want, like, just as an example, I want government spending cut, and then it's increased, then you should vote for someone else different. Like that, because that's how you actually make people beholden to their political promises in the votes. Because that's how you stop people from lying to you. Because they can't lie long if they're voted out because they lied to you the first time. You know, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you, I think is the old saying. Or as Bush used to say, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Look, you fool me once, you can't fool me again. You just vote them out. If they lie to you, vote them out. That's the simple answer to it. No one can lie to you for long because they lie to you once, they're not going to be there to do it a second time around. That's how it works.
And also, Philip Southern said in the live chat, and then I think we'll have to move on after this one because we're getting late. But Philip Southern said, should all elected officials be required to produce their federal and state tax returns? No, I don't think so. And here's why. The voters should be discerning enough to realize that if they have concerns about the how they file their taxes, so the politician, the candidate for a political position, and they are that questionable about their tax return, you probably shouldn't vote for that person. That's just the bottom line. If people are questioning whether or not the person filed taxes properly, well, it might be a sign the person might not be very honest. And the fact that people are demanding to see it, that might indicate the person's probably not very honest. But that's just up to the voters, though. That's my point, though. If people feel comfortable not seeing somebody's tax return, they refuse to release it voluntarily, and they want to vote for them anyway, that's the voter's choice. If people realize, well, they're not releasing their tax return, I have questions about their honesty, so I'm just not going to vote for them. That's up to the people. I don't think that politicians should be necessarily having to violate their privacy by mandate just because of that. That's up to the voters.
Also, I saw someone else say something here really quickly. I wanted to get this one. Someone said, how do you feel about the new political party that was made? I'll tell you, I'm not going to say how I feel about it, but I'll tell you what it's going to do. What that's going to do is that's actually going to split the ticket of the current party right now. So what this is, it's not a plan of winning, it's a plan of sabotage right now is what this is as far as a strategy. No third party can ever win in this country, but what third parties can do is they can split the ticket of one of the two big parties. And if you do that in the next election, you guarantee that whichever party that third party is pulling voters from, it's guaranteed to not win. So you're pretty much setting up the cards to where the opposite side will win. So what's happened right now with that, at least from what I can tell on a mechanical perspective, speaking about it from how the mechanics of politics work, and Matthew, you can correct me if I'm wrong or not, but that is a spoiler party that is just intended to literally sabotage the current party in charge and screw them over because they did something they didn't like.
Spoiler party is typically like the perfect example of a spoiler party, and I'm not trying to offend anybody when I say this. If you vote for this party, it is what it is. But typically, the independent candidate is typically the spoiler in an election, and they have no chance of winning. Like there's objectively no chance of winning. The numbers don't back up the mathematical possibility of them winning, but they run anyway, and there's still like donors that will support these independent candidates just because they're trying to sabotage one of the political parties, one of the main two ones, either the red or the blue side. That's what they're trying to do. But the catch is, though, this, and I'm not trying to get political here. Hopefully, I'm not going to get political. But this new party that started, I don't see that as being a spoiler party. And I would say it could be a little bit more than that. So we'll have to see. I'm not saying I support it or not support it. I'm just saying it could be more than a spoiler.
Interesting. I actually think it might end up just being a spoiler. Maybe. Like, I honestly think it's going to be like the Bull Moose Party. It's probably going to live a very short amount of time. It's going to screw over one election, and then it's going to disappear. That's probably that's what I'm personally thinking. Because back in the day, we used to have a wide variety, folks, if you didn't know, political parties way back in the day in the 1800s. But then they all merged either into the Republicans or the Democrats, and that's been the system that's existed since the 1880s. Any other side party that's ever popped up since then, they usually screw over an election for like one party or or the other. So the Bull Moose Party screwed over, I think it was the 1912 presidential election for the Republicans, and it split the Republican ticket. And something like the American Party could end up doing that in the next upcoming election in 2028. It's possible. But
I don't think I've ever seen a mainstream political party though being founded by a person that's not a natural born American citizen. That's something that I'm not sure has ever happened in the history of the country, I don't think. Now, when I say that a little bit lightly because I don't know exactly way far back. Like, I'm a political science person, that's what I studied, but I don't know all the way back to like the founding of the country. Now, obviously, the founding of the country, there's people from Britain that were here, so I mean that's obvious. But at the same time, though, it's like the guy who just started this party here. He's an individual from another country. He's a legal
South
immigrant.
African,
So. Yeah, so it makes you wonder. It's like, what is the objective behind it? It's just like the guy's not even eligible to run for president. And once again, not saying I support it or not, but he's not even eligible to run for president. But yeah, he's starting a political party to position either himself or other people to be a presidential candidate, which I'm not sure how that's going to work.
yeah, it's interesting. I'll say. I honestly don't know how it'll work at all. But one thing I will say is that I do find the concept of a foreign-born naturalized citizen creating a political party in the United States to be a little odd. I will say that. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to SPC, Angel Figueroa. And hopefully I'm saying your last name properly. I feel like I butchered it, but thank you very much, Angel, for that $20 support. They said, long live the LSA, and I've been watching since I was deployed. And do you think it would advance American interests to make the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico a full state of the United States?
I thank you for the support, and that's an interesting question because the answer technically is that statehood usually does improve some things economically. The problem is that Puerto Rico will never be able to become a state because of how the statehood application process works. You have to apply for statehood, and I believe you have to have a 2/3 majority in the Congress to be able to be admitted as a state, if I'm correct. So the problem is that Puerto Rico, as far as its representatives go, pretty much vote. Like, I'll speak about it frankly. They always vote Democrat. So if they're added in as a 51st state, at least as far as the Senate is concerned, it's guaranteed that there are going to be 2 new Democratic senators. And the Republicans will never accept that because then that means that the Democrats have a pretty much default majority in the Senate just because of how folks vote in Puerto Rico. So if Puerto Rico ever was to be admitted as a 51st state, it would then be immediately followed along pretty much at the exact same, literally at the exact same time, with a equal territory becoming a Republican state, which guarantees that there would be a balance in the Senate, because that's the way that we've always done the applications for statehood in the country. So, for example, let's say Guam, which for this hypothetical sake is a Republican voting territory, Puerto Rico and Guam would both have to be accepted into statehood simultaneously, making Puerto Rico the 51st state and Guam the 52nd, so that way when the next elections come around for the Senate, Guam gets 2 Republican senators into the Senate, and then also Puerto Rico gets 2 Democrat senators into the Senate. It keeps balance, and that's the only way that you would be able to strike a compromise between the 2 parties where they would allow for Puerto Rico to become the 51st state, is to find another territory that is leaning heavily Republican and then also turn that into a state at the exact same time. So that's kind of the issue that lies in that. Yes, it would be beneficial, but due to the political games at play in the Congress, it probably will never happen until they can find some sort of a territory that leans heavily Republican, and then they'll be able to bring them both in at the same time. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep it running. And I hope that, also, by the way, that's not getting political, folks. It's just explaining how the political machine works. But I hope that explains why that largely has not happened yet. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I want to clarify one thing because earlier it made it sound like I said illegal immigrant. I meant to say a legal immigrant, just to make that clear. When I was talking about that political party earlier, I just want to make that clear that I didn't call the guy an illegal immigrant. I said a legal immigrant, just to make that clear. Because it sounds oddly close to the same thing, but I just want to clarify that real quick in case it was misheard. But anyways, jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Wantan Quadruple 8, who puts in a $20 donation. Thank you very much, Wantan, for that support. He said it was a different world back then, and gone sadly. And go look at the Nixon v. Kennedy debates. Both sides agreed on all issues America had and politely disagreed, which is crazy to watch. And give us something right here. He said, LSA,
and LSA. And also, thank you for the support, Wonton. And I have to agree with you. I actually have watched that debate. It was very interesting. Actually, I'll be honest with you. It's just so bizarre, folks, because I'm gonna like say this. When I went back, I don't know if you've watched it before, Matthew, but I went back about a month ago and I watched the Mitt Romney Barack Obama debates. And even back then in 2012, they were so much more civil than they are today. Like, they actually spoke of the issues and the substance of the issues, which was crazy to see because that wasn't that far ago in our time. That was only 13 years ago. And it seems like it was a million miles away from the current kind of political atmosphere we see. And like, sometimes they would say stuff like, you're wrong and I disagree and this is that and that's this. But it was still it was incredibly civil. I mean, you didn't have people shouting at each other and calling each other, names and stuff like we've had in the 2016, 2020, and 2024 presidential debates. Like, you just didn't have that stuff. So it's just wild to see that. I mean, it wasn't even that long ago. It wasn't even the Nixon v. Kennedy debates. I mean, it was literally just pretty much 2012. I think that was the last time you ever saw civil presidential debates from all ends. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from SD NSO Group Unit 46 once again. And it said, we appreciate the truth on the channel.
And thank you so much for appreciating the truth here on this channel. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $12 super chat from Terry Davis, who said, will Ukraine provide air support to Azerbaijan?
I doubt it. Azerbaijan is just too far away, and they don't have any in-air refueling abilities in Ukraine to make that possible. But I do thank you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And we've also got a 10 from Rebecca Bruce. And Rebecca said, thank you, Enforcer Matt, for all you do on the channel.
And thank you so much for the support, Rebecca Bruce, and thank you for enjoying everything we do and supporting it and helping it to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we got a 10 from Dupper Bob, who started it all by saying happy birthday, Matt. And thank you very much, Dupper, for the early happy birthday. It's not quite there yet, but I'm getting close to it. But thank you very much for that once again, Dupper Bob. We also have a 10 from Show Intel. He said, thank you for all the info.
And thank you for enjoying all the info we provide. We're always proud to do it. And so thank you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Quantum Fighter, who said, Al Jazeera has been shit-talking my city all year. Let's see here. Saying some things that they're not sure about. They say, pics can't change that, but Malmo is safe. And also, is Malmo in Sweden, by the way?
Malmo is in Sweden. It's this, let's see. Hold up. I'd be damned. Why am I forgetting where it is?
Is it Norway or is it Sweden?
Oh, it's right. Oh, I knew it was right here.
Okay.
Copenhagen was covering up the name, by the way, folks. I was going down here. Y'all saw that, and then I paused. I was like, where the hell's Malmo? It's right here, right across from Copenhagen.
Ah, okay. And he said, come have some chicken at Marvin Stortagon in Malmo on Google Maps.
Let's take a look at that, actually. I'm a little hungry. Disgusting Food Museum.
Starving.
Actually, we're not going to look at that because I'm hungry. I don't want to get, like, unhungry. So, Marvin, let's see. Marvin, let's see. Store. God, here we go. Oh, it's right there. So, what food? That looks pretty good.
Oh, that does look good. I like that.
Oh, that looks... Oh, what is that?
That is, I know what that is. I don't know the name right off the top of my head. I've seen it though.
It looks good. Those look good. It's fried. I don't know what the hell's in it, but it looks good. Oh, that's good.
Man, that
oh
looks
my
good.
God, it's a
That
giant
looks very
mozzarella. Wow, that is. And then they have meat pies. Those are always great, by the way, folks. Always get a meat pie when you have the chance. Ice cream sandwiches that look really good. This is a great looking place. And if we ever go through Sweden, hopefully one day we will, I'm going to make sure to drop by here and have a bite to eat. The food looks great. And I got to also, the beer looks great. I got to be honest with y'all, folks. While Matthew was gone, I actually did have one beer. I'm not really a big fan of beer. Yeah, did I not tell you?
No.
I actually had a beer. It was a beer that was imported from Munich, Germany. And it was okay. I mean, I'll be honest with y'all, I'm just not really a big fan of beer, and I'm not really a big fan of alcoholic beverages, but I thought I'd try one because I was at like a sandwich shop and they had one for sale, and I was like, a German beer? I was like, I'd never seen a real German beer before. That was interesting enough that I was willing to like break the no alcohol rule I generally have and give it a shot. And it was not really that good. It kind of tasted like, the best way I could describe it, it tasted like carbonated bread water, and it was okay. Like it's just not anything I would ever seek out and be like, oh, I have to have a beer. Like it's It was Polaner. Yeah, that's what it was. It was a Polaner beer. And it was okay. Like it wasn't great. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. The food looks really good. I don't know if the beer is good. Maybe some beer out there is good because people swear by beer. I don't know why. But there's got to be something to it. It's just that I've never had one that's decent. Just to be entirely honest. But with that, the big thanks once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Khan LSA, who says, I have heard that North Korea is sending 30,000 more soldiers to fight in Ukraine, and now the country of Laos is joining Russia and preparing to send troops to Ukraine. And have you guys heard anything about that?
Ukraine supposedly said that the Laotians were going to be doing that. I don't know if it's true or not because we haven't heard any official government statements from Laos that they would. So I'm a little bit up in the air on that one. But we have heard of the 30,000 North Korean troops that will be sent. And so with that, thank you for the support. I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you for helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
And we got a $10 support from SD NSO Unit Group Unit 46 once again. And they said thoughts on taking the 350 billion held by the SWIFT banking system to help assist Ukraine.
I think that's a great idea. We might as well liquidate it. It's never going to be given back to the Russians, and then give that in material support to the Ukrainians. I think that's a marvelous idea, and I don't know why anyone has not done that yet. Because people have been talking about it for years, and no one has ever followed through. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jeffrey Walker, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Jeffrey, for that support. He said, great job as always, gentlemen, and great to have Matt back. And thank you very much, Jeffrey. He said, I'm glad to be back. Or I said that, actually. He didn't say that. I said that, too. But he said, love and respect to y'all and LSA. And no questions. I just hope y'all had a great Independence Day.
And we sure did. I generally had a pretty good Independence Day. I just kind of sat around and took a break, took it easy a little bit. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to a Banger, who puts in a 10 and said, hit the like button.
And hit the like button, folks. That is in order. We actually have 5,000 likes tonight, which is pretty impressive so far. So a big thanks once again, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Wantan Quadruple 8, who puts in a 10. He said, no, there's something there. You both can get yourselves 10 wives each and grow the LSA army. And even Chris's mom agrees. Honestly, let me tell you, I don't understand the multiple wives thing. Like, if that's something that they're doing, that's fine. I mean, it's free country. But I don't understand people that can handle more than one. But anyways, Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that one good wife is good enough for me. No reason to have 10. Just have one good one, and that's fine with me. But I do thank you for his support, and I thank you for throwing in a pretty funny joke. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to It's Court, who puts in a 10. And he said, as someone having once lived in American Fork, Utah for 6 months, I hated it there. I thought it was beautiful when I got there, but quickly decided it was not for me. And hashtag practice beer is one reason. Now, I'll tell you this, It's Court. The reason why you might not have liked it is because it was down toward Provo. And I was told by people there that if you're not a Mormon, living down closer to Provo might be where you might encounter some social problems because there's more, I guess you could say, more devout Mormons down there, so they might not be as open to transplants or people that are not originally from the area and not Mormon than Salt Lake City itself and the surrounding neighborhoods of Salt Lake City. So that might be why you didn't like it, because it was down there in that area. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say I don't really know a lot about the area, but I do thank you for the kind words, and hopefully we'll be able to see if that ends up being true or not. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Vlogger, who said, Utah has a ton of BLM land, Bureau of Land Management. If you ever have the chance to take a camping trip, check out the subway. It's not a subway, it's just called that, and it's amazing. And take a question from the chat.
And thank you for the support, Vlogger. And we will make sure to take a question from the chat, and we'll put that down in the ledger to go see when we eventually get out there. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
And the live chat question goes to Jason. He said, has Xi Jinping gone missing, the Chinese leader?
He's just not been seen in public for a little bit. He's certainly not missing, though. He will eventually reappear, I do believe. And so I hope that answers that well. Thank you for the support, the vlogger, and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to QWERTY, who puts in a 10 and said, I've tried sending the message 100 times, and I'm from Swindon. We need you guys defending our Western interests.
They're from Swindon. They're Swindon? Did
I say that?
Yeah, you said Swindon.
Oh, Finland. Yeah, I meant to say Finland.
Oh. I've never heard of Swindon.
I think I was thinking of Sweden still in my head when the guy said Malmo, and now I saw Finland. I just mixed the two up.
You know, man, I've never actually heard of the country of Swindlin, but I've heard of swindlers. I guess they're from there, like they're immigrants from
Damn.
Swindlin. But beyond that, I gotta say, thank you for the support. Thank you for being from Finland. And I always like to know that the United States has a band of merry friends and allies that we can call ourselves pretty much friends of out in Europe, including the Finns. The Finns are pretty cool. And so, big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, I was not taking a jab at Finland, by the way. Like, that was actually totally unintentional. So, if some people are saying, "Damn, you took a jab at Finland." No, I didn't mean that. I love Finland. I love Sweden. I love Europe. I love Europe so much. But our next one here goes to Land Tankers 888, who puts in a 10. He said, they said they're voting for a different party this time, a bit of a side party. They said just to break the status quo in LSA.
And LSA, and I suppose that is your right in the vote. And so, a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to George A, who puts in the 10, who said, "You are Ukraine from day one of the broadcast. You may be asked to take a stand for Ukraine's survival and American survival. And Matt is right, and no cold." Now, here's the thing, George. Here's the thing. I am for American interest all the way, and so is the enforcer. But at the same time, though, if the American government, which is duly elected, says we're going to do X, Y, or Z, and it turns out they don't like X, Y, or Z, we have to go with it because they're duly elected. They are who's in charge. And even though I may not like it, that's part of democracy. Sometimes things happen in government that you don't like, but you have to honor it because that's the way the system works. Some people may not like it, but that's just kind of the way it is. But I hope the government does the right thing to support American interests. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree with what Matthew said. It's a democratic system. Just because it's not doing something just because it's doing something you don't like, doesn't mean that you betray the country or that you become a traitor or anything like that. It's just how it works. That's generally why, to just be entirely honest with everyone, I grew up in the South, and I do not view the Confederate States of America in any sort of a positive light whatsoever, unlike other Southerners, because the truth of the matter is that the majority of the country voted one way, which was generally in support of Lincoln and abolitionism, and then they decided to literally just break away from the country. Stupid reason. It's like if the majority of the country agreed to do one thing, that's how it works. That's democracy. It's like unfortunate that you didn't win. But at the same time, going to the lengths of saying, I believed in this so much, I'm going to rip apart our democratic institutions because I cannot accept a different answer. That goes against what America is. Like, if the U.S. government for some reason just screwed over Ukraine, I'm going to say that was a terrible mistake, and I absolutely hated that action was taken. But at the same time, if that's what the country voted for in a majority answer, that's what they voted for. It's like I can't sit there and say I'm going to, start doing something drastic or crazy as a result of that. That's just how the democratic process works. Because if we had to start to say something like that, then that means the people who don't like Ukraine can also do drastic and crazy actions. If someone was in power right now that was doing something in support of Ukraine, they could start going around and setting fires in Idaho, something crazy like that. Just because because they don't like Ukraine and someone's in charge right now who's helping out Ukraine. We always have to remember that, whatever you're saying for our side, the other side can do. So if you're saying do something crazy, the other side can easily also say to do something crazy in turn when your guy who's doing what you like's in charge. It's just how democracy works. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Bajetto666, who puts in the 7. He said, "Happy birthday to Enforcer Matt, and good job for the news, brothers. LSA and click the like."
And thank you for the support and LSA and click the like button. And I thank you so much for the support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on. Also, I saw someone say, what if the majority of the country wanted to ban YouTube live streams and completely change your way of life? Well, generally there's some protections in place.
Speech.
Yeah, but that would violate the freedom of speech. There's the protections that are in play. But at the same time, for some reason, like, for example, if TikTok was banned, which it should have been, it's just kind of unfortunate for all the TikTok influencers, but it's a Chinese communist-run app. You've got to get rid of that sort of a thing. It's a national security threat. So, it's just kind of the way it works sometimes. Like, if for some reason YouTube was bought out by the Chinese Communist Party, and then they said we're banning YouTube, we might be out of a job when YouTube gets banned. Like, no one might ever come back to our show if we start up somewhere else. But if that's what the country deems is necessary, then that's what's necessary. I mean, that's just kind of how it works in the democratic process. Sometimes you end up getting steamrolled a little bit by the public opinion, but that's just how it works. Like, like it's not like if that happened, I'm going to, go put on like a red bandana, whip out an AK, and start running around the countryside wreaking havoc. Like that's just totally un-American to me. Like I couldn't imagine doing something like that. It just goes in the face of anything in my beliefs that would be considered to be democratic. You just got to accept the majority rule. There are protections in place, but if the protections do not protect you, and then the majority decides that something's harmful or doing something that might not be in your best interest is in the best interest of the general public, that's the choice that goes. At least from what I would say, that's how it's always run in this country. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I just checked Twitter because I was getting notifications about something. Somebody on Twitter was trying to ask Grok, which is the AI system on Twitter, does this enforcer channel on Twitter, are they just putting out lies? Because it was my tweet about something big brewing in Iran. So Grok actually defended us and said, they're actually correct. And it went through his whole like thing about defending our claim and stuff like that. And so this source is generally considered reliable. Oh, thank you, Grok. I appreciate that. I didn't know the AI was big friends with us, but we'll take it. But anyways, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Thomas D. Orazio, puts in the 5. He said, Happy 4th. And does the Azerbaijani Russian rift have the potential to turn into a full-on throwdown?
It does have the potential for it actually, and the Azerbaijanis might be able to hold their own because they are big into FPV drones, something that a lot of people don't know. The Azerbaijanis were actually the first in the world to use drone warfare to the kind of depth and scale that the Ukrainians are known for today, and they did that in the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh war. So it is highly likely that they could actually throw hands with the Russians for a good bit, even if they're on their own. So I hope that does address that well, and I thank you for supporting and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a $5 super chat from Hoodoo, Texas. And Hoodoo said, contract for the second batch of 180 K2 tanks was signed on July the 2nd of this year. And it's 117 units to be built in South Korea and 63 units to be built in Poland.
And I actually did hear about that, Hoodoo. I thank you for the support and sharing that. And hopefully we'll see that not only does South Korea get a little bit of money off of that, but some Polish folks will be hired with good paying jobs. And on top of that, the Polish will be rearming quite heavily at this point. And so a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And also, I saw Jack Jelly say, if the majority of the country wanted to take away everything you do in life to earn a living, so on and so forth. But the thing with that, though, because that's kind of like trying to justify the Confederates' position. The thing is, though, is that if they're abolishing slavery, that doesn't mean your whole way of life ceases to exist. You have to just pay them now. I mean, that's a really tough one to justify because it's like, after the Civil War, the truth was all of the slaves still worked the same farms they worked. It's just that they had to be paid or they were treated as renters. I mean, like the plantation owners made less money, but at the same time, there's nothing justifiable about slavery, and there's nothing justifiable about saying we're going to rip apart the whole democratic process and go into the bloodiest war that America's still seen in its entire history over the idea of subjugating people and forcing them to work against their will without pay or without any rights. To me, that's just something that the country should have never been torn over, because it seems to me a quite clear answer. It's like, yeah, it's like slavery's wrong. You pay them to work. You don't force them to work. That's how I look at it. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Mr. Hunky Dory, who puts in a 5 and said, have drones effectively killed modern infantry and armor?
Drones haven't killed modern infantry and armor. It's forcing them to evolve. Kind of like how back in the day, it was believed that body armor was going to make small arms rifles pretty much obsolete eventually, and that's never going to be the case, but small arms will just evolve to be able to defeat body armor, so it's an endless arms race. So we'll find a way to defeat the drones, and then they'll find a way to make the drones better to outdo the anti-drone defenses, and the arms race keeps going on and on and on into its final completion eventually, whenever that will be, which will be when Kingdom comes. But beyond that, I would say that it's never going to make tanks or infantry obsolete. It's just that tanks and infantry have to evolve with the times. And so with that, I thank you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've also got a $5 super chat from Hoodoo, Texas once again. He said, from Reuters in Kyiv, Ukraine is finally putting out of the Ottawa Anti-Personnel Mine Treaty.
And that's good to hear because the anti personnel mine treaty has been limiting the Ukrainians a little bit, and so now that they can throw out anti personnel mines everywhere, it's going to make it a little bit easier to stop Russian offensives, even easier than it is right now. So with that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well, and we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Hoodoo, Texas once again. He's thrown in a lot of super chats tonight, and thank you very much, Hoodoo, for the third one. He said, don't think about running for office in Utah, public office, if you're non-LDS. It's like running as an atheist in Alabama. And honestly, Hoodoo, I didn't think about that. But yeah, for political ambitions, I would imagine Utah wouldn't be the best place for that because I think you would generally. Well, I say that, but there's a first for everything because I think the state is like 50% LDS or something like that. I'm not really sure about the exact stats, but that might be a deal breaker on that front. But Enforcer, what say you?
Let's see here. I want to see Utah senators. Let me go check this really quickly. Utah senators. They're going to be our best.
They're Mormon.
They are? Are you sure?
Romney, I believe, is a Mormon.
Well, he's not a senator anymore.
What is he?
He's retired.
When did he retire?
A while ago, because I just pulled up their senators, and their senators are Mike Lee and John Curtis. He's gone.
Let's see. When did he retire? He just retired. He didn't retire a long time ago. He just retired this year.
Huh. Well, let's see. What religion is this guy? I'm trying to see if that would be the case with the whole being a Mormon or not thing. Because, every politician's got to shout from the mountaintops their religious beliefs, so I'm sure it can't be that hard to find. Let's see. Personal, maybe it's in his personal life section. They lived in Alpine. You know what? He actually is. This guy here, Mike Lee, actually is a Latter-day Saints member. So let's go check John Curtis really quickly. Let's see here. Just one second. I'm trying to see. Let's see. Hold up, folks. I'm trying to see. Man, it's hard to find these answers. Like, you would think that they'd have this up there at the top.
I'll
There's a
tell
lot
you.
of who is
So I don't have the answer to what the religion of the senators are of the state, but I do have this, which is a better answer or a better percent for you. The newest study of demographics in Utah says that 42% of Utahns identify as members of LDS. So it's not even majority. So technically, it is possible to get elected in Utah as a non-Mormon. That's assuming that all the Mormons are going to vote only for Mormon candidates. But that's not guaranteed, though. There are probably some Mormons in that 42%, probably not just some, it's probably a decent portion, that are not super religious that might consider voting for a non-Mormon within that 42%. So it's actually mathematically possible to get elected as a non-Mormon in Utah. And I guess that's more motivation to be appealing to a wider audience because you would have to definitely do that to even have a chance.
Well, both of their senators are actually Mormons. So it looks
probably
like,
helps to be Mormon.
let's see. I'm trying to see here if I can get an answer on the representatives. Let's see here. Let me check here. One second, folks. I'm actually now interested in this heavily. Because I'm like, damn, do you really have to be a Mormon to win in Utah? Apparently, to be a senator, you have to. So it's like, do you have to be one to be a representative? Let's see here. Personal life. Okay, so one, Burgess Owens is. So let's check another. Blake Moore. Let's check him. Let's see. Personal life. Okay, this guy looks like he might not be.
Also, Jack in the live chat is saying a lot of the Mormons, about like 60%, at least from what he's saying, are born into Mormon families but don't actually practice the faith. And that seems to be the case with the younger people as a whole. Like a lot of younger people in the modern day, like 2000s and beyond, they'll be born in a religious household, but they'll not be religious because that's apparently not the in thing to do anymore for young people, is they don't want to follow the religion of their parents for whatever reason. So they'll typically be either a-religious, atheist, or something like that, possibly. So no, they're just because the state has a large Mormon population in Utah. I would never say that a non-Mormon would never have a chance of winning in Utah. Now, I'm sure it helps to be Mormon,
Oh my
but you don't
God.
have to be.
No, you have to be, dude. All 4 representatives and both senators are all Mormons. Every single one of them. You have to be to win. Like, I'm not even kidding. I went and looked into each and every one of them. The answer wasn't clear on 2 of them, so I had to pull up was their religion. And then on their website for the House of Representatives, it said they are practicing members of the Church of Latter-day Saints. I was like, damn, you legitimately actually have to be a Mormon to win in Utah. You cannot, like, none of the 4 representatives, which you would think that one of them would be in like a non-Mormon majority district of Utah. They're all Mormons, and then the senators are Mormons. So you literally have to be a Mormon to win a position in Utah right now.
Well, honestly, here's the honest truth, though. If you look at any other place that we've considered before, if you're thinking about politics as a huge factor of it, you would have a hard time similarly in any other place we've looked at because you have to have deep roots in these places. You have to have generally a presence there. And if you're a new transplant to any of these states, you're gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, so, well, we'll see eventually.
If
We'll
you stay
see.
here in Alabama, though, you'd only be able to run as one party because
Yeah.
it's kind of like in Utah, you have to be a Mormon, or at least theoretically, you have to be a Mormon to have a better chance. In Alabama, you have to be one political party to have a better chance. If you're the other party, you're wasting your time.
Yeah, I mean that's well, man, there is that one guy here in Alabama though who was voted in, but he pretty much lives in Florida. Maybe I could be like him. Maybe I
Well,
could be like
he's of that one party. He's of the one
yeah,
party.
that's true. But we could figure it out. But that's crazy, man. I actually thought that we would see. I would be like, oh look, a couple of them aren't Mormons. No, every single one of them was. All 6 of the representatives in the Congress, senators and representatives, are Mormons. I was like, that's crazy. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Team Skeptic, who puts in a 10. And they said catching up on the replay and wanted to point out that the previous head of the 155th Russian unit was wiped out was Gudkov, and I believe he was terminated via HIMARS at a 155th Fort operating base on July the 2nd. And if true, nice.
And I thank you for supporting. From what we've been able to hear so far, it does appear to be true. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I saw 2 or 3 people asking me, did you see the soda shops? Is it true they have soda shops out there instead of coffee places? It's true. And also, I realized if you walk around with a coffee in your hands, which I have as I was trying to wake up, you will get a certain look from a couple of people. Because coffee, if you don't know, is apparently something you cannot drink as a Mormon. So I did realize, I'm like, huh. If you walk around with a coffee cup, some people might look at you a little bit strange because apparently that's like taboo or something
You damn heathen.
to have the coffee. So what?
You damn heathen. That's what I was saying to you drinking coffee.
It wasn't like a nasty glare, as in like, they're looking at you like, oh, heathen. It was more of like, they sort of glance at you like, oh, is that coffee? And they're like, kind of like not necessarily a worried look, but just kind of like a look of like, oh, there's coffee or something like that, if you know what I'm talking about. So I was like, oh, that's weird. But I did see the soda shops out there. I was going to try one of them, but I didn't have time for that either. They have one out there, it's called Swig, and it literally has just different, like, it's like soda cocktails. There's like soda with like lime juice, mint, and stuff like that. Like it's an alcoholic cocktail of some sort, which was fascinating. I wanted to try it, but I never got the chance. There's like competitors to Swig. There's like a soda something that's like a competitor to it. And they have a lot of ice cream places out there too. And you will barely find any bars that at least I could find. There are some downtown, but I barely saw them. Like they were very hidden.
Man, cool fact, by the way, about that whole Swig thing. There was like no soft drinks really in Salt Lake City or the surrounding areas for the longest time because the Church of the Latter-day Saints actually said that soda was largely like the work of the devil, so on and so forth. And then in the late 90s, the Church of the Latter-day Saints bought a large amount of stocks in Coca-Cola, and then it became okay. And then all that sort of stuff started popping up out there, like if you didn't know.
I didn't know that actually. I know they have a soda addiction problem out there now. Like the people drink soda out there in Salt Lake City like it's going out of style. Like there's no diabetes that exists or anything like that. Like they drink heavily like soda.
Do you know what church in the world is actually the wealthiest church, like as far as like the Christian denominations?
That would be the LDS.
Yeah.
You know that the Mormons actually have huge property developments in Salt Lake City. Like there's I believe it's the City Creek mall that's right in the middle of downtown Salt Lake City. That's like the flagship mall in the downtown area. That is, I believe, it's an LDS development. Like the Mormons actually developed it and spent money from the church Although, don't quote me on that, though. I'm not entirely sure, but I'd heard that they had developed that property out, or at least some Mormons that maybe were in the church developed the property. I probably don't have the story straight, so don't quote me on it, but they actually developed something like that.
Man, honestly, it's kind of crazy because like they were like the Catholic Church is like worth it was like I think like 40 billion or something like that worldwide, including the assets. And I was like, wow, that's a lot of money. And they were like, and the Latter-day Saints are worth 260. I was like, what? I was like, what the hell? Like you wouldn't believe that. Like hell, I actually heard that they're worth so much that the Church of Scientology was actually trying to get a couple of their members because their Thetan levels are really high. But anyways, with that.
Oh,
Oh, but anyways, with that
Ugh.
but with that we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Warren Zasquatch, who puts in a 5, along with Plazant, who puts in a 4 as well. And thank you very much, Warren and Plazant, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you for the support and enjoying this channel because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and the next one here goes to ER2 The Win, who puts in a 5. They said, I've been here my whole life, other than being stationed in Kansas for a bit, and Utah is great, other than the cost of housing, and I bought in 2014, and I'm ready to sell. The weird thing is, the Alabama costs as much as Utah to live in. In fact, I found cheaper places to live in Utah than I'm currently renting in Alabama. And nobody wants to come to Alabama, but people would like to actually go to Utah, which is backwards. I don't know why the rent is so expensive in Birmingham, Alabama. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I think probably the reason why is there's not a whole bunch of new developments here, and they basically have a very small supply. There's still not very high demand. That's what I don't understand. But the supply is small enough where they can jack the prices up on the units that are here, which is the problem we're having. So it'd actually be cheaper for us to live in Utah, believe it or not, than Alabama. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you for the support, and I thank you for sharing that advice with us. Also, by the way, Matthew, we have to really make sure to speed up because we're going overtime into 4 hours now. So with that, we are on to
Oh,
the
man.
next one.
And our next one goes to Kyle Padell, who puts in the 5. And he said, glad you had a safe trip, Enforcer Matt. And thank you, Kyle, for that. He said, Slav LSA, and from a Oklahoma follower.
Hey, and a big shout out to Oklahoma, and of course, long live the East Spring Army. And we're on to the next one.
And we have a $5 super chat from Nicholas Richards, who said, let's see. Sadly, Nicholas, I can't read it off, but thank you very much for that support. We also have a 5 from Mr. Bombastic, who said, I haven't seen much Iranian news lately. I've been focused on the horrific flooding in Texas, and my family and I are safe and far away from it all.
And I thank you for the support, Mr. Bombastic. And I gotta say that that's very tough to hear. Hopefully that the situation improves. But still, a big thank you for the support. I hope that this addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
And
Do
we
not read
have
that one.
a final. Huh?
Do not read that one, by the way. I just saw it. That's on a topic that's a little not safe for YouTube, sort of a deal.
Oh, no, I wasn't. I just read it myself right now. I did a scan over. I know exactly what that person's talking about because I heard it on the video. But sadly, we can't read that off, though. But thank you very much for the support. We also have a 2 from Jason Curling, who said, welcome back, Matt. And thank you, Jason. I'm glad to be back. It's good to be back. It feels like a whole different world, not being able to talk on the stream. And I like talking on the stream a hell of a lot more than just sitting behind a screen and staring at it all night. So thank you very much, Jason. And also, we have a 2 from KenBuy7X, who said, happy belated Independence Day.
Hey, and thank you so much for the happy belated Independence Day. We are incredibly happy to know that everyone wished us a great Independence Day. And so with that, folks, it is time for us to get on into our live chats. Of course, I'm sure that many of you know, due to time constraints, we will not be able to get a large amount of live chats. We're only going to be getting 3, and we're also going to be getting the Morse code decoders of the stream. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
And our Morse code decoders tonight were Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Joni Dog, Norm Pritchett, Arabelle Garbo, and her royal fluffiness. And they said the LSA Morse code decipher for tonight is Russia is getting slammed, and Iran looks like they might have a little problem. And LLT LSA.
And that's the sound of money, and the Lee Spring Army Signal Corps is congratulated again for getting it dead on the nail on the 1,228th day of the war. And so with that, we are into the third to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to, let's see here, trying to pick from all of the good questions we have tonight to get down to 3. This one goes to Run and Gunny, who said, do you think Iran cut the internet like usual, or do you think it's an actual outage that they can't control?
I think they cut it because it was a nationwide outage that pretty much dropped the internet connection down to 0. And so with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Live Animal, who said, did the ceasefire even happen with Khamenei's consent between Iran and Israel? Because it seems so sudden.
I'm not really sure because they actually said they could never reach him while they were trying to negotiate a ceasefire. So I'm not entirely sure. I'd actually have to declare ignorance. That's a good question, really. And so with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so who is the lucky last person who put in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Sergeant Blind. And he said, do you think that the West will inevitably get involved against Russia and Ukraine?
I think that we may. Maybe the only thing that we can do, or we might just have to get involved in Europe as a whole. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank all of y'all so much once again for watching. We had, let's see here, let me check. We had 17.7 thousand people here at the peak tonight,
Damn.
and 195,000 people have watched this stream so far. We're entirely honored and appreciative to know that so many of y'all have been here enjoying this channel tonight. If you've enjoyed it, make sure to subscribe, like, and comment, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of news from around the world. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Leaf Spring Army. The Leaf Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again. And it was good to be back tonight. And it was good to see everybody once again and be able to talk to everybody in the chat. And with that, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern to cover the rest of the news. And also maybe on a short war video tomorrow if there is enough news midday to cover as well. But with that, we'll see you all then. And of course, Slava Ukraine. Here Slava. Get some rest and good night.
To